Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 334. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Reagan. Chris, good to see you. How are you today, my friend?
I'm well. You know, it's another day. It's another one of those days where I woke up at 6 a.m. inexplicably for no reason. I don't know what's going on exactly, because it seems like alternating. Like some days I'll just like be so tired that I'll go to sleep at like 10 and be fine. And then other days I just can't sleep for the life of me. I don't know what it is. I'm convinced I don't quite actually know how to sleep, but I guess I'm just improvising my entire life. But feel pretty good today. Early start. Went for a walk. Got some coffee. Although I think they got my order wrong, but whatever. It's too late. They gave me like one of these where they put like the foam on the ice cream or whipped cream on top, and I'm like, I don't really need this.
I was watching. Did you watch The Company Man about Starbucks, Dustin?
No, I didn't. I haven't watched a lot of his videos in the last few months.
Yeah. Interesting company. Yeah. Well, it's good to see you, Chris, and I'm glad you got at least some sort of coffee product. May I recommend exercising? That's what makes me sleep, personally. Or helps me.
Do you exercise at night?
I exercise at 6 o'clock every day. So like right before dinner. And then what I do is I exercise for an hour, and then I take a shower, I smoke a joint, I eat dinner, and then I just settle in for the night. Yeah, so that's basically my tradition.
It's not a bad idea. I don't know. Like I like going to a gym. I think the issue for me is that like I could work out at home, but I don't know. There's something I like being in like a gym. Like there's something about the gym environment but I hate going to the gym. I like being in the gym. I hate going to it.
Yeah.
And so
I wouldn't work out if I went to the gym, if I had to go to the gym. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I totally understand. Yeah. We have, there's like our house is kind of weird where it's like you walk in and there's a room directly to your left that's supposed to be like a home office space. I guess it's behind like French doors and shit like that. And we're just like, that's the gym. So that's what
yeah.
So
if you had like a dedicated space to do it, I think that would make more sense. I have like, I have two bedrooms. One's the bedroom and one's the office. And so like I don't really have a room to dedicate to a gym. If I did, that would be cool. But, as of right now, I just bought like an electric bike. So I can just go to the gym, because my gym's like weirdly awkward. You could walk to it, but that would be the workout essentially. So I'm probably going to start going.
So you're going to ride on your bike that you don't have to pedal to go to the gym.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Interesting. Yeah. When I was in college, I used to run. I don't remember what it was called, but people that are there might remember. There's like if you're near the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, right next to Northeastern, there's like in the Fenway, there's like a huge lake or like pond sort of thing. I guess it would be a pond. And I used to run around that. We had a really nice gym at Northeastern, called the Marino Center, but I never ever stepped foot in it one time. And when I lived in San Francisco, I bought an elliptical and put it in my living room, and it was incredibly conspicuous because there was like no room for it. But that's the only way I'll work out. So, So yeah, I was like, I gotta get. So I have like a weight bench in there. We have a bike for Micah to do spinning. Got my elliptical. Got a nice little thing going on there. Maybe I should start charging a little bit of some membership fees to Micah for using the room. Dustin Furman, executive producer, welcome to the show. How are you today, my friend?
I'm doing just fine. Got our first flurries of snow outside this morning. Don't like that.
Oh,
if it's going to snow, just snow. It's the in-between shit that I hate. It's PS5 Pro day for me. So Holly's been instructed to sit by the door and do nothing else. No phone, no book. She needs to just sit and wait because I don't want to miss it, So she's waiting downstairs patiently for my PS5 Pro to arrive. So I'm excited about that. And that's it. I'm feeling all right today. Oh, and by the way, I meant to tell you this before we started, but I'm just doing it live. I might need to take a call briefly. So if you see me disappear, it's not because I locked Holly out.
You're not taking it.
No calls? All right. Fair enough.
I'm going to throw the kibosh on it. What is the call about? What does it pertain to?
It's a medical related call.
No, you're definitely not taking it.
Okay. Who needs it?
I see you. Is that your friend's store on your shirt? What does it say? Main level, right?
Main level games. Yeah, I got this. When he opened his new location, if you spent the $60 or $70, you got a free shirt. And I bought Ark the Lad.
I saw that.
Complete. Yeah,
that complete version has like 4 games on it or something, or 3 games, doesn't it? Yeah, that was a pretty early example of gaming compilation. I always talk about how Mario All-Stars is like really the seminal early version of like a retail re-release of multiple games.
Right.
But yeah, I remember that because that's Working Designs, right?
That is Working Designs.
Yeah, man. God.
Yep.
They were so good. They were so ahead of their time. It was crazy how ahead of their time they were. I feel bad for them almost because they have the right to the limited run game, NIS, Xseed, Axis kind of area of doing weird physical releases, translating games no one plays. They turned into a company called Gaijin Works, I think.
Right, I've heard that. Gaijin.
But I don't know if they're still around anymore. But that's sick, dude.
Yeah. I have all 3 of the big box games.
So both Lunar games and that. Yeah, they were out of time by the end. Because they didn't get going. Lunar, I think, was in summer. The Silver Star story, I think, was summer '99. So they were almost out of runway by that point to even do PS1 games. I don't know why I know all that. I'm like a working designs historian for some reason. Don't know why that is. Well, it's good to see you guys. It's good to be here with you today. It's cold here today too. It's 50, which is the coldest it's been all year. So hopefully it continues. It's time. It's kind of like get into this a little bit now, weather a little bit cold. Let's kill the annual plants. My flowers are still blooming outside. That's about to be brought to an end, I think.
Yeah, can't have that. Yeah, got to kill those flowers right now.
I think everything's confused as the climate clearly is changing. Like there's just bugs flying around. This person, my neighbor has azalea bushes, famous, just classic bushes with flowers on them, and they're flowering. I'm like, everything's totally like they're flowering as if it's spring.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, this plant's confused. Yeah.
Everything is completely out of whack in a very noticeable, very, very obvious way. Like to the point where like I feel like the prevailing attitude of like everything on the planet is just like a consistent kind of like, like just like a genuine confusion of like every plant, every animal, every bug. There's penguins probably in Arizona right now being like, what the fuck? I thought I really could have sworn I was going the right way.
The birds aren't migrating. The geese are staying put. Yeah, it's weird. Like I'm not a worrier about that kind of stuff because I feel like technology will figure it out and we'll fix these problems. Not necessarily the things that are happening in the short to midterm, but like long term, I'm not worried about like the planet having a runaway greenhouse effect or something like that. But it's clear that things are amiss. Just the rain and the weather, like the lack of rain, it doesn't rain for 2 months and then it just rains. I don't know. It's just, but also maybe we're too hyperfixated on these things and we're noticing things that we wouldn't have noticed before. I don't know. For sure. I don't know. It's unclear. It's not for us to decide here on Sacred Symbols of PlayStation podcast, which goes live each and every week. And you can get it 3 days early and ad-free over on Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia for early ad-free access to every episode of this show. Quick note here on this. We've had RSS feed issues. We've been seeing you guys. This should be fixed now. It has nothing to do with us, but it's Patreon. But they've apparently fixed these issues. So... And apparently we're one step closer to getting, we have a unified RSS feed, but individual show RSS feeds, which I know people really like. So anyway, if you sign up on Patreon, you'll get an RSS link that you can use in your podcast app of choice or on Spotify or whatever if you don't want to interact with Patreon itself. So we appreciate your support over there. Get your early shows, Discord access, the ability to submit inquiries to the show, and so on and so forth. Sacred Symbols Plus is also a major perk, once a week and twice every other week. Lots of good episodes went up recently. I did a deep legal dive with Hogue recently about a few things that are outstanding in the industry. I have an episode that's in the can that's coming live on Saturday. I don't even want to tease it because I'm so excited about it. Truly. I think this is a big guest we got here. Do you agree, Dustin? This is a big guest if you're in the Sony sphere. Very reclusive person, very notable on social media, has never done an interview before.
I agree. I think you just got to tell people it's not Neil Druckmann. Like, just cool it, because as soon as you said that, I'm like, people think it's happening. So cool your jets on that.
No, I talked to Neil recently.
Very cool guess.
I talked to Neil recently, but because I was showing him. No, I don't think anyone really noticed it. Maybe I wore it. I don't know if I wore it on Sacred. I have a Shoreline shirt that I got made, the bad guys in Uncharted 4, and so I sent him a picture of that, and we were going back and forth a little bit. He's obviously busy with a lot of stuff. We'll get him eventually. I'm confident in that, actually. But no, it's not any developer, any publisher, anything like that. It's a person in the sphere, let's say, that I am very impressed with. In fact, I'm crazy. After the show, I'm like, this is incredible, the things you're doing. So I really hope people enjoy it. You'll see what it is when the time comes. Hopefully you're not let down. I don't think you will be. If you're on your social media and you're in the Sony or PlayStation spheres, I think you'll enjoy it. Yeah.
The legendary Chad Warden.
Oh, Chad Warden. I was going to say AJ and Big Justice, maybe.
Big Justice.
Bringing the boom. Dude, I saw he's doing a wrestling match.
Oh, AEW. I saw that. Yeah.
I've never watched wrestling, but maybe now's the time to bring the boom. You know,
I was watching wrestling clips. I love watching wrestling clips that are like circulated because they're funny. Like Micah and I always bring up. Micah, who's the woman that gets hit in the face with the acoustic guitar? Mae Young. There's like a video of like this woman just gets fucking clobbered in the face with an acoustic guitar.
Yeah.
And she's like an older woman. And there's like a tweet where it's like, this is what I do to my wife if dinner's 5 minutes late or something like that. So Micah and I always circulate that, which is funny. But we were watching recent wrestling clips because Linda McMahon has been nominated to Trump's cabinet. And Linda McMahon, of course, is like of the McMahons. They're divorced now, right? Micah, are the McMahons divorced?
I didn't think so.
Oh, really? Oh, I guess not. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
But anyway, she was nominated, and there's so many funny clips of her just getting beat up. Like this 50 or 60-year-old woman, and someone put it in a compilation. Someone like puts her in like a spinning pile driver, like Zangief. It's fucking hysterical. Wrestling. You know what's funniest about wrestling? I watched wrestling from probably the late 80s until the early 90s. Probably like a 5-year period. But the announcers, they're so funny. It adds so much. Oh my God. Yeah. There's a clip where Stephanie McMahon slaps Linda McMahon in the face, and she's like, Stephanie slapped her own mother. It's like, yeah, we saw. Like they're just so funny. I love those guys. I want to know more about them.
Yeah, we saw.
Yeah,
I love that being the general response to all announcers. Like
Micah sent me the video clip.
Oh yeah, wait.
Wait, hold on. I'll play the whole thing.
Oh, come
on! Dude, the guitar clip. We got to put that in. That clip is so funny to me.
Yeah, I'll put
it. So we always say it's like Mike. If dinner's a little late, it's like Mike, I'm gonna hit you over the head with this acoustic guitar back here, just like that woman. What's her name? Mae Young. Mike is like really into wrestling.
Oh.
Not contemporary really anymore. I don't think she watches too much anymore, but she knows so much. Like whenever I see, I'll like show her a video or a picture of a person. I don't know who the fuck any of these people are. There was a time when wrestling just became dudes. Remember, it used to be like characters. I mean, you guys are a little young, but it was like G.I. Joe villains basically. And then at some point it became just dudes in like spandex, which is fine. But like Rey Mysterio, I remember being interesting because he had a mask. And that was like different than all the other. It got really boring. Like when people were into Stone Cold, I'm like, it's just a dude. Bring me the fucking $1 million man. You know, like where's Rick Rude? You know,
it's just a dude. That's exactly how I feel about most sports. Exactly. That's like you've pretty much nailed the exact feeling that I have. It's just like, yeah, it's just a guy.
Yeah, it's just a man. All right. By the way, in case people thought I was illiterate before when I was asking what Dustin's shirt said, it's because the mic's in the front of the last three parts. So it could be I can see it now.
Yeah.
But it had to be level. Yeah. I mean, it had to be. You know, it's like when you look at redacted FBI or CIA documents and you can kind of tell what they are just by the length of the word.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you blacked this out, but I think I know what it says. All right. No idea what we're talking about. Oh, laststandmedia.store for merch. Keep Micah busy this holiday season. She doesn't have enough to do, right? Nope, she's probably not even listening to me. Never mind. All right. Let's get into topics of discussion. Stretch our legs a little bit. before we get into the games news. There's a big piece of news this week, of course, that we'll get into. Very big. Very curious to see what you guys think of it.
Yeah.
I have a lot to say myself. But let's stop. Let's stop.
Bye, guys.
Let's start with. By the way, we stop the podcast now. It's longer than half the podcasts that are out there at this point. Sometimes I'm going through these podcasts. I'm like, what is everyone doing? You know, like people. I listen to some of these political podcasts, and they're like, oh, we got to wrap up. It's like, why? Where do you have to go? It's a 41 fucking CNN. It's a podcast. Just go and go. Just like us. Monty Pearson wrote in. Said, Chris, you finally uploaded a new YouTube video. Proud of you. I watched it last night. It was really funny. Made me LOL a few times. What took you so long to put that video together, Chris?
Well, that's like the seventh one that's like the seventh video ultimately where I was just like, all right, I can stick with this. I don't hate it. Because I spent a long time on these things and doing the podcast, especially like not just this, but like we do Snark Tank 3 times a week minimum.
Really? You do it 3 times a week?
Yeah.
Don't you want to kill those dudes at this point?
That's what it adds to it, I think.
Yeah.
But so we do 2 episodes normal, and then we do like one like kind of extra one that never goes out. You know what I mean? For just Patreon? Free feeds. And yeah. So it's a lot. And then this, and then like, there's Summon Sign and occasionally, and then there's, so it's a lot of stuff. Mm-hmm. And then we're trying to figure out other stuff with Snark Tank. We want to do like we want to do like a mystery what's that movie?
Mystery Science Theater.
Yeah, we want to do like Mystery Science Theater, almost like Pretty Much It style stuff, like for patrons too. So we're trying to like figure out a bunch of like technical stuff.
Yeah, but, Red Letter Media, I think, does a lot of that stuff too. That's good shit.
Commentary.
I love that stuff, especially when it's like you can sit with people and do it together for like an entire hour and a half, however long the movie is, and then edit it down to like the best bits. Like that's some of my favorite content ever. Like I love it on Pretty Much It, Red Letter Media, Mystery Science Theater 3000. It's good shit. So we're just experimenting a lot over there. And I'm just very momentum based with a lot of the work that I do on my own channel. So like, I really kind of have to like, if I have an idea, I have to sit and write it the second that I have the idea. And then when I'm done writing, I have to film it. And then when I'm done filming, I have to edit it. Like it needs to be like a whole train. That way, by the time I'm exhausted, it's so close to being done that I have no excuse not to finish it. And having like a normal schedule kind of like impedes that a little bit. I can't just like irresponsibly like stay up till like 7 a.m. because chances are I have to be awake for a Snark Tank or one of these, which is normal. It's a reasonable thing. But yeah, I don't know. I think I spent a lot of time writing a bunch of videos, and by the time I would start filming them, I would like, I hate this. Like I don't like it. I've sat too long on it, and now the moment's passed and it's gone. And that's happened like a million times. And then the other day I was just like, fuck it. It was 2 a.m. and I couldn't sleep. And I was figuring like, no, I'm not going to do this again. I'm not going to be like laying in bed, staring at the ceiling for 3 hours until I fall asleep. So I popped an Adderall and just shot a video with like, it was like a cobbled together mess of a bunch of scripts from previous scrapped videos. And I just kind of decided this is reasonable enough. I can make this into something. But then there's also the pressure of like it having been so long. Because like the longer it goes, the more the video has to be justified. You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh my God, it's been 3 months. It's got to be real good. Fuck, it's been 5 months. Now it has to be that much better. It's been a year. Shit. And at this point, it's like, fuck it. I can't keep doing this. I just got to put something out so I can rip the Band-Aid off and start making stuff again. So I feel pretty good that I've just kind of got it over with. And now I can just make stuff without worrying about like, does it justify the several months? Now I don't care. Now I can just make whatever.
Yeah, as long as you make something soon, again. But I totally understand. Like you have to choose. Well, you don't have to do anything. You kind of have chosen your lane. I think it's almost unreasonable to expect yourself to be able to do both. Like, not that I'm a real YouTuber at all, but I used to do my video essays and I liked doing them, and I've written a bunch of them that I've never put out. But I'm like, I don't have the time to do this. Like I've kind of chosen, I can like read it and then send it to someone else to edit. And maybe I would do that. But, so I kind of sympathize with you because podcasting's obviously a blessing of a job, but it's more difficult. I was gonna say more hard. It's more difficult than people, think it is. Just being on and being able to conduct a conversation. I learned that when I did fireside chats, which, you know, when I lived in California and Chris and I were doing this show in person, I would bring random listeners over to my apartment and we would record. The entire idea, for people that don't know, was it was supposed to be like a Joe Rogan type podcast for normal people, like with normal people. So like, here's a alcoholic, here's like a nurse, here's a, you know, like a military veteran here. And it was cool. People really liked some of that. Here's like a fucking prostitute and all sorts of, we did cool things, you know? But what I realized was like one in every 10 or 15 episodes I would record, I wouldn't put out because the person was so bad and I wouldn't tell them, you know, but like they just couldn't be on mic. And you realize that people think that they can just do it, but probably can't. You kind of have to drag it out of them a little bit. I also had one where a dude, we were going to talk about like, it was kind of sad. It was him and his wife, and they wanted to talk about like his childhood abuse or something like that. And I was like, that should be an interesting topic. And then he came over and we started recording. And then like 5 minutes, he's like, I can't do this. And I'm like, okay, I understand. You know, not a big deal to me. Maybe fireside chats was fun, but it's got to be done in person. And thus I can't really do it anymore. Because that's the thing. That's how you extract it out of people, is being in person with them. If I know you, I can do it on camera.
Right.
But otherwise, no.
It's more work than people assume it is, especially if you're like kind of like stem to sterning the whole thing. But I mean, it's still like you said, it is an amazing job, and it is like the fact that it is so reliable. Like RSS feeds are just very reliable in comparison to like, I don't even know what the fuck YouTube has for their notification system. I don't even think it really works at all, which is also kind of part of it, where it's like, I don't know. But yeah, I do want to clarify. This isn't the thing I haven't spent a year on this. It's always like, this video doesn't work. Scrap it. Start again.
No, I assume so.
I have so many fucking scripts. Some of them like entirely filmed. And I'm just like, maybe I can Frankenstein this into something, but it's not right. And the second a year passed without me uploading, I was like, all right, I think at this point, people will just be happy to see something. And so let me just rip the Band-Aid off. And now I've got a bunch of stuff to work with, which is cool.
Well, I'll be honest with you too, is like, I definitely don't have the motivation I used to have to do anything. Mm-hmm. Like, that's true. I'm old. You know, I'm like a worn out veteran at this point, not of wars, but of the games industry. And so, yeah, like I think I would be even more I'm very productive actually with the content, but I think I'd even be more productive until I realized like, oh, we're releasing a game, and oh, it's like this and this and that. It's like just a lot. And then you get stuck not doing creative stuff. That's the one lament I have about Last Stand getting so big and much bigger than I ever anticipated and thought it would ever be, is because it requires so much bandwidth. That's not about this, you know, and that shit pisses me off. But it's like a blessing, but it's the only option is to hire someone to do it for me. And then it's like, I don't trust anyone.
Right. So, that's exactly my thing. I could have gotten so much work done if I just hired an editor. But like, I don't know. I can't do it. I'm stubborn.
Who's going to do it, Dustin?
I'm trapped in a very old school state of mind when it comes to YouTube, where like I do have to do everything myself. And to be fair, I think that's why even after a year, it can still go out to like 50,000 people in the first day and people still care somehow. I think that's why. Because that's great.
I think I've only ever done like 2 or 3 videos that ever even got over 100,000 views cumulatively. So that's great. It's hard to get people's eyeballs. That's why I'm actually somewhat confused. I remain perpetually confused by Last Stand's success, just from the perspective of we don't attract like an enormous amount of traffic, like on video, especially on iTunes. On audio podcasts, we're like in the top 10 video game podcasts right now.
Yeah.
But that doesn't really mean anything either, because I think fewer people are listening to audio now. We see a transition to YouTube in a major way, which is in and of itself fairly interesting. But and by the way, like, I want people to watch the podcasts where they want to be and all of that, which I think is important too. Like people, I don't know if you get this on Snark Take, but people do write in being like, where's it most valuable for us to listen to your podcast, you know? But I think it's weird that we attract, you know, we have like 93,000 or 94,000 YouTube subscribers, but then we have 13,400 people paying a monthly subscription. And then there are people that get millions of views that would never be able to attract that many paying customers. And I don't understand what that's all about. You would think, in other words, there would be a not an inverse relationship, but I guess what would be called a converse relationship, right? Of like more views, more paying subscribers, fewer views, fewer paying subscribers. But we have fewer views, more paying subscribers. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's because of Dustin. People are really loyal to him.
Thank you for your loyalty.
All right. Alan Wake 2, Alan Woke wrote in. Said, howdy, boys. Why do you think Chris gets the most hate of any member of LSM besides Jaffe? Political persuasion, jealousy, the deluded belief that they could do his job better? Let's glaze up and defend our little boy here for a moment. I don't know that there's much defense. I wanted to bring this up because I'm not sure I agree with this assessment.
Yeah.
I think I get the most hate by far of anyone that's not Jaffe. Now, I will say this. I don't like the way people treat David Jaffe. I've said it on the show. I've said it to him personally. I think in some way he's a glutton for punishment. And I think he kind of likes it, although he's never said that to me. Like, I think any attention is good attention when you're doing this sort of thing. I also think he has like credibility and a CV that you simply can't take away from him. And that gives you a level of confidence. It's like, you can say whatever you want, but chances are you are not the creative director of two massive franchises, you know? And like the creative force behind them, and you'll never be, right? And that, I think, gives him a level of confidence, but I don't like the way he is treated by a lot of people. I think he is wrong about a lot of things, but I think that we have great conversations because a lot of people are like, I can't take it anymore. Why is he on? And I'm like, well, I like him. He's like one of my very favorite people to do podcasts with, actually. He's chaotic and fun. And I think he definitely does get the most hate, which is a bummer, and I don't like it. But I don't want to govern people's opinions. It's like, you got to do what you got to do. I just wish people showed him a little bit more respect and deference, considering how open, and it's like what I said at San Diego. It's like, I think people take for granted having access to someone like him, that like level of like where you can like call his show and like, dude, it's like, are you kidding? You know, it's pretty crazy. But I don't think Chris is the one that gets the most hate after that. I don't think that that's true. Do you, Dustin?
I would say it probably goes Jaffe, and then you, and then Chris.
Yeah.
Why don't we rank the whole company?
Yeah.
Right. Most hated to least hated.
I think the least hated is probably Cog.
Probably Cog.
Probably. Probably Cog.
And Dagan, I guess.
Actually, Dagan's number one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Number one least hated.
I'm surprised when I see bad things about Dagan, which is almost literally, I'm not just saying it because my brother, almost never. Like, I don't know. He puts out some energy where people that would even hate him don't say it, you know? But then I think it would be Cog, and then maybe Brad, then Maddie.
Yeah. Then Maddie. Then Gene, me. I think Jaffe, it gets the most for sure.
Yeah. All right. So it would be from the top to, it would be Jaffe, me, Chris, Gene.
Yeah. Spoiler mouth.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
That's why.
Maddie, Dustin.
Maddie and I might be interchangeable. It's kind of
gray.
Dustin, Maddie. Yeah.
And
something
Cog
like that.
And Dagan.
Yeah. Cog and Dagan. Right.
Yeah.
I think that's everybody, right?
Micah.
Oh, Micah. No one says anything about Micah. I don't see anything about Micah.
Yeah.
Like, I really don't. Yeah. I'd be very sensitive to that, because the one thing is I am very sensitive actually to the hate everyone gets. Like, I see it, I notice it, I don't like it, but I try to internalize. It's like, well, it's way worse for me.
Now, Colin, here's the flip side.
Yeah.
Here's the flip side is that while you are second most hated or receive the most comments, you are the most liked of this is your brand, really.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Like, so
you get the best of both worlds, really.
That's true. I try not to, I don't overthink it because I don't really understand it. It's, again, not like I have a legion of millions of people that like me, but there's a hardcore ride or die Colin Moriarty contingent, which I definitely appreciate and know. And that's awesome.
To be also fair, I feel like a lot of, like, at least like 50% of the hate that I see you get is kind of like ball busting. It doesn't really seem all that genuine. You know,
Try reading the
I guess-
Patreon exit surveys.
oh, maybe
Probably
the exit
different
surveys. Yeah.
opinion.
I guess I don't read the exit surveys. That's fair.
Some of them are so
That's
long I
fair.
can't even read them. You know, I'm like I can't read this. You know?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, no, it's interesting. Like what I've realized over many years of doing this is just you can't please everyone. Like anything you do that's authentic or real is going to offend like a group of people or bother a certain group of people. So you can't really even worry about that. The thing that bothers me about the things people say to me is that most of it's just not true. I don't mind if you make fun of, and I don't ever take personally people making fun of like my taste in games or whatever, my kind of monocultural PlayStation focus, like make fun of whatever you want. But the kind of stuff that bothers me is stuff that's just not rooted in truth. But you can't do anything about that. I just had a conversation with someone actually recently about that. That's getting some hate online recently. And they asked how I deal with it. And I reminded them that like, there's a difference between perception and reality. And you can't really do anything about perception. Perception is out of your control. Reality is what is real. So if something is true, even if people don't realize it's not true, it's actually more important. This gets into, Mike and I have talked about this before about, hey, Mike, are you there? What is the thing about, we've talked about it on the show, I think before. It's like, you want to fuck a goat, but no one knows, or do you not fuck a goat and everyone thinks you fucked a goat?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We've talked about, that's the thing, right?
Yeah.
So, and what we were saying was, would you rather have fucked a goat but no one knows you fucked the goat, or would you rather everyone thinks you fucked a goat but you didn't? And I was like, the obvious answer is that you would rather everyone think you fucked the goat but you really didn't. That's the obvious answer. That's what I'm saying.
That's it. Man,
we got there in the end.
Yeah,
but we really
I do want to say though, because this question got me thinking. It's like, I feel like I noticed this sometime. Like this question was posed, and I was like, I don't know, do I get hate? And I do see it, but it's hard for me to register it really because I am kind of naturally. I like ire. I like bothering people, especially when I'm not doing anything, when it's just like me existing and I'm just like kind of minding my own business. I'm playing the games I want to play, or like I'm editing on my own time frame and it bothers people. I love that. Like it makes me happy. So like it doesn't affect me really. So I guess I'm not as sensitive to it. I wasn't even under the perception that like I was that high up on the hate list.
Yeah, I think
I figured I was like neutral, if anything.
I think some people don't understand or simply refuse to accept the role that you kind of play on this show. They expect everyone to be the same. And I'm like, no, the idea is for everyone to be different. Like, that's the whole idea. So I can come in having been overly prepared, ready to go, wrote the entire thing. We'll ground the podcast, but we're looking for humor. We're looking for insight. We're looking for tangents. We're looking for, all those and people are like, that's the thing that I think people don't focus on, where it's like, no, we're looking for a little bit of a different element from everyone. So people judge each other through this same prism, and then they're surprised when they get different results. And it's like, well, that's going to be obvious. It's like Fat Joe said for you. It's like, talk that shit. I want that beef.
Yeah.
We're taking over. DJ Khaled. Excellent song. All right. Thank you for writing in. Who was that? Alan Wake 2, Alan Woke.
2.
Eric Smith wrote in and said, all right, boys. I seem to have found myself in a situation and I need some advice. I work as a bartender at a sports arena a couple of nights a week, and we had a big tournament this past weekend. As I was starting to close up shop, I noticed one of the guys that play in a rec league making out with a random woman. This normally wouldn't be a big deal. However, this guy is married with a young child, and I see his wife every week, and she plays in a rec league as well. I am now facing the following dilemma. Do I tell the wife the next time I see her, or just stay quiet? I don't know her or her husband particularly well, as I just serve them drinks once a week and occasionally engage in small talk. However, I feel guilty knowing that stuff like this is happening behind her back. I am pretty confident that they aren't in an open relationship, so she would almost certainly be crushed if she found out. My brain is telling me to stay out of it, as it doesn't concern me. However, I am wholeheartedly against cheating and would want to know if this was happening to me. Unfortunately, at this point in the night, there was no one else in the bar but myself, the man, woman, and the DJ, so it would almost certainly come back to me if the news was to break. Should I listen to my gut and let this woman know that her husband is cheating, or mind my own business and pretend like nothing happened? I figured since the Sacred Crew has a history of breaking up relationships, you would be the best group to ask. Thanks for all that you do. How many people, 2 or 3 people have gotten divorced because of this show at this point, which is hysterical, actually. All right. Eric, I want you to listen to me really carefully. You better stay out of this. There's no way you get involved in this. No way. I'd say this from multiple perspectives. Cheating's bad. I've been cheated on by multiple people. It's horrible. Okay? I'm not saying it's good. It's like, it's a very unique sort of pain that's combined with like being slighted and losing something. It's very unique. And I know that because it's happened to me on several occasions throughout my life. So I appreciate your instinct to say, well, I don't want this to happen to this woman or whatever. And if you were in a position where you knew them or were a friend, then I think you would actually have some sort of impetus to get involved. But here's the thing, you don't know them. And here's the thing that I think is even more important. You're the bartender. I don't think you should be paying too close attention. In other words, like you're seeing a lot of things and it's kind of like your job to not say anything if it doesn't really affect you, like, yeah, this is a nightlife kind of vibe. People are doing their thing. They're looking for privacy. They're doing their own thing. They don't need the bartender examining their social moves, not unless, again, you knew someone or knew someone that knew someone, but you don't know these people. You should absolutely not say anything. I am begging you, don't get involved in this because this is like those people's lives are like a Venn diagram off in a light year away from your Venn diagram of life. And you're just going to combine these molecules for no reason. No way, man. Like, cheating is immoral and fucked up, but not illegal. You didn't see someone get a roofie put in their drink, which you should report. You didn't see someone get fucking stabbed in the bathroom. You didn't see someone doing a line or whatever, like whatever kind of things you might want to get involved in with people that you don't know. No. Nope. Stay away from this one. IMO. And you will regret it if you do it. Not only will you regret it professionally, I think you will regret it karmically, because I just don't think it's for people to just be doing that like sight unseen. You know what it reminds me a little bit of? We've brought this up in the past. This was like, because I remember when this happened, I was like fascinated by it. Was the Ashley Madison. Remember Ashley Madison, the website where it was like people go to cheat?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And then there was a leak of all of the people that were on it. And I was like, this is kind of fucked. Like, I'm not crazy about this because this is a whole level of, it's like morality and ethics and things you just don't get involved with on an interpersonal level with people you don't know, And I'm like, it's so messy and fucked up. Don't do it, Eric. Dustin, what are your thoughts?
I completely agree. Cheating, of course, is vile. But I guess the thing I'll emphasize that you said, Colin, is that you don't know these people. And I think it would be a completely different situation if this was a couple that you were friends with or Definitely. Something like that. Definitely. I think you would have a moral obligation at that point. But with the stature or the position that you're in now, it's just simply, unfortunately, not your business. And like Colin says, it's going to bring you into something that you really have no business being involved in. It's unfortunate because I understand his plight. Like, he sees this happening and it disgusts him, as it should.
Right.
It's vile.
Right. And it is. I agree. I'm looking at the calendar. Actually, I was cheated on for the first time like 20 years ago to the month. And it was hard. And the first time I found out, and it's a horrible, horrible feeling. But it's what I was saying earlier, Dustin. I think is a key component of it is like, I do think there's a component, like an ingredient of this is you are a bartender in a bar.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, shit's going on around you all the time. Keep your mouth shut.
Yeah.
Chris,
the
where
bartender,
are you on this?
The bartender is a societally sacred mantle. There's. I am in agreement ultimately with the council here that this is not something that you want to involve yourself in. I get it. I get the moral implication. I get the instinct to want to do a good deed essentially to strangers. Like, I get it. But I think your position as a bartender kind of puts that into a weird place. And also, realistically speaking, this will resolve itself. It doesn't need you. You know, this situation does not need you. This will unravel, and it's already done. You know what I mean? It's not like you're preventing it from happening. Like, you're just essentially reporting on something that's already happening. So like, your involvement does nothing but either it really just shifts the point in time at which it all unravels, which you don't really need to be involved in if you're just a stranger, you know? I just think it's a needless amount of complexity to crash into voluntarily if it's not entirely, like, if it's avoidable, why do it?
Right.
You know?
It goes into my whole principle of, you know, I love my freak out videos. I love my Karen videos. I love my public fight videos. The things that those videos, there's a component that all those videos share, which is a lack of discretion. When you start making it everyone's business around you, what's happening or things, then that's different. But a person just kissing another person in a bar is like, yeah, I think we all agree. So it's a unanimous verdict. Eric, I knew an Eric Smith, by the way. He worked at Sony. I'm sure there's 8 million Eric Smiths.
Yeah, everybody, like, I knew an Eric. Everybody knows an Eric Smith.
Yeah, right. He was a nice guy. He ended up, it was actually the first time I was ever asked to give, he ended up leaving Sony and PlayStation and going to, Pandora, which I'm not even sure if that exists anymore. Pandora, like the music service.
Yeah.
Which I think was based in Oakland. And it was the first time that someone had ever asked me, like, hey man, can you like be a reference for me? Because we worked together constantly, like, because he was pitching me on shit all the time. And I'm like, sure. And I had like a 20-minute conversation about, and what was funny was like, those people had no idea what the fuck was going on when I was talking to them. I'm like, so do you know what he does? Like, do you understand like his job? You know? And they're like, no, not like, I'm like, he like, you know, video games and all that. They had no idea, but he got the job. So
that's good.
Because I was like, yeah, so like, what do you know about what he does? It was something like, yeah, like, they're like, so tell us about how you worked with him and everything. I'm like, yeah. So like, what do you guys understand like the whole system and how it all works? And they're like, no. So I had to like explain everything. Which is probably why we talked for 20 minutes. I was like, great. All right.
Yeah.
Bugged Bass wrote in. I think it's Bass. This is the problem with the word bass or bass is, you know, being spelled the same, which is like, why couldn't we just spell the bass B-A-S-E?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
Anyway, because then there's multiple bases, but by context, you would know which one you were talking about. You see things like this where you would 99% of the time, you know, you're talking about a fish or a low end guitar, but not always.
I like that you said anyway, as if to segue away from it, and then immediately went right back.
I'm totally shot.
It was Joe Biden anyway.
Anyway. Did you see, dude, this was funny as fuck. Joe Biden was in South America. And he was at like a podium, and then he just gave a speech, and then it looked like, if you just cut it a certain way, it looks like he's just walking into the Amazon.
Oh yeah.
Like,
well, there's a path right beside him.
Yeah.
Like to the left, and he goes not towards the path.
I think now that well, I mean, he's obviously, he was obviously out of the race and the election is over, but like, I think now that, are we at a point where we can kind of admit that there's like a lot of Joe Biden granted quite a lot of meme potential.
Oh my
as
God.
A president. Like, there's that scene of him like turning around slightly to the camera, and then he like slowly smiles, and then he always cuts to the Michael Bay credits to like Linkin Park, that I love. It's one of my favorite presidential video memes I've ever seen.
He is number 2 on the most memed presidents, in my opinion. I mean, obviously that's true because meme culture has grown with the presidents, but
yeah, of course.
I don't like, Trump is obviously number 1, but I think he's been a very strong number 2. Because I've said before, like the picture of Trump at the window of McDonald's is the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. It's funny for like 8 different reasons. That's what I was telling Mike. I'm like, it's funny because it's him. It's funny because it looks like he really is enjoying it. It's funny because it looks like a car just pulled off and he's literally waving at them like he's the real manager of the McDonald's. It's funny for a bunch of different reasons. The Biden turning around face thing is smiling thing is so funny. How happy he was melted when Trump was at the White House is also funny.
Oh, yeah.
He's very, very fun. And people, it's funny that so many things on the show just become goofs, and we never really mention why they're goofs again, and they just come up over and over again, like fucking the chicken.
Look fat.
You know, R.I.P. in peace. Yeah, and I was gonna say, hey fat or look fat is, people write in probably 10 of the comments a week use that as their intro. And that's probably the funniest thing that Biden ever did. And so much has happened since then that we've forgotten how funny that was.
Yeah.
The funniest thing to me,
that was a long time ago, but the funniest thing to me was when he called that guy a dog-faced pony soldier.
Yeah.
Which is like an amazing insult because all of it is so abstract.
What an interesting man. What an interesting man. Well, we don't know if he might be in the Amazon for all we know. So,
true. Yeah.
All right. Bugged Bass wrote in and said, "Hey, Colin, I've got a favor to ask you. My best friend and I have listened for more than a decade now, and I would like your help in asking him to be the best man at my wedding next year. To my buddy Enraged Eel." Now, let me stop here. The reason that I'm confident that it's Bugged Bass is because his friend is Enraged Eel. It's not a coincidence, right? That they would both be like sea creatures.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
What began as two young kids whose families got together once every few years has turned into a lifelong friendship. This is all thanks to video games and heavy metal. Whether it be playing Gauntlet Dark Legacy on the GameCube, the profanity-laden days of Gears and Halo on Xbox 360 after school every day, 2K as college roommates before band practice, or staying connected from across the country with Destiny, Rocket League, and Helldivers. Games have always been a constant through the different seasons of our lives, from kids sitting on the floor to now being a lawyer and an audiologist. It is because of what a reliable and supportive friend you've been that I would be honored if you would be my best man at my wedding next year and come enjoy some Colorado sushi at the rehearsal. Fuck you, Raygun. Is it because of the seafood thing?
I must have made some comment about seafood from the middle of the con. I don't remember. I don't know.
People assume that I remember everything I've ever said. And I'm like, you could tell me I said anything. Literally, you can tell me I said anything. I'll believe it. He continues, P.S. There's a 30th anniversary DualSense in the mail headed your way. May it always be full of the good juju. And remember, it takes a tough lawyer to make a tender asset purchase agreement. Keep fucking that legal chicken, your friend, Bugged Bass. Or Bass. Wow, isn't that nice?
That was cute. I like
really
that.
cute. Really cute. Let's think about this, because like families, they've been together for a while, these guys. Remind me of a couple of my friends, right? Families went away together as children, playing games as a kid. So the GameCube era, so we're talking early 2000s, Gears and Halo on Xbox 360 after school. So maybe we're getting into the high school years. 2K as college roommates. So they went away to college together and then roomed together in college. Pretty intense.
Yeah.
So maybe.
I mean, your friend, what was it? Something Eel. Enraged Eel. He might be shedding a tear right now, actually, that he's not the one that's going to be up there.
That's what I was going to say. Why don't you guys get married?
Yeah. It's going to be
Thank you for writing in, Bug Bass.
It's a sad day for him. He's going to cry a bunch of gay little tears.
Gay little tears.
He's so gay.
He's so gay. I can't anymore.
All right. How about another interesting one? This is a nice feel-good one. Just like that one was. Neely 4x4 wrote in. Said, howdy, Colin, Christopher, and Dustin. Unbeknownst to me, I started losing my hearing in my teens. My hearing deteriorated slowly through my 20s to where I was able to cope and ignore the early signs of hearing loss. Fast forward to 2020, where most everyone was wearing masks, and I realized I had a real problem. I got hearing aids at 30, which worked all right, but what hearing I had started to deteriorate quicker to where the hearing aids no longer helped. During this time, I'd been a big fan and patron of Colin's Last Stand and Last Stand Media, listening to the show with headphones set to max volume. That's how I listen to all my music. Not good.
Me too.
Micah gets so mad at me, like, where it's like, are you kidding? You know, like how loud those earbuds are. And I'm like, I don't understand it. Like, do people really not listen to music that loud? You know, it's crazy to me.
Do you get that notification from your headphones that says like your music's too loud?
I think I shut it off. Like, I think you can go in and shut off health warnings. Because my watch also tells me when I'm playing drums, and they're like, it's way too fucking loud. And I'm like, I know. And I've said before, the craziest thing is I have my earbuds in my ears when I play drums, blaring the music at max level with headphones over them, so that the drums don't. It's like, Neely, I might be right there with you anyway. I was so excited. I just can't believe people listen. I'm like, people listen to music on 2? What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Why are you even bothering? Can you even hear it? Mike is upset. I was so excited when you all started doing videos because it made it much easier to listen with audio caption software. In mid-2023, I was deemed a candidate for cochlear implants, which is where a surgeon inserts a long electrode into my cochlea. It sounds kind of sexual.
Yeah, it sounds
which
hot.
I'm into. The electrode stimulates my cochlea, somewhat replicating what the organ does naturally. The implant is controlled by an outside microphone computer called a sound processor that is attached to my skull via magnets. During the surgery, I lost all residual hearing I had left and was left completely deaf with a long road ahead of me to learn how to hear again with my new tools. I had to take a break from podcasts for a while, but when I was able to, the first thing I listened to with my new ears was Sacred Symbols. I'm able to stream from my phone directly to my sound processor, so I re-listened to the first few episodes of Sacred on repeat, trying to remember what Colin and Chris sounded like to make out what you're all were saying. The first time I rehearsed the first time I reheard the intro song to Sacred and understood it was a seminal moment in my journey to my new life. Since then, I've been catching up on all the LSM shows I missed since late 2023 and got caught up to the current date last week. All the hosts and shows did so much for me in my journey to hearing again. I still need to rewind sometimes to catch something I missed, but I don't need captions to enjoy the show anymore. Thank you to everyone at LSM for inadvertently being there for me the past year. I am eternally grateful for y'all. Thanks for letting me tell my story. I'll hang up and happily listen now. Nice. Dude, isn't technology amazing? Cochlear implants aren't really new tech, but it's still remarkable.
Yeah.
I love watching those videos of people that are deaf and they turn them on for the first time and they hear and they just start crying, basically.
Yeah.
Like, I've been watching this dude that's been, I can't remember his name. I'll look it up when I pass it off to you guys. He's a dude on YouTube, just came up as a recommended video. And he's like a blind guy that does these YouTube videos and they're really big. Like he has like millions of subscribers. And he's been blind his whole life. And I've been listening. So he has sometimes people on that like became blind and how that went for them and all that. But he says like, he has no concept. You know, it's crazy when you listen to these guys talk deeply. Like he doesn't dream the way we dream. He dreams in like feeling and sound. He has like dreams that are all conversations, you know, like he doesn't even understand the concept of what a color could be. It's incredible. And so you have people with all these different things and they're going to be cured like over time. You're seeing it with Neuralink. Like Neuralink's gonna, or things like it will revolutionize all this stuff. It's incredible that people can have such a disadvantage, like losing their hearing, not being able to see, whatever, and then it's not like a sentence anymore. You know, it's like you can actually, not that it should be looked at. I think the blind guy said he wouldn't want to see, like because he doesn't even know how to process it. And like he's lived his whole 40 years or whatever doing this and he's totally fine. He's like, seems perfectly happy. I'm just fascinated by it. So I'm happy for you, Neely. I think it's awesome. And I'm glad that we could be there for you. It's cool. I especially think of Ramon, my friend who does all of our music, like that. Like his song is something that you gleamed onto, which is kind of cool. So
yeah, that's amazing. It like you're basically a cyborg also.
Right.
Which is the undercurrent of this that I think is dope as hell. We're just increasingly so more a race of cyborgs than we ever have been. And that's just going to keep going.
It's Kurzweil's singularity. Cool. It's happened.
Yeah.
That's why when people said he said it was going to happen in 2045 and then he did the thing where he pushed it up. People thought at some point we're like, that 2045, like there's no way. And then he's like, actually like 2025, you know, like it's kind of wild. I listened to a Lex Friedman episode with a bunch of guys from Neuralink. It was hours and hours long. Did you see that one, Dustin? I think it was like 9 hours long. I
think it was like multi-part or
something. Yeah. Like it was like back to back interviews with a bunch of people that do different things. And it's like, if this goes the way that these futurists think it's going to go, it's like, man, like it's all about tweaking your brain and tricking it.
Yeah. Tricking
it into hearing, tricking it into seeing. Like the tools are there. There's some connection that's lost. And wow, man, it's what we were saying a week or two ago. I don't know if it was on this show or another show about how the idea of AI is scary in a lot of ways, but it's exciting when you think about the idea of like your doctor being able to put into a really, really fast, really sophisticated quantum computing thing or whatever. My patient has this sort of cancer. This is where it is. This is how far along it is. Here's all the data. Run 1 billion experiments overnight about the best course of action for medicine. And then come back the next day and be like, the output of the AI running 1 billion simulations is like, this is exactly what you should do and it'll fix it. And that's like fucking sick.
Yeah.
It's like unthinkable, you know? It's exciting. So Neely, good for you, my friend. Congratulations. Sorry you have to hear us again. Probably a little more easy to, especially when you have to listen to Dustin, right? You'd rather just read that on the bottom of the screen, you know?
It is ironic. We have someone here that, what it sounds like naturally lost their hearing.
Yeah.
And Colin actively talks about all the different ways he's actively trying to destroy, the gift of hearing that he was, natural hearing, just like, fuck that.
I'm not trying to destroy it. In some way, I feel like I'm lucky. All musicians get tinnitus really bad, like professional musicians. Ramon is dealing with it. It's funny because when I was a kid, I've said this, so it's so funny, like how times have changed so much. When I would go to my first concerts in middle school or whatever, no one wore ear protection. You didn't see one person in the crowd wearing anything on their ears. And most of the time, the musicians also weren't wearing anything in their ears. They had monitors blaring shit into their faces and all the rest. And no one, it's what I've said about suntan lotion in the past or whatever, where it's like, my parents never told me to put on lotion. Never one fucking time did they tell me you might get sunburn. And the same thing with like going to concerts and playing drums. When I started playing drums in middle school, my parents were never like, dude, what is going on in here? Like, this is so loud. Are you doing? And it's like, no, I would just play the drums like with no ear protection on. And my drum teacher didn't ask me to do anything. It's just like, it's funny how sensitive people have become to it. But I feel like I'm lucky. Like, I feel like I'm actually in decent shape. And I think a lot of it, it could deteriorate rapidly. I have no idea. But I think it's because it's level of exposure, but also like how long you're exposed to it. So I don't think going to a loud ass concert for 2 hours every month is going to do anything to you. And I also stopped playing drums when I went to college for years because I couldn't do it anymore because I had nowhere to play. So I think it's like why I'm lucky that I stopped smoking or started smoking weed only when I was in college heavily. Because I didn't shoot myself in the head when I was 15. I did it when I was like 19 or 20. So I had a little more developmental thing going on there. So I don't mean to be disrespectful with what I'm doing to my ears. It's just, and I would never play drums without ear protection anymore. I actually can't imagine that I even did that. It's crazy. It's so fucking loud. It hurts. But I, honest to Christ, don't understand listening to music at anything but the loudest volume. Like, I just don't. I don't just put it on the background. When I put on my Bluetooth speaker when I work out, it's music at the fucking loudest the Bluetooth speaker goes. Like the loudest my phone goes and the loudest the Bluetooth speaker goes. When I have headphones on, it's like, I got to blare it out, man. It's music.
I do that with my car. And it's funny because sometimes I'll leave my car at home in New York, or I have left it at home periodically, just for my parents to have an extra car. Like they get more use out of it in upstate New York than I would in, very walkable part of LA. But my default volume in the car is pretty fucking loud. And so my mom, she'll go into the car and then she'll start it up and then it'll immediately like flashbang her. and I'll get a call like, Christopher, what'd you do?
Yeah. You gotta turn the volume down right when you're turning the car off, Yeah,
I've gotten into the habit of doing it. Like before I go back home here, I'm like, all right, time to put it down to. But I don't even understand, like when the volume's at like 10 or something in the car, I'm like, I can't even fucking hear this. Like, what is the point of even having this volume? Like it should just go up to like 50 or 60 or 70 or something.
It's not Muzak and Kmart, like I want this shit to be fucking in my face,
Right.
But I listen to music passively if I'm working out, but otherwise I very rarely passively listen to music. I literally sit down and listen to music every day like a fucking dork because I can't write when I do that. I need silence otherwise, but I also need to listen to something. And I'm like, I really want to listen to this song. I get really into specific songs and albums and just listen to them over and over again and then just kind of wear them out.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You were listening to Breaking Benjamin like just before the show, right?
Yeah, man. I was saying to you guys, not to be redundant to you guys, but I didn't say it on the show, I guess. But I really, really loved Breaking Benjamin when I was in college. Their first record, Saturate, came out when I was a freshman, or when I was going into my freshman year in college, and I love that record. Oh my god, I fucking love that record. It's so good. But and their second record's great too. But then I fell off with them, and I was just saying how it's like they're like a ship of Theseus at this point because they're all different except for the singer. And that kind of bothers me a little bit. It makes it hard to get into it. It's how I was talking to Mike about it earlier. It's how I feel about the band Zebrahead. Like I really loved that band. their first 3 records, it was like the same group, and then it's like all different people now. Like, well, it's not fucking Zebrahead anymore.
Yeah, but I mean, that's still Benjamin, you know?
Yeah, it's true. And that's what I was
He's
saying.
still
Like, he is the
breaking.
singer-songwriter, you know, like it is him.
Yeah.
It's like Dashboard Confessional is, you know, that, you know, Karaba guy or whatever. It's like, it's not really the band, or Marilyn Manson, you know?
Yeah, for me, the band is the lead singer ultimately. I do think like there is a special sauce between like the original mix of people for sure, and like if it loses a bassist or something, or a guitarist, or even if they lose everybody over time, that definitely changes the equation. But I don't know. For me, I would rather lose the bassist, the guitarist, and the drummer than the lead singer. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I agree with you 100%, and it's really that's what happened in Zebrahead is they have a singer and a rapper, but they lost their singer, and I was like, well,
yeah, that's yeah.
And the new guy sounds like a guy doing an impression of that guy, you know. It's like, it's not really, it's kind of weird. But it's interesting. I agree with you generally speaking, because Stone Temple Pilots are one of my favorite bands, especially their first 4 records. Just absolutely love those albums. And, you know, their singer, Scott Weiland, dying changed everything, even though he wasn't really the writer of the songs. It's the brothers, the bass player and the guitarist, that wrote everything. And it's like, yeah, but it's still not the same. But then you think of a band like Alice in Chains, where Lane Staley dies, but it's Jerry Cantrell that writes everything, and they still tour as Alice in Chains. But for me, I'm like, it's not, it just doesn't work for me. You know, I have a really hard time with it for some reason. And I think a lot of it has to, you know, I'm wearing my Transistor sweatshirt. My favorite band is the original lineup since 1990. They technically had a guitarist first when they were in like high school or whatever, but a different guitarist. But so I've taken that for granted. And that's why we talked about, I remember when Linkin Park got back together, I was like, well, what is... And like the more I hear and the more I see of it, the more I'm like, I don't think so, guys. But it seems like I'm in the minority on that. So
no, I think most people are kind of like, that's fine, you know. Which is, I think, for me, Linkin Park is like, that's a tragic one. You know what I mean? Because that's not even just like somebody left. That's my feeling is like, just name the band something else. Is kind of how I feel about it. Like, if you're not gonna have Chester, like, and I get it, because like Chester wasn't a part of Linkin Park originally, so It's like, it's kind of like, I get that, but
they should go back to their, weren't they called Zero or something like that with an X? They should just have gone back to that name without him, and then they became Linkin Park.
I think that's why the new album is called From Zero. I think it's because it's like,
oh, I see.
The idea is like it's going back. I guess it's, you know, I listen to it. It's like 50% fine, 50% eh. I don't hate it, but there's some stuff on there that I think is cool, but.
Anyway,
you're not getting back to Meteora, you know, which is my personal favorite.
That's so funny. That's
Hybrid Theory, but
yeah, Meteora is great. Meteora is a great record. Hybrid Theory is my favorite for sure. Hybrid Theory is very unique. I only know their first 3 albums, so I can't even compare it to anything else. But Hybrid Theory is like its own thing. It sounds very specific. There's nothing like it anywhere. It's like a very it's very nostalgic record for me. Very, very nostalgic. Everybody in high school had that album. If you were in any car, at any football or hockey game, fucking commercials, MTV, dude, that's a diamond certified nu metal record. It's fucking crazy.
My parents had that record when I was a kid, which is one of the most confusing things in the world, by the way. But because they do not listen to that at all, but they had it. So that speaks to, I get it. Like that, for me, Breaking the Habit tips the scales for me, because like that music video is so memorable, and I love that song. To a degree that's probably my favorite Linkin Park song. I think it sticks with me.
Yeah, I've said before. I've told you before. It's funny. Meteora is not my favorite record, but "Don't Stay" is my favorite Linkin Park song, which is the track 2 on Meteora.
Yeah,
I love the scratching in the beginning of that song. It's actually really the only song on the record that sounds. I like that they put it first because it sounds like a Hybrid Theory song, and so it blends the albums together in some way if you listen to them in order. Anyway.
We should do a podcast. We should do an episode about music at some point.
Yeah, we should.
I don't know what we're doing.
Yeah, we should. We should just make it a consolation episode or something. Ramon and I did an episode a while ago talking about about music, and we wanted to do. And he already made his playlist, but we wanted to do something on nu metal specifically, and like the how nu metal came back, and how he gives me my props these days, because he kind of fell off. He became embarrassed about it, much like Wes Borland left Limp Bizkit for a while, right? Like, people became embarrassed about this stuff, and I'm like, no, I always loved it. And he gives me credit because he's like, yeah, you really did always Oh, like you had the Limp Bizkit records. No one will listen, like the Unquestionable Truth and all this shit that like no one even cared about and all this. And I'm like, yeah, I always loved nu metal. So yeah, we should do a musical. We all play music. It's a major part of all of our lives.
Yeah.
And didn't you just go to a couple of Iron Maiden shows? Right.
I went to one in Pittsburgh.
I thought you had some multiple ones.
So yeah, I ended up not going to the one in Baltimore. But yeah, I was just at it. It was
You didn't
fantastic.
want to get stabbed?
No, well, I mean, yeah, man, Baltimore. I've been there too many times. But yeah, it was just
Is
not a good
Baltimore
time.
crazy? I haven't
really
heard
bad,
anything
dude.
about Baltimore.
Baltimore's really
I know that
bad.
bridge collapsed or whatever.
Oh yeah,
Is that right?
That has nothing to do with why it's bad. It's just a really bad place. I think I don't know the whole history of this stuff, but I'm pretty sure like it was like what Trenton, Baltimore, a few other places had like really bad racial unrest in the 60s, and then I think just never really economically recovered from them or whatever. Very similar to how the South was in such bad shape after the Civil War until World War II, basically. Just like different kind of dynamics at play that that really fucked that place up. Because it has a really, I mean, I've only been there to like go to the waterfront and stuff, so I've never spent, but it's supposed to be really bad. If you watch, I've recommended the obscure YouTube channel before, Charlie Bow, and he does like these drive-throughs, like just no commentary, just drive-throughs of ghettos and bad places around the United States, and it's like, man, it's bad. It's crazy that this is what I was saying. Remember when I said, guys, if I was a billionaire and I was like, I wanted to be philanthropic and I wanted to have like a mission, like, I want to feed children or I want to do something good, right? I'd be like, I want to get rid of urban blight. Here's billions of dollars, knock this shit down and bury it. At least let nature reclaim these places. Why are we forcing, like, you go down these streets and there's like 17 bombed out houses and then someone living in a house. And it's like, maybe we should just relocate this person and let the woods grow here or something, like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
It's so sad that there's like so much just dereliction of, I don't know, whatever. All right. Let's get into the news. It's time. And I'm happy for everyone today. Bug Bass having a fucking day. Neely 4x4.
Oh, yo, real quick.
Yeah.
I got a correction for myself.
I just want to specify that wrestling video we talked about earlier, it's actually Mae Young is in the full clip, but the woman getting hit with the guitar is the fabulous Moolah, all right? And then Mae Young comes in later and Jeff Jarrett hits her with a leg lock and it's hysterical. If you go on YouTube and look for Jeff Jarrett attacks Mae Young, it's very funny, but I don't want to get a million comments be like, that's not her. She is in it, but it's in the full clip.
You look pretty.
Oh, thank you.
Delete your
You always look
comment. The
Delete your
comment's already
comments.
there.
Delete your
Delete it
comments.
now.
Delete it, nerd.
All right. Let's get into the news here. I wanted to do a PSA real quick for those pinching pennies, which is everyone. I mean, everyone should be pinching pennies. Why wouldn't you? PlayStation Blog posts their Black Friday deals. Some exciting stuff going on here. All right. So direct.playstation.com starting November 22nd. You can save up to 25% off on DualSense controllers and up to 40% on PSVR 2. I think that's a pretty nice deal.
That's
I mean,
insane.
at that price, I got to do an episode with PSVR without parole. Again, because people have been writing and saying like there is like shit going on there, and there are games coming to it. People are playing them. I don't know anything going on it, so that seems like a good price. 40% off of what was it? 500, right?
Yeah, the
Yeah, I think
bundle is
so, yeah.
500.
So
maybe?
$300.
That's pretty good.
I
I mean,
if
it's
you're
still,
looking for
it's not cheap, but it's
No,
like
it's still a lot of money,
definitely
but
better than
you've
way
been thinking
better
about
than
it.
before.
And then the controllers, 25% off. All right. And then participating retailers are offering PS5 consoles, PlayStation VR 2 games, PS5 accessories, including DualSense wireless controllers, Pulse Elite wireless headsets, Pulse Explorer wireless earbuds are also available at all these retailers globally. Some of them will be on sale, depending on, I guess, where you shop. You can get up to 30% off on a 12-month membership of PlayStation Plus, 30% off, 25% off for the remainder of your membership when you upgrade to Extra, and 30% off if you upgrade from Extra to Premium or Deluxe. So that's nice. And then a bunch of games are on sale. So you can get cheaper versions when the sale begins November 22nd. So that's the day this goes live, by the way. So now Spider-Man 2, Star Wars Outlaws, Hogwarts Legacy, Madden NFL 24, or that's 25, and others. It says hundreds of PS5 and PS4 games will be on sale. So just a PSA for everyone looking to save a little bit of money. Now is the time.
Quick correction, Colin, to
Yeah,
save
please.
us from comments again.
Yeah, go ahead.
The PSVR 2 Call of the Mountain bundle is $600. The standard one is $550. Just for anyone out there.
I paid $600 for that thing.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I
Christ.
think I don't know if that was the launch price, but that's the current price on PlayStation Direct. So
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's
That's something.
dude, listen, I think about a lot of things. So it's not like it means anything, but I think about it all the time. I think about playing it all the time. I just don't do it. Actually, I set up the PS5 Pro right after the show went live last week, and I was in my loft and it was just sitting there. We have it around like a stuffed animal, just sitting like on the stuffed animal to kind of protect it. And I'm like, dude, I haven't put this thing on since the week it was here. And I played just some of the Horizon game and that was it. I don't know. It was because I was upset that I felt like I couldn't find the sweet spot. You know?
Oh, yeah.
common experience or a familiar experience.
You're funny, aren't you?
Oh,
You're a funny one. Oh, PlayStation Gear is also on sale if you want to go to gear.playstation.com. They have some cool stuff there, actually. Someone had written in, we didn't use it, but saying that like one of the best selling items there right now is the Concord sweatshirt.
nice.
Because they definitely didn't believe in it, guys. They believed in it so little that they started making merch for it before it even came out. Yeah.
That's so crazy.
All right.
I would love a Concord shirt.
Go get one.
Yeah.
All right. So this is more of like a PSA 2 because I don't really have anything to say about it. I don't know enough about tech to even care about this, but Insider Gaming reports from a Chinese leaker on a forum over in China that's a known hardware leaker named Zhang Zhonghao. I don't know if this is the person's real name or a script, probably unlikely. More of a screen name. It says PS6 rumors suggest console will use AMD's UDNA architecture. It says, quote, the PlayStation 5 is 4 years old, and that means it's time for rumors of the next generation PlayStation 6 to pick up more steam. According to a new rumor on a Chinese forum, known hardware leaker Zhang Zhonghao, the PS6 will use AMD's next-gen UDNA GPU architecture within the console. It's the same architecture AMD will use in its Radeon 9000 series GPUs starting in 2026. It was also reaffirmed that the console itself will utilize either a Zen 4 or Zen 5 CPU. The CPU decision, however, remains undecided per this claim. Dustin, translate.
It makes sense.
Translate first from the original Chinese.
Oh.
And then translate the technological ramifications as well.
Well, I don't want to sound racist with the Chinese
fair enough.
explanation, so
Fair
I'll
enough.
just skip that part. But there's not too much. It's not surprising in that they're going with AMD again. I remember it was like a month or two ago, there was like something about PlayStation is not going to use NVIDIA. And it's like, no shit. They're not going to switch a GPU architecture because they will potentially sacrifice all backwards compatibility. So the move to stick with AMD is not surprising. So I would expect PlayStation 6 to be backwards compatible with this. That's about it.
Chris, what does it do for you that we have to talk about this console now?
It's upsetting.
Yeah.
Considering, I just got having just got the PS5 Pro and just like set it up to hear like, let's look to the future. I'm like, let's maybe like relax in the present for a little bit.
Yeah.
I feel it's just too early for me, in my opinion, to be talking about this. I know that this is around the time that these kind of rumors start percolating. Let's give it a little bit longer. Let's breathe a bit.
It's interesting just because, I agree with you completely, but also I don't know why I have this intrinsic need in me to believe that the generation is going to be longer than it usually is. I don't know why I feel that way. It doesn't feel like there's any reason to turn the page yet. Because going back previous generations, what's funny is this is the exact month, or I guess it was November or October when Xbox 360 came out in 2005, and that was 4 years from Xbox. And it's kind of amazing that things could move that quickly, or they can move as slowly as the transition from PS2 to PS3, PS3 to PS4, or maybe even slower. I want it to slow down, and my hope is that it will. But let's tamp down the PS6 rumors for a little while, especially the ones that I don't understand, like anything technologically based. All right. This is a piece of news. I don't know that we really give a shit about this. I'm almost tired of hearing about it. I want to talk about this more to see what you guys think about what the future could hold. But mobilegamer.biz, we cite them only once or twice a year when something, because they do good reporting over there, but it's not our beat really. But because PlayStation has a mobile initiative, a nascent mobile initiative, they do report on that stuff. And this is where it all comes from. They say here that Olivier Courtemarche is PlayStation's new head of mobile. The former Meta and Zynga exec steps into the role, having shared PlayStation Mobile leadership duties with ex-Kabam BizDev exec Chris Davis since June 2023. So I wrote here in our notes, they're just rearranging the deck chairs, it seems. I don't really know what this means for us. People will recall that we've reported on this from multiple angles. Most recently, in PlayStation Studios family, the studio Neon Koi, that was previously known as Savage, a Western European-based studio. There's actually two locations. I think one in Finland, one in Germany, or there was. Sony bought these guys a couple of years ago with a mobile game in mind. This initiative to buy this studio was led by the ex-Apple arcade lead that worked at Sony and then kind of unceremoniously left afterwards. Savage was renamed into Neon Koi last year, or maybe even earlier this year. And then Sony announced, along with the closure of Firewalk following Concord's release, that Neon Koi would also be closed. This kind of signaled to us that maybe they were just abandoning mobile completely. And we had said at the time, I remember because I was on LinkedIn being creepy and I was looking at people's LinkedIns and I was like, I'm on LinkedIn all the time. I love thinking that these people see me because I'm logged in. So it's like people can see me popping up. I'm always looking at shit on LinkedIn in research for this show. And I noticed that both Courtemarche and Davis hadn't changed their titles as co-heads of PlayStation Mobile. So I was saying at the time, it doesn't sound like they're shutting the initiative down. They're maybe restarting it. Maybe they're going to just work with an external developer at this point and not need to internalize this sort of stuff. So now we have confirmation that one of them is gone. Chris Davis is gone. This Courtemarche guy will take over fully. Nicola Sebastiani is, of course, the guy from Apple Arcade that bounced last year. And obviously the entire direction he had PlayStation Mobile going into was wrong, or at least wasn't working out well. Chris, let's go to you first, because this is why I wanted to bring all this up, not only to keep the record straight and clear since we report on all these things, but where do we go from here? I'm of the mind, now I know I'm more aggressive than a lot of people in this sense, but I believe Sony should make either mobile versions of a few of their games moving forward, or have a couple of mobile games, like mobile-centric Call of Duty Warzone style, or more mobile, Call of Duty Mobile rather style games. I don't think it's a bad idea at all. I don't. The question is, like, what are they going to do and what should it look like?
Yeah, I think the days of dedicated mobile games are kind of over, or at the very least they're starting to fade away. I think what we want now, and what we've seen works ever since Fortnite and Call of Duty went mobile, is that you either want a separate SKU of something that already exists on mobile, or you want those games to just be natively available on mobile in some capacity in a way that interlink with the console or PC versions of the very same games. I think that's kind of the route you want to go. And based on, I guess, Wipeout before, they were kind of maybe in a bit of an older model, like a model that was more, I guess, like, based in like 2012, 2013, 2014 logic of, mobile needs dedication. It needs like dedicated, this is a game that you could get on mobile and that's it. And, keep the ecosystem separate. But I think now we're seeing kind of like a link between those ecosystems is probably beneficial for the bottom line a lot more so. And so I don't know. My assumption is that that's the strategy that they're going to go with. I would imagine that Horizon is probably in those plans. That multiplayer game that they're talking about in some capacity, because first of all, it would be weird for it not to be, in my opinion. If that is the mobile market going forward and they are all in on a Horizon multiplayer game, I don't see why you wouldn't also kind of tap into mobile, especially if you're already using the IP to collaborate with Nintendo and other things like that. Why not jump into the mobile space as well? And also, I just think the days of like building dedicated libraries for dedicated pieces of software or dedicated pieces of hardware are kind of over. Like, I think the big reason why the Steam Deck is as successful as it is because it kind of it's a portable version of what your existing library. It's an easy sell because you understand you're going to get immediate utility out of it. And I think if they can figure that out in kind of a reverse engineered way with the phone, where it's just like, okay, you can get a phone. You have a phone. Now you have access to, if you have a PlayStation account, hey, you have certain games on there that you already own, or maybe you can buy, or you can take part in like a free version of them. Like there are certain games that have free versions of them where it's like they like maybe play an ad or something, and the cost of entry is lower. I don't know. I would imagine that that's kind of the area or the direction that they're going to go, because that's really the only direction I see succeeding for mobile. Because the days of dedicated mobile games, I think, are gone.
Yeah, it's interesting insight. I think I've been thinking as you've been talking, you might have just stumbled upon what the solution really is, which is, and Dustin will get you involved here, is perhaps the move is, all right, we bought this studio, Savage or Neon Koi, to make something unique. Like you said, we're kind of late to the game there. Maybe it doesn't make a lot of sense for us to have these segregated games. So we keep the pipeline intact, or at least some sort of structure for mobile gaming intact. We let Neon Koi go since they're not equipped to do what we need to do. And then we either go and partner with, or even purchase a Nix's like studio that's known for their mobile work on games that are already in the pipeline or whatever. So that might be the solution. Because I don't want people to think that this is their abandonment of mobile gaming or whatever. It's not. And I think it's very similar to how I feel about multi-platform releases in some sense. It's like, you got to kind of do it. And if you want these things to be engagement machines, you really got to go where the people are. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, look at Nintendo's mobile strategy. They worked specifically with DNA, and I think they still do to this day. Like Mario Run was joint between Nintendo and DNA, and then also, I guess, associated with Nintendo, but Pokemon, also the new card game, also in partnership with DNA. So instead of trying to spin up mobile developers within, they just went to someone who is established in that field and was able to co-create something with them. And I think that's probably the smarter approach, especially since so many things have gone wrong from their, I guess they're not building studios from scratch, but trying to do it internally, take it to someone who already has a lot of experience and not a new developer that's building a game for the first time. That way you just have that level of expertise going into it.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to watch this play out, because they have been trying so hard for years to figure this out. Remember PlayStation Minis and Ericsson phones and all these different things they were trying to do to make bite-sized games. There were some good PlayStation Minis too. That game, there was a game called A Space Shooter for $2. I don't know if you guys remember that game. It was really, really cute. And they've tried. And then they started even paying to adapt. Like they paid and published the Plants vs. Zombies Vita port because they were going in the other direction, realizing that good games were coming from there too. So they've been trying to breach this place for a long time. And I hope they do, because I just think, well, I think you both hit the nail on the head, but I think, Chris, you spoke to it first, which was the idea of just having an interoperability. And it's funny, you were talking about the Horizon multiplayer game. My mind actually goes to the Horizon NC Soft game, which is more of an MMO and maybe would make, because didn't Final Fantasy 14 just come to mobile?
Yeah, I think it's like it's not exactly the same version as what's on PC, but it's maybe like a Realm Reborn. That's what Brad was saying.
Oh, that's cool.
The other day, but it's some form of Final Fantasy 14.
It seems like that's the direction we're going. Of course, we'll have other remote play and small screen options, so we'll talk about in a little while, that are exciting too. All right. Dustin, some news for all. Well, actually, Chris, you're playing Final Fantasy VII recently, so this is news for all of us. Video Games Chronicle reports Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3's plot is complete as the game enters full production. So they were able to translate a Japanese report from Japanese website 4Gamer. And it was a conversation with Yoshinori Kitase, producer of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and its director Naoki Hamaguchi as well. And they mentioned that the team is working on Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3, I guess you would call it for now. I guess we can speculate what the name will be. I'm sure it'll follow the RE sort of Final Fantasy VII Retard. But I'm curious what if you guys are excited about this. I mean, dude, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, it was fucking excellent. Just absolutely immaculate. I loved it. There was things wrong with the pacing, too much to do, perhaps. but really fun. And if just the way it works into the original Final Fantasy VII, and I won't spoil anything, but just the way the games all sit apart is the heart of it. Why it's so brilliant. It doesn't undo anything. It gives you different interpretations on them, which is pretty cool. So, Dustin, where's your excitement level for Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 now that we know that it's in full development apparently over at Square Enix?
Yeah, this is super exciting. And I'm sure it's an intimidating thing for them because they really took the core of the original remake and expanded on it so much with the more open world or open worlds, I guess, with all the different areas that you can go to. So I'm really happy to see that they're not, I'll put it bluntly, wasting their time with DLC. Don't get me wrong, the Yuffie DLC was cool, but if that would have meant that we got Rebirth sooner, then absolutely forget about it, right? So to see them just go straight into it, already working on it, hopefully it means we don't have to wait as long for it. But I'm glad to see I wasn't concerned that they weren't going to finish it, but with them, of course, being unsatisfied with sales, it's like, uh-oh, what does this mean? But I'm glad to see they're right into it. I wonder if it means it could be a smaller scale than the last one, which might be disappointing. But either way, the quality has been there through and through. So I would expect nothing but greatness.
I don't think they're going to do it, but it would be. I wouldn't mind at all if they went back and treated the story like a diamond, where it was like, small and then widens out and then narrows back down to where it was like a Final Fantasy VII Remake 1 type game.
Yeah. I'd be okay with that.
But they're not going to do that, because the one thing we know about it is they were talking about how the high wind will be in the game and you'll be able to fly around the map and stuff like that. So,
right.
Which is the airship in the game. I think there was a way for them to do maybe Vincent DLC that would connect the games in a very similar way to how they connected the game with the two games with Yuffie. But I am glad they didn't do that too, because they kind of had the excuse. It made a lot of sense. It was necessary, unless you wanted to put that in the beginning of the game, which you could have, and made the game even fucking longer than it already was. But you had to get Yuffie in there somehow. But it was also their way, like we noted, to get the game on PS5. So, but it was very clever DLC because you had to play it. Like, you definitely don't have the context of the game if you skipped it. You're missing parts of it. So, Chris, you're in the midst of it right now. I guess we'll talk about it in a little while. I don't know if it makes sense to talk about it too deeply now, but are you excited about a part 3? It will at least allow us to gauge how you feel about your experience with Rebirth so far.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I think these games are very specific for me, where like sometimes I'm really into them, and then sometimes I'm really not feeling them at all. And it's like it's a very finicky kind of game, because sometimes like I like the combat. I like any time that I'm controlling characters and casting spells and strategizing between different debuffs and stuff like that. Like, that's like the meat of the game for me, that I think is fun. I even like some of the checkbox open world style stuff. That's cool. But at the same time, there's some times where I'm just locked in a long stretch of not being able to do those things that kind of that bothers me. But I'm kind of with you guys, where I'm like, I'm not opposed to the idea of like, narrow, like a narrow, open, narrow kind of progression kind of through these games. I wouldn't mind if the last game kind of narrowed out a little bit, but like, as you said, it's probably not going to be the case. But I'm looking forward to it. How far away do you think this is, though? I mean, this is probably like what, like 3?
Yeah, 27 probably. You'd say,
yeah,
right?
So there's time. You know, I worry I'm not going to be as burnt out by the time this game comes out, because I won't have finished Rebirth the day this next one comes out, which is nice. That's what I did with Rebirth a little bit. I burned myself out of it by going into Remake, or starting Remake and then immediately jumping into Rebirth.
Yeah, that's what I did too, and I think I might have hurt myself there a little bit as well. Yeah, especially because I tried to play Rebirth so completely, and I did, but I loved it nonetheless. Like it. I think you have to criticize the things you love too, but there's just no doubt that that's like the best game of the year, in my opinion. Like, there's just no doubt. Metaphor gets pretty close, I got to admit, but not. Yeah. But maybe it'll surprise me at the end. But
yeah. I will say the soundtrack is killer, man. Like the soundtrack might be the main driving force for me going through it, because it's just like, it's so memorable in it's nostalgic for me, even though I don't have any memories associated with that soundtrack. I've said that about Final Fantasy VII Remake before, but it's truly special whenever a soundtrack can elicit feelings of like, oh, I miss this time, even though you have no association with it. It's very reminiscent of like the early Star Wars movies where like that twin sons theme of like Luke looking out, and it's like that specific melody. It's like, damn, that hits. No, like regardless of context. But yeah,
agreed.
Looking forward to it.
100%. It's literally nostalgic for me, but I totally understand what you mean about. I have nostalgia for things I didn't experience in places I never was. You know, so I totally get it. I totally get it. That's why I love old things. I love old things. and I'm becoming an old thing myself. All right. This is an exciting piece of news, in my opinion. Inverse interviewed Masaki Hayasaka, who is the producer of Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake. Micah's playing it on Switch right now. She really likes it. I bought it on PS5, but have not played it yet. But I'm hearing good things. Apparently, it's selling very well, which is good news, especially in Japan. Not a huge surprise there since they are obsessed with Dragon Quest. But in this interview that was Dragon Quest III related, there was an interesting question asked at the end, and this is what's been circulating around the internet, and I'm very, very excited to see it. He's asked, so Hayasaka is asked by Inverse quote, with Live Alive, did we figure out how to say that? Is that right? Is it
I hear it different all the time.
Me
still.
too. I swear to God, Per Schneider told me that it's back in the day that it's a Live Alive. And he speaks Japanese but then people are like, that's not what it is. And I'm like, all right. So I really have no idea. But anyway, and now Dragon Quest III, are there any other classic Square RPGs that you'd like to see get similarly remade? Why do you think the HD 2D style works so well for remakes? Hayasaka says this, quote, it's not that we have concrete plans for this, but personally, I would have to say Final Fantasy VI. Octopath Traveler, the first HD 2D title, was developed while referencing Final Fantasy VI, as it had the highest quality pixel art. I would love to see how the game we referenced would look with the HD 2D art style. Because this art style itself was created while referencing such titles, it's highly compatible with games originally made using pixel art. This compatibility is probably why people feel the style is a match made in heaven with these types of remakes, end quote. Oh boy. I think you let the cat out of the bag, in my opinion. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it sounds, well, we've been saying this really for a long time now, starting with the Live Alive, Live Live, whatever, that it's like, man, please do Final Fantasy VI. And so, I mean, especially now, you mentioned the sales for Dragon Quest III have been insane. Holly's playing it now on Switch, so she's been enjoying it. But yeah, I'm curious too, like, we've seen enough of these. Is the plan to just, like, if they did this, what other, and they did Star Ocean also just this year.
Yeah, the second story or whatever.
I just bought that on Amazon today for $20.
Oh,
so it's on sale right now
on PS5 or PS4?
On PS5.
Oh, nice.
No, PS5. So yeah, very exciting. Would love to see this. But the next thing I'm going to say relates to the question, so I'll let you.
Oh yeah, I have. Sorry, I had a full screen thing open for the next. I didn't know it was going to get kicked back to me. I totally forgot to read this person. I have a fucking PDF open from Remedy. But we'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah.
The Snack Squatch wrote in and said, hey guys, the director of Dragon Quest III 2D HD has stated in an interview that he would love to remake Final Fantasy VI using the 2D HD graphics. I personally think this would be the way to go over a remake like Final Fantasy VII Remake. Colin, with your love of the game, what would you like to see? Dustin, if this ends up happening, will you actually finish the game? Just kidding. Thanks for all you guys do. I'm personally would be very amped to see this. It's obvious that Octopath Traveler used Final Fantasy VI as a reference point. You can just see it in the way the game looks. They look like they're the same, from the same world almost. Final Fantasy VI is truly beautiful. It's in my opinion, an absolutely stunning mid to late SNES game, 1994 release. But God, it's frustrating how isolated and like, why are they keeping this game so far away from everybody? This is the one, in my opinion, that is the dominant force in Final Fantasy, and a lot of people feel that way. And it's like Symphony of the Night in for Castlevania in some sense. It's like, no, you got to eventually just give this a little bit of love. Like this particular game, though it falls in the middle of this run of really great games, Final Fantasy VI is fucking sick. So that's what I would like to see, because not everything can be or should be Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'll say again, without spoiling 7 Remake, is that Final Fantasy VII still exists, and it's not really a remake. It's an alternate history or an alternate universe version of it. And that in and of itself is the meta that's necessary to remake it so completely. But most games, if not any other, should ever be treated like that, because that should be a one-off kind of thing. Like, I think, for instance, the Final Fantasy 13 trilogy is inevitably going to get re-released, right? And they don't need to fuck with it. Just make it HD and fix some QOL things and just like, so give Final Fantasy VI the love it deserves, because it really had, outside of the pixel remaster and the fucking Game Boy Advance re-release and the kind of dubious PS1 ports, it's like, what are we doing here? Like, let's go. So I'm excited about it, about the potential of it. But I think he said we don't have, and again, it's all up to the translation and stuff, but it sounds to me like they are talking about it and that it's going to happen, and that they'd be fucking stupid not to do it. And they'd be stupid, by the way, not to do it for Dragon Quest. They're already doing it for Dragon Quest 1 and 2, and they'll complete the Erdrick trilogy. 4, 5, and 6 can all get the same treatment. Their SNES games, their Super Famicom games, perfectly within that realm too. There's a shit ton of games they could do that for. Anyway, I've gone on and on. Dustin, back to you.
Yeah. I wonder too, imagine if they do Final Fantasy VI, then after that, the next logical target is Chrono Trigger. If they're able to do, I would assume they're able to do that. Like there wouldn't be any kind of rights. I know there was some weird rights with some of the anime sequences, but I think they'd be able to work that out.
Yeah, figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah. And as far as it getting a big budget remake, I know we've brought this up before, but there was that one interview where the one director was like, it would take us like 10 years or something.
I think he said 30
years to do it.
I was like, what? I mean, that would take you 30 years, but yeah, he's right. It wouldn't. 6 is a much bigger game than 7, so it would be incredibly complex to do that.
Right, and they just from when I was playing 6, you think about it, with a game with pixel art, you can still tell an amazingly in-depth and personal story.
Hell yeah. But
it is still somewhat condensed in a way, just because you're dealing with like these little characters. They're not really like, they're not like mocapped or anything like that. So it would take a huge degree of expansion still to remake it. So as cool as that would be, I don't see them doing that after Remake. So, or Final Fantasy VII Remake. So 2D HD is the way to go.
Yeah, you're talking about a game with like so many playable characters. It's incredible. I don't even know how you would do it. And a lot of optional shit too, which is cool. Oh, 6 was so good, man. Love it. Do you have anything you want to say, Chris? It's not really your wheelhouse, but
yeah, I can't even. I have no idea.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. All right, back to the thing that I had opened before. Remedy released some financial statements and kind of did a presentation here. And it's interesting because they talk a lot about their game sales, and I linked into it. If you guys want to look at it later, you can, but people should go look it up if they want, because a lot of companies don't do this. And this is one of the great things about the success or the independence of publishers, or I'm sorry, developers like this, is that they seem to be much more transparent. It reminds me a little bit of Yacht Club and how they always break down like the exact console sales and everything. It's like you very rarely get insight. But I wanted to bring this point up, is that apparently Alan Wake 2 has sold nearly 2 million copies, 1.8 million, I think is the number, and hasn't broken even. I know we keep bringing this up, but how did that not break even at this point? They get their 70% split at 1.8 million. It should be more than $50 million. The games are not being made. Like Control 2 has a budget of 50 million euros. So I'm so confused by what's going on with this. And I encourage people to go look at it if they want. I mean, there's a lot of data in there.
Yeah. I'm curious if, I don't know, Dustin, do you feel like, because it's not on Steam, which is the most confusing thing to me. Like, I don't know. I know that there's an Epic deal and all that, but like,
right.
I wonder how much that affects it, because I know people who will just not play on Epic at all and are strictly PC people. I wonder if that actually fucked them up a little bit.
The question that I have is that what were their sales like? If it's sold this much and still hasn't broken even, then they were expecting it to sell even higher. I was looking, like I just quickly searched Alan Wake 1 sales. It sold 1.4 million copies in its first year and a half. And by 2015, and I believe this is from Paste Magazine, it says it sold 4.5 million by 2015. So many, many years later at that point. So I'm kind of just wondering what they were expecting making a very direct sequel to, at this point, a game that is borderline considered retro. Not quite, but from that era, it doesn't quite line up for me. And then as far as the Steam thing, I certainly think it would have helped quite a bit. And also just not having a physical presence at launch, I think also had something. But the question I've been wondering is that, are those two factors big enough that held them back? It's certainly something. I just don't know if it would have changed the conversation around the profitability of the game.
Right.
It's 100% return on investment, sales required for upcoming games. So FBC Firebreak, which is that PvE shooter that's in the Control universe, is being made for 30 million euro and needs 3 million copies lifetime for 100% ROI. And then
at full price?
I guess so. Oh, it's mid-price. I'm sorry, it's mid-price.
Oh, mid-price. Okay.
AAA game, Control 2, $50 million or 50 million euro budget, 3 to 4 million copies lifetime to get return on investment. Those numbers are so weird to me because if Control 2 shouldn't be a $70 game, but I don't know if they're going to do it or not. Let me take out my humongous calculator here.
Jesus Christ.
And so if you have a $60 game times 4 million, actually, let's do $60 times 3.5 million, and then we'll multiply. So that's $210 million, but you have to get rid of 30% of it, so 63. So you're looking at like $150 million gross revenue. To me, I just don't. That's $150 million net revenue before tax after the split. So what does this mean? Return on investment with a $50 million or 50 million euro budget. I'm just confused about the math. Are they suggesting that they're going to invest another 50 million euros in marketing Control 2 or something? I'm confused by all this.
You brought up a different point about it being $60. Why wasn't Alan Wake 270? To me, I get that charging 60 is fine, but with all games being 70 now, I don't see why they wouldn't do that.
I don't know that all games are. That's the thing, is that I think that what I've been seeing is that like some level of marginal competition between publishers by not always charging $70. I feel like there is some level of advantage. Like Alan Wake might have been hurt by being $70 in my opinion. If it's only sold 1.8 million at 60, I mean, there's definitely not demand above that. So it's surprising to me that it's sold so softly. It really shows. I mean, it's not. That's the thing, is it's not soft. Like I feel like they should have made their money back on 1.8 million. It's not like a fucking gangbuster success story, but at least you get your money back and you can start again. There's something going on here. Obviously, they have a publishing partner for some of these games. I don't know. I'm confused by all of it. I really highly recommend people go. It's at investors.remedygames.com. If people want to go read it at home, it's a great presentation. It's huge, and you very rarely, if ever, see something like this out of any publisher or developer. It gives all their numbers, like everything about their finances and where they are and where their money's going, and pretty impressive stuff. And by the way, the original Control is fucking sick. If you haven't played that game, you should absolutely go buy it. It might have even been on PS Plus at some point, so you might already own it.
Yeah.
All right. Finally, this one's for you, Chris. Let me see here. I have to open this up. The Direct reports Tom Hardy's Splinter Cell movie is officially dead. It says, quote, Splinter Cell is an iconic game franchise, one that fans have been hoping to see unfold in live action on the big screen, though sadly, that doesn't look to be happening anymore. The film adaptation was officially reported to be in development by Deadline in 2012, with it being revealed later that Tom Hardy was in talks to star as Sam Fisher himself. In 2014, Edge of Tomorrow director Doug Liman was announced as the director of the film, which was being produced by Ubisoft and New Regency as an edgy PG-13 action flick. There had been multiple updates throughout the 2010s regarding filming timetables, but every single one of those had missed their marks. For years, there's been no further word on the status of the long gestating Splinter Cell movie. According, they could. So here's what the, I guess, Basil Iwanick, promoting the 10th anniversary of John Wick, who signed on to produce the Splinter Cell film in 2013, said the following, quote, "That movie would have been awesome, just couldn't get it right script-wise, budget-wise, but it was going to be great. We had a million different versions of it, but it was going to be hardcore and awesome. That's one of the ones that got away, which is really sad," end quote. Chris, what are your thoughts?
I'm sad I couldn't get my fucking clown makeup on before the show, so I could really really fill the role here. First, look, I don't want a Splinter Cell movie at all. I want a game, God forbid. But at the same time, like I love hearing these things. It's like, oh man, it would have been so sick. We couldn't get the script right, but it would have been so sick. What do you mean? What does that mean? Like, the script was terrible. We couldn't figure it out, but like, it would have been so cool. It would have been so cool if we got the script right. It's like, yeah, hypothetically, that's true for everything that sucks. Dustborn could have been fucking dope if it didn't suck.
If it was totally different, yeah.
Yeah, like if it was just completely different and not what it ended up being, it could have been sick. It's like, great, amazing. I don't know. Splinter Cell is just like doomed to me. Like I have no hope for anything. I know they're working on that remaster or that remake. I don't believe it. I just don't believe you anymore. Like it's like, what is that thing? Like, fool me once.
Shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on me. Right?
Yeah.
Isn't that right? I think that's
What's the George Bush version? Do you remember that?
Fool me 3 times. Shame on you again. Because that's really mean. But like, I don't know, man. I look at this and I'm like, not surprised at all. I kind of forgot that there was even a Splinter Cell movie happening. So finding out that it was canceled does me, like, it really affects me in a completely net zero capacity. I just find it so funny how nothing about this franchise seems to be able to stick, and they can't seem to make it work. Even though, in my humble opinion, it is probably one of the easiest things to do correctly that they own. Like outside of like Assassin's Creed, which should have gone to Japan many, many, many moons ago at this point, Splinter Cell is really not difficult to make cool. It's spy shit. People like spy shit. Those 3 green fucking dots are like iconic. People like that shit. Like, and I don't get what's so difficult to figure out about it. It seems like it could be done really, really well. It seems like it could be done really, really well for really, really cheap in comparison. I just don't understand what is so elusive about people who can make Splinter Cell correctly. It doesn't seem that hard.
It's interesting to describe it as, quote, an edgy PG-13 action flick.
Yeah, that sounds so terrible. Like,
I'm reading the website now. Actually, it says filk, but I think they meant flick.
Oh, no. I can't even get even the spelling in the press release for the cancellation isn't correct. Oh, that's like when what is it, Lord of Ring Gollum?
Yeah, that was awesome. Loved that. That was the best. That was the icing on the cake of that one.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get into what we're playing. And I'll go first and just kind of get out of the way quick. I'm still playing Metaphor Refantasio. I'm in like the low 50s hours now. I'm in September, like mid-September in the game. None of these are spoilers, of course. I think it's excellent. There was a major, I was reading a little bit about the people saying this. I had no context for what it was, and I don't know if it's what people are talking about, but I did reach a boss where I was like, this is a major difficulty spike. Like, you really had to think carefully about what you were doing for, in my opinion, like really the first time, where I was like, shit, man, this is tough, because these kinds of games are a little rough in that to level up sacrifices time. And so getting stronger is an option, but it's not the option you really want to go towards if you can help it. You want to do all of your fighting within as little time as possible, which is why I stay in the dungeons and no run away from battles and do all that kind of stuff and just try to be over leveled, if anything. But felt quite under leveled in this particular fight, but I got through it. And so I will say that the one complaint I have about the game more than anything else is the pacing's really bad. There are just, my only experience with one of these games, like a Studio Zero or Persona Team game, is Persona 4, which I really liked. But I feel like it never got bogged down like Metaphor does. There are truly moments where you're not playing the game much for 2 hours at a time. Like I think I said this last week. It's like, Micah was making fun of me the other day, or being like, what are you doing? Because I was in these cutscenes for so long, and you just press triangle so that it just goes forward like a conversation. And I'm like, I just started making myself. I brought my controller, had headphones hooked up to it, and I just had like the controller on the counter, and I was just literally listening to things like making myself food, like totally listening to what they're saying. But I'm like, I know this is not going to end. Like it's just going on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And then you get like a boss fight, and then you just have like another hour. You know, it's like it's cool because I like it, but I think they could have paced it better. It's a lot of lulls and a lot of really strong parts. But overall, I don't want to be too critical on it because I really think it's a special game. I highly recommend it. I also started playing Lego Horizon Adventures. And Shiny Ryuji wrote in about this and said, "Hey, Sacred Crew, I'm just wondering what's going on with the mixed reviews of Lego Horizon Adventures. I'm currently playing with my little brother and we're having a blast. They basically turned HZD into a Saturday morning cartoon. Each mission is basically an episode. The game is quite funny. Also, the game is fucking beautiful, which I know sounds a little weird for a Lego game, but it's incredible. I'm simply not playing a 4 or 5 out of 10 game. So why are some outlets being so harsh to a kids game? This is the highest quality non-Nintendo kids game ever. There is stuff in this game that I guarantee that will be used in Horizon 3 and the multiplayer game." It is definitely not the best kids game that's not a Nintendo game ever. I mean, it's not even close. It's not even the best. I mean, Astrobot is fucking 10 times better than this game. I honestly think this game is pretty mediocre. I am 5 or 6 hours into it. Now, I have quite a bit of experience with Lego games, but not more contemporary ones. And frankly, there haven't been that many released. I mean, Lego games used to be a constant thing, and then they stopped. And the last one I played was when they did this Lego Star Wars game in 2022, I guess. And I played through Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, and then I was kind of bored with it. So I moved on.
That was the compilation game, right? With like it was like all the
it was all 6 movies or whatever.
Skywalker
Saga. Right.
Yeah.
And it was cool. And I don't know why I thought I was getting something more like that. And I'm not saying that of that breadth, of that depth, of that production value, anything like that. But I remember Lego games because I played the Lego Star Wars games pretty extensively. I played one of the Lego Harry Potter games. I platinumed one of the Lego Batman games. So I have a little bit of experience here and there. And I really, really loved the Lego Star Wars collection on Wii, actually, back in the day. That was like kind of an early release for it, which was probably the last time I spent a really enormous amount of time with a Lego game. But I remember them being somewhat stage based, but a lot of it was, and there was a narrative, but a lot of it was about backtracking and kind of like unlocking new characters and all getting multipliers. And this game is really, it's got non-linear trappings, but it's linear in the sense that it is a retelling of Horizon Zero Dawn, which is cool. It is funny, it is funny, and it's cute. The voice acting is really cute. I think Aloy comes out off really well, and which is important because they're trying to rehab her, I think, a little bit, and so I think that like having her come off in a cute way is nice. And I like the trappings of the game, but really it's fairly boring and straightforward when you play it. There's only, as far as I can tell, 4 characters to play as, which is, again, not surprising, but not very Lego-like. And I mean, who else are you going to play as in some sense? So I understand that. But I don't know. You go to a place and there are different worlds, basically. I'm on the 4th world now. And you go to a place and you basically go to it 5 or 6 times in a row. So it'll be like, here's like a jungle, and you're going to do different missions in the jungle. So you find gold bricks at the end of each of the missions. And then you go back to the hub world, and then you go back to the same place and then go through a bunch of the parts you've already gone through to get to a new part of the stage. It's very weird. I don't know. I don't have enough experience to know what the Lego game, like the analog Lego game is for it. But I definitely disagree with Shiny Ryuji that this is like some sort of special game. I don't think it's a 4 or 5. I think if I were at IGN and I was scoring games like I did back in the day, maybe a 6. What I would say is, if you're really into Horizon, like if you're a big Horizon fan, I actually think that maybe you want to take a look at it, because it's if you care about the IP and you want to see a retelling of it and go back to that world, you'll probably find quite a bit to like about it. And if you're into Lego games, maybe you'd be interested in it as well, especially because there seems to be fewer of them for you these days. But otherwise, I don't think it's anything special at all. I mean, if you're looking for a children's game, go play Astrobot. If you're looking for a Lego game, I'm sure there are better Lego games. So really, you have to kind of justify it in some other sense. And I feel like people underestimate, and I've said this before, but how much you can glean out of trophy data. And the trophy data for this game, I think, really speaks loudly, especially when you compare it to a game like Metaphor and game stickiness and how important that is. So, and these are different kinds of games, but think about how deep and complex and how much time a game like Metaphor requires, and think about how depthless a game like Lego Horizon is, for lack of a better term. I just got a trophy 45 hours into Metaphor that 48.7% of players have, which I couldn't believe. I was like, Jesus Christ. Again, I said this last week or 2 weeks ago. How is everyone finding time to play this game so completely? But then you have a game like Lego Horizon Adventures I played for 5 or 6 hours, and I just got a trophy for beating the third world, 32.3%. So people are falling off this game. They're not playing it. I think people are probably finding a similarly somewhat sterile and boring experience. I don't think I want to continue to play it. I will say the combat's fun, but it's very one-dimensional. It's all on the face buttons, which is cool. It's really just on square as your primary attack. You hold it down to kind of shoot a stronger attack, whether it's a spear or an arrow, depending on who you're using or whatever. Each of the playable characters has their own weapon. So one of the characters has like a spear. Aloy uses like a bow and arrow. One of them uses like a kind of a melee weapon. And then you have like special attacks that you can do on the circle button. And the machines, you fight human enemies like other minifigures, and then you fight machines, and they have weaknesses, and they're the Lego versions of the Snapjaw and all that kind of stuff. And you shoot the pieces off them. It's cool, but it's fine. It's totally fine. YP Berserk wrote in and said, "Hey guys, it seems like Lego Horizon is not doing so well. A cursory glance at the Steam charts puts it below even Concord's debut, and the PSN profiles numbers aren't too hot either. While these aren't definitive indications of the game's performance, it does not seem to be a success. Who is the target audience for this game? It'd have to be A, someone who was a fan of the first game, not just someone who played it, someone who enjoyed it enough to play a spinoff. B, be willing to put up with the aesthetic and tone of a Lego game. C, someone willing to play a remake of the first game. And D, be willing to put down $60 for it. The overlap of these circles makes a space on a Venn diagram that would include few people. While the budget is certainly dwarfed by the source material, surely this paltry performance is not what Sony desired. Do you think they had lower expectations since it wasn't their idea to begin with? How did you expect Lego Horizon to perform? It doesn't seem to be doing well at all. I mean, there's no doubt about that. The player base on Steam is low. It has about 2,000 cumulative players on PSN profiles. That's obviously all opt-in. I would assume the game, I don't know, what do you think? A couple 100,000 units at the most, maybe? I mean, I think that's probably fairly generous. But I could be totally wrong. The unknown is Switch. And I'm really curious if anyone's playing it there. That would be remember when all the Xbox games started coming to PS5 and I bought Hi-Fi Rush and I haven't played it yet, but I was like, I gotta just buy it, right? Like, you gotta just buy it. It's like, it's so weird. Here it is, which is what I've been saying about Halo. Like, they're going to have like a million of those people just buying it, millions of people buying it just because it's like, what? I feel like Horizon probably has a few people that just buy it and want to play it. And I love Horizon, so I wanted to support it. But it just doesn't seem to be very attractive. I honestly think it bodes, I don't want to say poorly for the franchise, but it's just like the two spinoffs don't seem to be really relevant to anyone. Now, one of them is locked on PSVR 2, of course, but maybe more would be expected out of this. It's a newer release. Maybe it's got time to breathe. It's going to be a game that maybe is more aimed at kids, so maybe physical copies will be big around Christmas. The Switch component will be fascinating research for Sony. I doubt they'll ever release numbers about how it did there. We'll have to figure it out. Kevin Raffa wrote in, said, "Hi guys. This is primarily a question for Colin. You have previously mentioned that you don't want Naughty Dog or Sucker Punch to waste time on Jak and Daxter or Sly. Do you feel that Guerrilla are wasting their time when they use resources to work on Lego Horizon Adventures?" Yes. Thank you for writing in. I was surprised when I don't know if it's on Moby Games yet. Let me look here. Well, Lego Horizon. It would be kind of early for it to be on Moby Games, but it might be. Oh, it is. The credits are already on here. So the credits have 1,157 people in it, like that are cited in it. However, it's interesting when you look at and I looked because you can just look at the credits from the why did so many people make this game? You look at the credits from the menu, the main menu, and Gorilla does come up first, which made me nervous. But it's really just liaison people, directors, producers, and so on and so forth. This game was really made externally, so I don't really know that a lot of people were really busy with this at Gorilla, all told. So yeah, it would have been a waste of time. I don't think this game really means much of anything. I'll be very curious to know what people think. Maybe it'll show up on Circana. That would be somewhat promising sign that it sold at least hundreds of thousands of copies, which is good. We'll see. All right. Is there anything else for me here? Oh, all right. Oh, yeah. Of course. Tribreaker, a Sacred Symbols Odyssey. You guys will enjoy this. Last week or 2 weeks ago, someone wrote in, right, saying, Colin, you've been kind of cock teasing us about your new game, Lilymo's new game. What's going on here? And I told you guys that we had failed certification, but for a very simple reason, we had to like make some changes to trophies. And I explained all of that. And we did. And then the game very rapidly made it through certification. And we realized that the game was going to start getting scraped by PSN profiles and Exophase and all these different websites because everything was live. Once it passed certification, like our page was going to go live on PSN, the trophies would pop, and so on and so forth. So we were like, we got to announce the game. We already had a trailer ready to go, which was good, but we've been waiting on a date. The date will be in December. So we announced the game kind of randomly one day. We didn't really anticipate it. Like when I woke up that morning, I was like, I didn't think we were going to announce Tribreaker, but we did. So my studio Lilymo that I co-own, that's really Barry Johnson who does all the hard work. We are announcing and releasing soon our 6th game. It's Tribreaker, a Sacred Symbols Odyssey, a direct sequel to Twinbreaker, a Sacred Symbols adventure from 2020. It'll be available on PS5, PS4, Switch, Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, and PC. We don't have a specific release date yet, but it will be in December. We're just waiting on passing certification so we can line everything, or for Xbox specifically, so we can line everything up. And we'll be fine, and everything will be fine. I started playing it. I have a code from PlayStation, so I downloaded it on my console last night, and I started playing it. And it's cool, man. I'm excited to for people to see it. It's silly. It's funny. Like I tried with Twinbreaker. I tried to make the story like really over the top, serious, and like weighty, and it was supposed to be dissonant and weird. And I think it played for some people, and for some people it didn't. For this one, I leaned much more into the silliness to try to make a sequel where we can actually get Dustin into the game too, and how that would all work. And so I think people are really going to like it. It's going to be $10, and I hope you check it out when it comes out. We will have more to say, including the full release date soon, and you can look at the trailer now. It's on Patreon if you want to check it out, but I have it on the YouTube channel, like the Last Stand YouTube channel too, if you want to go watch it. So yeah, I'm super excited about it. I was sending you some screens of it yesterday as I was taking them, Dustin, of you and some of the dialogue I wrote for you.
Yeah, I need a code. What's up?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll get you codes. Yeah,
I asked Ben about it yesterday, and he said that he didn't have a code yet. So I think Barry is the holder of the keys right now. I might actually have access. I played this game way early in development. I have the Steam like workshop. Well, not Steam Workshop, but whatever. Early. So I'm wondering.
It's totally updated. You can just update that version and play it if you want.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that'll do it.
That's what I've been playing. I played it on Steam all the time too until this is when I'm doing my last minute story edits because I'm like I want to sit down and play it like on a couch and like look at it and see it like people are really going to see it. And it's funny, man. I was telling Mike, I'm like, I get nervous when I first see like my games come to life, like the story I came up with and like the characters and stuff. And I'm like, it was making me smile. I'm like, this is good. Like, this is fun. You know, it's stupid. It's silly. Yeah. It'll be good. Yeah. I think people are going to enjoy it.
I do have it on Steam.
Cool. So yeah, go play it there.
Wow. That's me on the Steam page. I sent the trailer to my parents. I said, look, I'm in a video game.
What did they think?
They're like, wow, cool.
Yeah, they don't.
It was just a text exchange. So,
Yeah.
so yeah, very, very cool. I'm excited. It's very surreal. And now, Colin, if we ever do physical and I sign it, you don't have to complain that I didn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah,
Like you always do.
yeah.
But if someone wants me to sign their Twin Breaker,
Yeah,
in addition, you still have that.
Yeah, you want Dustin to sign Super Perils of Baking? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I play tested it.
Yeah, I wrote the whole thing, but it's no big deal. You can let him sign it if you want.
Next live event, I want someone to bring Super Perils, have me sign it exclusively.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I would love that.
Times.
Here's what bothers me about Super Perils is I really love that game, and I worked really hard on that story, and I think it's awesome because it all rhymes. It's like a whole. It's like I think cute, and then we sold 5,000 or 6,000 copies of it. So thanks.
That's the market.
Meanwhile, I wrote Habroxia 2 in like a day. I love that story too. And then we sell like 30,000 copies. I'm like, oh, good.
Yeah, that's how it always works, dude. It never isn't that. I'll shit this video out in a day. Oh, great. 1 million views.
Like I was saying, we're doing another Habroxia. I already wrote it, like another Habroxia game, and I was saying like I had to go back and literally play the games again and rewatch all of the cutscenes because I was like, I don't even remember what the fuck I said in this stuff. You know, like
yeah,
I wonder if that's common for writers or does Stephen King remember everything he's ever written, like every plot point? Because I'm like, no, I start even getting the games confused where I'm like, was that in Twin Breaker or was that in Habroxia? I don't know. And then I got to go look and get it all together. So I don't even remember my own stuff. You know, the game I'm really focused on story-wise is the role-playing game, which a lot of people have been asking for, and I understand. We are nowhere near being ready to show it to you. It's in development. I mean, it's playable, but
so you pulled a Todd Howard.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You talked about it too early.
Yeah, way too early. I should have never talked. Well,
now people are asking about it. Yep. They're going to be asking about it until the day you talk about it.
It was so stupid. Yeah. So stupid. You know, for me to do that. It's cool because like, yeah, it's playable. Like I see it coming together. And the guys are doing a really great job with it, but it's complex and we outsource a lot of the game because there's only a few of us. Like a lot of the writing is outsourced, like the narrative, not the narrative, but the dialogue writing. And then, all the art, like music, and we need to raise revenue as we're continuing to make it. You know, because that's not going to be a $10 game. I think it'll be $20. I don't really know yet what we'll charge for, maybe more. But yeah, it's coming. It's going to be a while. There are going to be at least one more, if not more games that come out from Liliamo before that role-playing game comes out. Because that's just the nature of getting it off the ground. It's bigger than everything we've done combined as far as like the scope of it, the writing, the art. It's complicated. Trust me. And I made fun of myself in the press release for this game for Tribreaker that we put on Patreon, where I was just saying, like, did we bite off more than we can chew with a role playing game? Like, most certainly. Like, it's not conceptually complicated at all. It's a fucking 16-bit role playing game, Japanese role playing game. It's quite straightforward, actually. It's a lot of assets. It's like environments. You need all this like crazy, just a lot of shit, internal. You know, like you go into a house, like, no, so what does the inside of the house look like? Like where all, you know, you have a little lantern and a fucking stove or whatever. Just a lot, dude. You know, I appreciate the more I make this stuff, the more we like are involved in this stuff, the more I'm like, oh my God, making games is very tough. So Tribreaker, A Sacred Symbols Odyssey, coming to every console imaginable that's modern, and you can wishlist it now on Steam and on PlayStation. I don't know if the objects are up yet for the other. I think we passed Switch. But I don't know. Xbox we're still in certification for though. All right. Let's see. Where does it make sense to go? Dustin, we'll go to you next, and then we'll end with Chris.
Sure. So I played a game that I had seen while randomly browsing Steam, but then I saw Gene tweet about it as well, giving it high praise. So I decided to check it out. It's called Mouthwashing, which is obviously a very unique name for a game. And
it is.
So for the story, I'll just read you. It's a one sentence on their Steam page. It says the 5 crew members of the Tulpar are stranded in the empty reaches of space, shrouded in perpetual sunset. God is not watching. So yeah, it's about a crew that is stranded in space.
Nice.
It is about 2.5, 3 hours long. It's $10 on Steam. And, I saw Gene's praise of it. And then, of course, on Steam, it has overwhelmingly positive reviews. And I played this. I played it just yesterday. I think I got up and ate dinner while I was playing it, but I did basically do it in one sitting. Really interesting game. Really interesting writing and characters. The art style is kind of like a low poly, not quite PS1, but it's one of those games that you're mostly playing it for the story. There's more gameplay, I guess, than a game like Gone Home or something, but it's not really. In fact, the few real gameplay segments I think are some of the weaker parts of it. But it's really about engaging in an interactive story. And I highly recommend it, especially for, so it's $12.99 on Steam. It's tough. I really don't want to say too much about it. I think it's better for people to just go and experience it if you like these types of games. It's very low commitment, and you'll be thinking about it for a long time to come. It is a little spooky, a little creepy at points, but I wouldn't say it's like insanely scary or anything. You're going to be a little bit on the edge of your seat. You're going to definitely be uncomfortable when you play it. But if you really like these story-heavy, thought-provoking games, I highly recommend Mouthwashing. That is currently only available on Steam. The developer's name is Wrong Organ, which is their first big release. I see on Steam they have another game called How Fish is Made. It's free. And it also has overwhelmingly positive reviews. So I'm going to check that out as well since it's free. But check out Mouthwashing on PC. It's very, very good. Gene and I both recommend it.
This looks sick. I love this. I love how this like PS 1.7 aesthetic is kind of coming into a lot of indie games now. I think I love this look. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of even hard to describe. Like you can see the polygons, but it has almost this filter on it that's almost like a crosshatch filter that kind of reminded me of Obra Dinn in some ways, if anyone played that. But it's unlike anything I've played before. I'll say that. And it's very disturbing. So if you like that, check it out.
I'm gonna grab it now with my Concord refund.
Nice. Well worth it. Well worth it. I'm also playing Metaphor Refantasio. I am done with the second dungeon. And Colin, you and I were talking about it a little bit just because we're trying to get a spoiler cast together. So I'm really trying to. I'm not trying to rush, but I'm trying to put a lot of extra time into it right now, so I can maybe be ready for that. I was thinking that the first dungeon in this game is good, but it is a little too long. And this goes into what you were saying, Colin, about pacing. This second dungeon for me really motivated me. It's not. I said to you, Colin, on text that the beginning was a slog. I don't know if I would quite use that term, but the story wasn't really getting going enough to really motivate me to sit and play for long stretches. I've also just been busy traveling to Japan and DC and all kinds of stuff, so it's been hard to get a flow. But there's a new character that was introduced in the second dungeon that joins your party. It's not really a spoiler. You get new party members in an RPG. I absolutely love this character. In fact, I would say while the characters that have joined you so far have been good, this character in particular, very interesting character. Very cool design as well. I don't want to spoil anything, so I'll leave it at that. But yeah, still trucking along. Last thing, Call of Duty. They just updated with the Season 1, so like the Battle Pass is active. But with that, they've introduced 3 new maps and maybe a 4th one today. The 3 new maps I think are really good. There's this one that takes place in an art gallery called Heirloom, which is like a really small scale map that you play on Mosh Pit mode 6v6. That's very fun. I just want to put a PSA out for Call of Duty players. stop playing hardcore mode. Stop. Hardcore mode is for babies, really. I got stuck in the rut with the last week playing hardcore, kind of against my will, just because that's what my friends wanted to play. You level up faster in hardcore. And for anyone who doesn't know hardcore mode, you have no radar, and basically you kill in 2 or 3 bullets. So it's very, very fast pace, and you can get killed very easily, but you also kill very easily. So you're able to level up faster because there's more more kills happening overall. It makes you bad at Call of Duty, because if you play hardcore too much and then you go back to regular, it's over. So stop playing hardcore. Play real Call of Duty. Hardcore, it's not, the name is actually the opposite. It's baby mode. So that's all I want to say. Screw hardcore.
Yeah.
I'm back on normal Call of Duty last night. I played like a champ. I was first place most rounds, which is, this week I was doing terrible. I was last place almost every round for the past 4 days. Switched back to regular, got back in the flow. Highly recommend it.
We have a couple of exit inquiries here. Turbo Makes Games wrote in and said, hey guys, by the time this episode goes live, I'll have my hands on the beautiful 30th anniversary DualSense Edge. As this will be my first time gaming with back paddles on a controller, and I know Big D likes to edge, I wanted to learn about his strategy of assigning actions to the back buttons. Does he always assign the same actions, i.e. jump or reload to the buttons, or is it a game by game basis? How much trial and error is it to dial up the optimal settings for a game? Very excited to use these buttons on hardcore games like Tribreaker, a Sacred Symbols Odyssey. All the best. It might be
I don't
useful.
know if you'll use it on
sometimes.
Tribreaker.
You could use it for the jets on your ship, on your penile ship.
Yes, the Big D.
We had it. By the way, did you see on the Steam page that we had to put? Let me see what we had to specifically write. It says mature content description. It says the developers describe the content like this: the game features a ship that is shaped like and appears similar to a penis. It is mentioned in the tutorial that the game is phallic in nature.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
I love that.
That was the whole, I don't know why, like, we thought that was funny, but it was like that, because people are like, the ship looks like a penis. And I'm like, yeah, we know. Like, we're aware.
Imagine you're like, oh my God.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
So like when greetings and salutations, the bouncers or the paddles are there, it looks like the balls of the ship, and we launch at the beginning of every stage, you launch the ship, and Dustin's in the ship. So
I'm the shaft,
right?
You know,
and it's your own design. That's what I wrote in the dialogue, is that you designed the ship.
This. As far as my edging strategy, it really is a game by game basis, I would say, overall. And for the most part, like I don't use the back paddles when I play Metaphor, right? It's just not necessary. For From Software games, I will always map the dodge button on the right back D-pad. And that's mainly just so when you're playing and you're moving around, you can dodge without having to take your thumb off of the right stick. Just because normally it's a circle button, so that's really helpful. The other situations are more for me and my thumb issues, where if there is like a repeated, like I have to press square a million times, that can kind of wear it out. So I will map the square button to the back button instead, or like R1 or R2. So it really is a game by game basis. A lot of times for simpler games, it's just not necessary at all to use them, but do what works for you. There's also a bunch of customization with the sticks and like how quickly they react in dead zones and stuff. I have no idea how that works. I've never touched that. So maybe more seasoned FPS controller players would find that helpful, but not me.
All right. Jordan Faldudo wrote in. Dustin, he says, this is your weekly reminder that Dustin dropped both Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy VI. Was it a mistake to add him to the new Lily Mo game? I don't think it was a mistake. I mean, he's part of Sacred Symbols. I wanted to have him on the show. He doesn't like Chrono Trigger, and he doesn't like Final Fantasy VI. It's fine. He doesn't have to, it's not, these games aren't for everyone. He's a big role-playing game fan though. So
I'll give you half of that. Chrono Trigger, I liked what I played, but first, I really don't have a desire to go back to it.
Yeah, it's overrated. It's definitely overrated. It's a great game, but people talk about it like it's the cream of the crop JRPG, and I totally disagree. I've never felt that way. It's always been great though, you know.
Yeah,
But it's not even top 5 role-playing games on SNES for me, I would say. You know?
Yeah. My desire to go back to 6, very high. It's not going to happen for a while. But Chrono Trigger, it's good. In fact, I would say it's very good.
He loved Final Fantasy 6 so much. He's not going to get back to it anytime soon. So it's not a big deal though. You know, we allow people to play what they want to play here. It's not a big deal at all. You know. So
I also dropped both of those games, by the way, but no complaints.
No,
apparently,
it's not as fun to make fun of you as it is for me to make fun of Dustin. All right,
fair enough.
Chris, is that it for you, Dustin? That's it, right?
That's it.
All right, cool. Chris, let's go to you. You have a whole selection of games here that are different that you want to talk about.
Yeah, I got a weird one. I'm also still playing Call of Duty. That's much as to be expected. Just assume if it's a multiplayer game, it's probably going on in the background anyway. I put like I'm like 40 hours. I have 40 hours in Call of Duty now, which is
Chris. What do you think about my hardcore take?
I agree. I don't like it's one of the main reasons why I haven't liked Call of Duty for a long time is because I always felt like the kill times were too quick to really result in anything that actually felt competitive. It just kind of felt like, oh, you know, if somebody sees you first, they're going to win. And if you see them first, you're going to win. And that's kind of how it felt for a really long time. I don't know if the kill times are different in this versus other games, but they feel longer. I feel like I'm engaged in firefights for a lot longer, and like I just prefer that. It makes me feel like I have maneuverability. It makes me feel like I can turn things around. And ultimately, if I can turn things around, it speaks to my ability more than, oh, I saw you and while you had your back turned. It's more satisfying to play normal. So like hardcore is so unappealing to me because it's just like, hey, here's the version of Call of Duty that you specifically hated so much that you didn't come back to it in 10 years. Like, nah, I don't need that. So I agree wholeheartedly. Hardcore is for babies.
Good.
But yeah, so I'm also playing a couple things. I don't have much to say about Rebirth other than what I said earlier. I'm in Cosmo Canyon right now. I'm doing Red 13's trial, and I think I texted you guys in our text chat. But this reveal, there's a certain reveal about Red 13 that my opinion of this character flipped so quickly, it's crazy.
Yeah,
like I immediately couldn't stand this character in the blink of an eye.
I know what you mean.
It was like Stranger Things when Samwise drops the gun down the stairwell, and I was like, "Go, good, you should die. You were endearing to me up until this moment, and now I believe you're a detriment to the human species." And you should be gone. But yeah, so I don't know how I feel about that. The boss fight specifically, like I'm at the end of that trial and I'm getting my ass handed to me. So like, I don't know, maybe it's a difficulty spike. Maybe I just haven't played enough of Red 13 to really get in tune with his ability. That's kind of the one thing that's kind of frustrating me a little bit about it. And I get that that's kind of the point of the game is to kind of play as different characters, but I'm so competent and so good with my main team of Cloud, Barrett, and Tifa. And I have them on lock so well. Like I know exactly when their abilities are ready to recharge, like without even looking at it. And I'm just so good that whenever I'm forced to use characters that I don't normally play as, I feel like a fucking idiot. And it's cool because the game forces you to ultimately learn those characters, but it doesn't make those characters any more fun to me than they were before. Like I still ultimately prefer to be Cloud, Tifa, and Barrett more than any other permutation of team. So I don't know. It's cool, but I'm eager to get back to my team. Still enjoying it, but don't have much more to say other than that. I'm also playing Half-Life 2 because they had, and I haven't played Half-Life 2 in a very, very long time. Probably like 2009 was the last time I played it. And I got the bug to play it because Valve put out this really, really great documentary about like the making of Half-Life 2 and like some stuff about like episode 3 that like why they didn't make it, and you know they showed some mechanics that they were working on for it that ultimately ended up going to other projects like Left 4 Dead and Portal. It's super interesting. Anybody who's into that stuff should really check it out. But it got me in the mood to play it again. I've always kind of been in the minority where like I really love the first Half-Life. I think the first Half-Life is just really exceptional in a number of ways. I just like the environment. I like that vibe of trying to escape a facility. It feels very cohesive and there's a really urgent and obvious goal, which is just to escape. And it feels very organic and dynamic. It's really cool. Like, I love the original Half-Life, the vibe of it, everything. And Half-Life 2 kind of just came for me at a time where I was kind of like, the physics of that game are amazing and like really impressive, and still to this day something that I wish a lot more games would take note of. Like, the invisible tutorials in that game are really, really special. But, you know, the physics of that game became less special to me when I played it initially because it wasn't anything new. By the time I had played it in 2009, I'd already played a number of like games that kind of took advantage of some of the developments that Half-Life 2 did, so it didn't strike me as much. But it's a special game. I don't know how deep into it. I'm like 4 hours or something, maybe 5 hours in. I'm not really sure. But it's great. Definitely a PC game. You know, like I know there's like console versions of it, but like that's a mouse and keyboard game if I've ever seen one. As most Valve games tend to be. So I'm enjoying that. Jumped into, out of nowhere, Oddworld Abe's Odyssey. I don't quite know why. I just kind of was feeling like I want a 2D kind of chill. Like, I don't know. I kind of wanted like an ambient game to like lull me to sleep. And the ambience of Oddworld is just very, very special to me. And I kind of forgot what it was like to play Oddworld in like a really focused way, like with the intent of actually like playing through it. Because most of the time I boot up Oddworld just for like a hit of that weird vibe, you know, just like, yeah, man, I love this. And then I kind of put it away, but I'm kind of deep into it now. I'm like 4 hours into Oddworld. I've saved like, I think 14 aliens. There's 99 in total, so I still have a long way to go. But the vibe of Oddworld is really special, man. Like the sound design of that game and just like the use of pre-rendered backgrounds in that game is like, that game is really fucking gorgeous. Like to this day, and the sprite work is really cool, and like the weird sound design of like the chanting and like the language that the Mudokons speak, and the fact that there's combat in the game, but like your main character never engages in it is so interesting. I remember like it brought me back to when I saw the possessing other characters mechanic for the first time, and how much that like blew my mind as a kid. Because I played so many games where I'm like, ooh, it'd be so cool to play as the enemy, and then here's a game where that's like the main way of dispatching enemies. It's so cool. But I love Abe's Odyssey. It's clunky and difficult for the time. Like it's kind of punishing in a lot of ways. There's a lot of cheap deaths, which, to be fair, I am cheating a little bit. I am using that like that rewind feature pretty liberally, because I've played through that. You know, it's not my first experience with it. I just want to get through it and, you know, experience the vibe of this game again. And it's gorgeous. And the last thing I have, and this is the first time I'm going to say this, and it's probably going to be the last time I'm going to say this for a while. I finally like got into Balatro. And it took me like a while to get it. And then I got it, and it clicked immediately, and I was like, oh, this is really good. Immediately uninstalled it. Because I can tell, I know it. I can smell games like this from a mile away. I'm like, this is going to be a problem for me. I'm going to like put it on at night as a way to like, I don't know, maybe play in bed on my Steam Deck and like kill some time. And then it's going to be 5 a.m. and I'm going to be fucked. So I'm holding off on this until I feel like I've earned the time to play it. I'm kind of using it as like a bit of a reward, where it's like the next time I'll play Balatro is the next time is immediately after I post another video. That's kind of how I'm using like a motivation factor, because this is a dangerous game, dude. Because I totally get it. Like, it hooked me immediately. Like once I saw all those numbers explode, I was like, nope, there's a problem. So I'm practicing some discipline with this game, but it is great. I do highly recommend it. Stay away from it also.
Yeah, it's I bought it when it came to console. I still haven't played it. It's on my PS5 Pro. I'll get to it before the end of the year, especially because we'll get into the Game Awards stuff later. It's my least favorite topic in the world, but so many people wrote in about it. We'll talk about it in a little while in listener inquiries, but it was nominated for Game of the Year there. So I'm like, well, it would be cool to familiarize myself with it. I really don't give a shit usually, but the games I miss are games I wouldn't care about anyway. That was a game where I'm like, oh, it really does seem like people really love it. I believe it. I mean, Dustin recommended it heavily, which is why I bought it to begin with. And I bought it with my PlayStation Stars points. back in the day. All right. That's it. That's all we have for what we're playing. Let's get into the news. This week, we have two big news items that we want to get through. One that I'm very eager to see what you guys think of. The other big news in the technology field for PlayStation and a sign of things to come, perhaps. So let's get into it. Number one. In an interesting turn of events, it appears that Sony is pursuing an acquisition of Japanese media giant Kadakawa Corporation, a major move that would likely slot as its biggest external purchase in its history in dollars spent. Word comes by way of newswire Reuters, which reported that, quote, Sony is in talks to acquire Kadakawa, the Japanese media powerhouse behind the Elden Ring game, two sources familiar with the matter said, as the technology giant looks to add to its entertainment portfolio, end quote. A deal could purportedly be weeks away, and indeed, the outlet observed that its own reporting had sent Kadakawa shares surging 40% over a 2-day period, indicating a bullish market that anticipates a deal happening. However, adding complexity to this reporting is that Kadakawa itself released a statement in English saying the following, quote, there are some articles on the acquisition of Kadakawa Corporation by Sony Group Inc. However, this information is not announced by the company. The company has received an initial letter of intent to acquire the company's shares, but no decision has been made at this time. If there are any facts that should be announced in the future, we will make an announcement in a timely and appropriate manner, end quote. As Kadakawa is a publicly traded entity, shareholders will ultimately have to vote on the deal, and with a market cap now north of $3 billion, it's easy enough to see how Sony can get this deal done. Simply offer a nice premium on each share. And the company also has a number of larger shareholders that will have a big say, including Chinese conglomerate Tencent, which owns 7% of Kadakawa shares. Indeed, Sony itself owns 2% of Kadakawa already, currently sitting as the 9th biggest individual shareholder. The only other notable names in the big investor group is publisher Bandai Namco, which itself works closely with Kadakawa and owns 2.15% of outstanding shares. Just over half of Kadakawa's shares are owned by smaller investors, including tons of individuals, so the dialogue about price should be interesting should it get that far. Okay, so we now know Sony is interested in Kadakawa, and we know that the asking price will be north of what it paid at the time for even acquisitions like CBS Music and Columbia Pictures. The two remaining questions are, what is Kadakawa exactly, and why would Sony want to scoop them up? Interestingly, the Reuters reporting focuses almost entirely on Kadakawa's involvement in the video game space, and indeed, Kadakawa is the majority owner of beloved Japanese developer From Software, the minds behind Elden Ring, the Souls games, Armored Core, and so on. And Sony itself likewise owns a piece of From already with a 14% holding in the company to Kadakawa's 70%. If Sony were to bolster its holding of FromSoft up to 75%, it would 85% it would be. It would essentially make it a Sony-controlled entity, which itself has obvious value. But in reality, this deal isn't about video games. At least it's not the most important aspect of what could potentially happen. A space that Kadakawa does have some level of dominance in is with anime and manga, and we know that Sony is itself mightily interested in both. So while Kadakawa's gaming holdings would get Sony access to fully acquiring the likes of Spike Chunsoft and Acquire, in addition to FromSoft, grabbing Kadakawa would also net Sony the company's extensive manga publishing arm called Kadakawa Future Publishing, and all of the IP and studios it owns, the massive manga distributor Bookwalker, Japanese YouTube-like portal Nico Nico, anime on-demand service D-Anime, 50-year-old anime studio Doga Kobo, and more. But since we're a PlayStation podcast, let's end by getting into what the brand would have ownership over should this acquisition go through. Sony would get a majority holding of FromSoft, as we noted earlier, and acquire the IP the studio itself retains too, including Kingsfield and Armored Core, in addition to Elden Ring. But I think Elden Ring might be in some deal with Bandai Namco. Although companies are now working with each other without the IP locked up. We've seen this with Stellar Blade and Rise of the Ronin earlier this year. So that's interesting. Sony would also gain control of Spike Chunsoft, itself a post-merger company between two entities called, you guessed it, Spike and Chunsoft. That merger happened in 2012. Chunsoft was perhaps best known for the Famicom Dragon Quest games as it developed them externally for Enix, and they also worked with Nintendo on Pokemon spin-offs and so on. Spike was a newer company, only founded in the 90s, and its work on the Fire Pro wrestling games is probably their best-known Western products, though one of their final games was the 2010 Japanese release of the original Danganronpa on PSP. Thus, Sony would get the company's extensive internal development heft as well as IP like Danganronpa 999 and other Japanese fare. Finally, Sony would absorb Acquire, the 30-year-old Japanese developer that was once best known for its Tenchu franchise, which began on PS1 in 1998. Their Way of the Samurai and Shinobito franchises are similar in nature, and these days they do smaller games as well as contract work, having co-developed both Octopath Traveler games alongside Square Enix. All right. Let's hear what everyone has to say here. Dustin, let's obviously go to you first.
Yeah.
What do you think of this?
quick note, I was looking because I remembered something. I think that From Software has now gotten the rights fully from Bandai Namco. At least this Push Square article says From Software now seemingly sole owner of Elden Ring IP. Bandai Namco transferred ownership rights last April. So that's a pretty big deal in terms of the video game side of this purchase. But you're right. In the write-up, you mentioned about Kadakawa as a very big company, but primarily dealing in anime and manga. And Sony right now is basically on a warpath to own as much anime as they possibly can. Of course, they have originally with, I'm trying to remember which was first, Crunchyroll or Funimation. I think
Funimation was first and Crunchyroll was second.
Yeah.
I'll look for you.
Yeah, but either way, they have purchased and now own, at least in the US, the two biggest anime streaming services, which I personally think is not a good thing, that there is very little to no competition in the space. I think there is another service called High Dive. I don't know if that's part of or is related to Kadakawa at all, but no one uses High Dive. Not nobody, but that's not really the place where premiere big anime. It's much more niche stuff in the US. So it's clear that they see the value in anime, manga, especially from a global perspective. And this just continues to show that they're interested in having not a full monopoly, but a very owning a very, very large portion of the industry. And I think that sucks, really, especially in light of, I guess, my personal anecdote about this is just that I think Crunchyroll is a good service at a good price in particular, at least for now. But their app is terrible, in my opinion. It's available in a lot of places, but if you compare it to other streaming service apps, it's just not there. And now with Funimation gone, there is really, if you're in the US, there's really no other place, no anime streaming service specifically. Now, to be fair, Netflix, Hulu, and other streaming services have started to expand their anime offerings significantly. But as far as a more one-stop shop, it's really Crunchyroll, and that's it. So it's unfortunate to see that. As far as From Software, which is, of course, the most relevant to this show.
By the way, before you move on, just Funimation acquired 2017. Crunchyroll acquired 2021, I want to say.
Right. Okay.
And then Funimation was folded into Crunchyroll.
Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, very dominant.
It's late. It was late 2020. Crunchyroll was acquired. So I just wanted to throw that in there before it was not a non sequitur.
Of course. Yeah. Better to have you say it than a dirty comment.
Delete your comments.
But yeah, as far as From Software, it is particularly interesting. I mentioned earlier they have the Elden Ring IP, which is probably one of the most valuable assets of specifically that aspect of the deal. And it's one of those things where they got to be looking at this and they're like, man, this achieves many of our, or is relevant to many of our interests at once, particularly anime, but also From Software, which is arguably the most prolific developer right now, as far as both in terms of critical like sales, their output, and accolades in general. I mean, it's absolutely huge. And so the big question for me, let's say this deal goes through, Sony now owns From Software. Is this a situation where From Software kind of remains independent like Bungie? Does From Software get folded into PlayStation Studios and then we now see them releasing exclusive games on PlayStation? It's hard to say. I kind of feel like seeing the success of Elden Ring as a multi-platform game, I would be very disappointed to see them become a single platform studio. As much as, games like Bloodborne and Demon Souls are great, they're just so big now. I would hate to see them be limited by that. Maybe there's a situation where Elden Ring 2, let's say this deal goes through, Elden Ring 2, and maybe there's some weirdness still with Bandai Namco holding the rights. I'm not sure about that. So it's just a hypothetical. Elden Ring 2 comes out. It is a multi-platform game. But then with From Software releasing games at a pretty steady clip, they could kind of have their cake and eat it too, where it's like, okay, well, after that, you're making a game for us. Whether it's, I don't know, Bloodborne 2, Sekiro 2, or a whole new IP, where they can kind of do both. Maybe. I'm not sure. Either way, the stance remains consistent. I don't care if it's my favorite developer. The consolidation of the industry, not good. I would rather see this not happen on both the video game and the anime front.
Yeah. Okay. Well said. I'm going to reserve my comments for later. Chris, I want to get you on the record here. What are you thinking about this? This is big news this week.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say that I feel that differently from Dustin, really. Like, I think, I understand why this is a decision that might be on the table. I understand the logic of it. But philosophically, I just kind of, I don't like that this is the way that, the way that things are going. I don't like the muddiness of the messaging that goes into, or that will result as out of the ashes of this, because it's just like, okay, well, From Software has a pretty distinct heritage on PC. Do those games now? Do future games not go to PC? Like, what is it going to be a Bungie type situation? You could argue that if you're Sony, like, why the fuck would you? Like, why wouldn't you just lock these guys down to a single machine? Like, that just drives more people to your machines. You would imagine that, like, if there was anything that could get people to buy a console, it's probably a From game, honestly. Like, if they're on PC and they don't have a console, and a From game is the only way, like, is only available on one machine, like, I could see that actually being like that's one of the last remaining true system sellers, I think, to the degree that we are familiar with them. So it's like I see the impetus to do that, but does that honor the kind of the inherent, like, there's that Microsoft thing. It's like games with a heritage, will stay, they've said that, but Sony's made no indication that that's the case. I don't like it. I see the logic. I don't like it.
Yeah, fair enough. We have a few inquiries here before I get too deep into what I think, just to get a few things out there that people have been asking about. Weapon Wheel Podcast wrote in. Said, hey, Colin and gang, From Software parent group Kadakawa has responded to the Sony acquisition rumors and confirmed the company has received an initial letter of intent, even though they did not specify from whom. Isn't this out of the ordinary, though? In these cases, don't companies usually either completely ignore the rumors or put out the generic PR statement saying they do not respond to rumors and speculation? It seems like this might be a play for Kadakawa to let the entire industry know they have offers. Are they fishing for more offers, trying to create a bidding war and possibly driving up the price for Sony? Interested to know all of your thoughts. It's kind of where my mind was too. They do specifically talk about Sony in their in the release, that Sony Group Inc. is the one that made the offer, that they have a letter of intent and that the deal is ongoing. I read the letter as somewhat, and I don't know why I read it like this, because it really could just be the verbiage. They're using very vague verbiage, but it reads somewhat negative, or at least neutral for Sony, in the sense that, like, there's a lot of ifs, thens in there, kind of like, well, if this goes anywhere, we'll let you know. Like, it didn't seem like it was an urgent thing. However, I think it's probably simpler than that, which is they're a publicly traded company. They probably have some sort of fiduciary obligation to let people know if these things are going on. And they saw an incredible spike in their share price, which is not related to the product, and that's dangerous for them. Not legally, but financially. I mean, to people pump and dump, things and that doesn't sound right. Don't stock. And you want to play by the rules, and you have some sort of obligation to your shareholders, and just let people know, like, we're seeing a 40% increase over 2 days of trading just based on 2 reports from Reuters. We should probably acknowledge it. It is true. And I do think, to Weapon Wheel's point here, that there's something to the idea of them telling everyone else, like, this is happening. If this is something and I'm not saying the deal's happening, I'm saying, like, this conversation is happening. So if, like, you want to get in on this and stop it from happening by offering us more money or getting involved, then now is the time for you to know. So yeah, I think that it's them doing that too, because they probably had, I'm certain they probably had, some sort of non-disclosure agreement between the two of them as they're talking, and that was broken by people. But talking to journalists, the journalists report on it. They're no longer bound to keep that secret now. I mean, it's like the secret's out there. It's true, and it's coming from a reputable source. So I think there's some good observations there in that particular comment. I don't think it's necessarily unusual though, because I think that they need to let everyone know. Not everyone, if you're just like some fucking random retail investor in Japan and you own like 1,000 shares of Kadakawa and you're logged into your bank, and then you see that it goes up 40% and you have no fucking idea why, because you're not connected to all this stuff and you're not reading news wires and shit like that. Well, they need to let you know what's going on. So I think a lot of that has to do with it. Maxi Lopez wrote in and said, "Good day, CDC. With the hot rumors percolating that Sony is looking to acquire Kadakawa, how big of a move is this from Sony? On par with Xbox in their purchase of Activision? I want to point out, I find it odd how certain reporters like Reuters knew about this acquisition, considering nothing gets leaked almost ever about acquisitions. Is this a done deal? I think so. This deal is in no way, shape, or form as big as the Activision deal. I was wondering, so I actually reached out to Hogue about this because Rick Hogue, our friend, friend of the show, legal analyst, often appears on Sacred Symbols Plus. I reached out to him because he's specifically a mergers and acquisitions lawyer. He's a lawyer, like there's many lawyers, but that's like kind of what he does. And I was like, so where are we here? Because the market cap of Kadakawa is like $3.5 billion. Half of their shares or so, a little less, are owned by like 9 or 10 major holders, including Sony and Tencent and all the others. So there's going to be some level of negotiation, but it's really about selling those guys. And I was like, are you looking at like 5-6 billion, something like that? And he was saying maybe as much as 10 billion, although it remains to be seen. And he said he's going to do one of his own shows, Virtual Legality, on the pricing of this and how you might price it. So that would be pretty interesting if you want to go check that out. But you can tell by that, even if it's at the max of $10 billion, according to, some prognostication, it could be more than that. I don't know how it would be, but if it was, then, or if it's at that $10 billion price, we're talking about something that's like 1/7, 1/8 as big as the Activision deal. What was it? What was the Activision deal? Is it 70 or 60? So 1/6, 1/7?
68.
Yeah, that sounds right. So no, it's nowhere near that big. However, I think it could be quite consequential, and we'll get into that in a moment. But no, anyone trying to draw equivalence to this is honestly more akin to buying Bethesda. As far as like the game space, because Bethesda needed a buyer. They were at a low, like internally they were struggling. They needed cash. Kadakawa is not struggling, and From Software and all those companies, Spike Chunsoft, they're doing great. So they're being purchased for more. Plus there's going to be a premium. Interest rates are high. Sony doesn't even have the money, I don't think, cash on hand to do this deal in cash unless they borrow the money. I don't think they would even have the requisite cash, especially having just bought Bungie a few years ago and still working that way. That purchase still working its way through the books. So I'll be interested to see how it all goes down. But no, it's not nearly as big as the Activision deal. And anyone drawing that equivalence is crazy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Did you?
No, I did want to say that it's like I don't think people fully understand. Like whenever they draw these conclusions to the Activision deal, I don't think they understand how big of a deal that actually is. Like, I feel like because it happened in the game space or because it happened, people are kind of like under the impression that like, oh, it must be it might be the biggest purchase, but like it's not uncommon. It's like, no, it's pretty fucking uncommon. Like they overpaid massively for it, and it's incomprehensibly big. Like I can't think outside of like maybe defense contractors. I can't think of like, that's probably like the second, that's like where you would have to go.
That was the biggest deal Microsoft had ever made, the whole company. Yeah. So it's not just Xbox,
Right.
Yeah, it's crazy. And well, that's what you're saying. Dude, the Bungie acquisition so this is, I was looking into this. And by the way, I've been trying to use ChatGPT, just asking it questions, And so I asked it, and then I went and looked it up and made sure it was all true. And it was true. I was like, what are the biggest acquisitions Sony's made? Like the Sony Corp. And in adjusted money, the Bungie acquisition is the biggest acquisition Sony's ever made. Which is fucking crazy. They paid in the 80s $2 billion for CBS Music, and then like $2 billion for Columbia, which would be way more now. But those were like landmark deals. And then I think they were saying that like the fourth biggest acquisition that Sony's ever made might have actually been Gaikai, which itself was like $500 million. So they don't make big acquisitions like this. So this would be a massive acquisition for Sony. But they've been trying to do this. They were trying to fucking buy Paramount.
Right.
They want IP. We'll get into that in a second. DMAC wrote in and said, "What's up, esteemed members of the SS?" You can't say that. If Sony do acquire Kadakawa, does FromSoft immediately become PlayStation's most important first-party studio, given their current standing in the industry and the critical reception and frequency of their game releases? Or does the likely outcome, in my opinion, of From Software remaining third-party lessen the impact, as they wouldn't drive console sales in the same way a new Naughty Dog title would? Or do you disagree and believe they become exclusive? Either way, it would be a hell of a name to add to PlayStation Studios' portfolio if that's how it shakes out. Obviously, this acquisition has much greater consequences on a wider scale with Sony, but curious to hear your thoughts. All right, so this allows me to kind of get everything out there as far as this is concerned. So we'll start with FromSoft and I guess just the games group generally. I think these would be nice things for Sony to own, I guess, but I don't know how it adds anything to what Sony does. And I don't. First of all, I agree with the notion here in the letter, and I think you were talking about this. Well, you were definitely talking about this, Dustin, but I'm not entirely sure where you came down on how you see this happening. Is like, it would be hard for me to believe that From Software would become a PlayStation studio. I just don't think that's going to happen. I think that would be stupid for multiple reasons, because you're kind of like cutting off your nose to spite your face at that point. So you own one of the greatest studios that you probably could have locked down years ago if you wanted to, but didn't. It is painful to have let them go, and you know what you could have had with Dark Souls and Elden Ring and all the rest if you just kept funding their games. And you got that with Bloodborne a little bit. Or a lot. I mean, people love Bloodborne. But I don't think you buy a team like that and then limit where they put their games. And I think I don't know how people can look at just continuing to buy teams. Now they have worked extensively with FromSoft, so it's a little bit different. But getting involved in these mergers and these acquisitions and then making it a first party team only makes sense, I think, for truly second party teams. And I'm gonna underline and bold that more than ever. After what happened with Bungie, after what happened with Firewalk, it's like, come on, man. Like, this has always been true. You don't want to interrupt and upset the apple cart by bringing in things and moving parts around that don't really need to be brought in or moved around. So if they were going to acquire these things, I would imagine that not only would they remain independent of PlayStation Studios, they might just remain independent brands. I mean, maybe you bring Acquire in and just say, like, you're just a PlayStation production studio now, or not production, PlayStation Studio, external team now that we just, not unlike what they've done with a few other teams. And then maybe you look at Spike Chunsoft and you're like, you kind of operate an internal thing, but you also have a publishing arm. So maybe you just operate separately. And then you have FromSoft, which, by the way, Sony would be able to buy out at that point 85%. I mean, they would own from ostensibly, but they don't own the studio at that point. But it just doesn't make sense. It would be, if you're like looking at it from a PlayStation perspective of like dominance of the console and all that, it'd be pretty sick to be like, we're buying these guys in there now, exclusive. But I just don't think you do that to the fan base. I don't think you do that to the studio. I don't think you do that to their reach. And this gets me into what I was saying earlier and what I wrote in the write-up. Is I was surprised that the Reuters reporting was not more agnostic about the reasoning behind it. Their writing was all about From Software and Elden Ring. And to me, that indicates that can mean one of multiple things, but it's like, that could be a kind of a canary in the coal mine saying like, these people that are connected know that this has to do with that, but that would be shocking. And it seems like they didn't write from the perspective of what I, again, really think this is about, which is anime and manga. And secondarily or tertiarily, you get to PlayStation and the acquisition. And not to say that it's not important that you would own From, it's just that that's not really the play. But the Reuters reporting, I think, suggested that, indicating that maybe they know more than they're letting on, or that that's just kind of the patina that they're putting over it, because you would expect that interpretation of the news from our sphere. But I was surprised to go back when I was writing everything to the Reuters reporting and going to the source and being like, oh, they literally don't talk about anything but From Software in this. That's interesting, because Kadakawa they don't even own all of From Software. That's the weirdest part, is like, Kadakawa is controlling it, but they don't own all of it. It's not even like a fully owned subsidiary. So it's weird. I'm not an anime and manga person by any stretch of the imagination, but even when I saw that, I'm like, this from what I understand, and you were talking about this, Dustin, is like Sony seems to be trying to strangle and hold down the anime sector. Like this is a place where they think they can really make hay. And the acquisition of Paramount, I think, was to try to unify more into these disparate elements that would become a subscription service that would include Paramount, Funimation shit or whatever, and Crunchyroll and a bunch of other things, maybe PlayStation at some point. So this isn't a huge surprise of a deal. I am curious what's going to happen though. As far as am I happy about it or not, I don't think it really, for PlayStation, I don't think it makes any sense personally. Sony already gets the games. They don't need to really invest in it. And I don't think there's, I think From Software is a great entity to have. I don't look at Spike Chunsoft and Acquire and some of the other elements they have as things that are necessarily must-have acquisitions. So I think that they'll be, if it does happen, and I think I don't know for sure. You would assume it's a coin flip maybe that this happens. I wonder how that will look and how that merger will look, because it's going to be about how they position it in their own PR and what they're getting, the order that they put things. Like, right, like you can read into. We always say that with Xbox and Microsoft is like you can read into how they felt about Xbox and how they feel about it now with how they talk about it in corporate communications and how they bury it or don't. You'll get similar stuff if this acquisition goes through. But it's clear Sony's on the hunt. And I was listening. I always talk about this podcast I listen to called All In, which is by these 4 tech entrepreneurs. It's really great. And it's a little politics and it's a little business and economics and history and whatever. It's cool. And they were talking about how like they expect really aggressive M&A in the United States because of the new administration that's coming in and the lessening of, so like Lena Khan, who we talked about a great deal at the FTC, is probably going to be replaced. And they're going to be a much laxer FTC that doesn't go after monopolies, which I'm against. I want them to go after monopolies. I think they should be fucking way more aggressive. The All In podcast always talks about how Google specifically needs to be broken up and probably will be. Into like disparate parts. And I'm totally all about that. But these are Japanese companies making Japanese deals, but the ramifications of what's happening in the United States, I think, will emanate and make people more comfortable and more flexible in national banks around the world, in their own interest rates that are often tied to the US dollar and so on and so forth. So I guess what I'm saying is that we might be entering a new era of this, of not Activision like deals, but more Bethesda like deals. And I don't think this is the end. Remember, Private Division has been sold to someone and we don't know who. So, Take-Two sold Private Division. We don't know if it went to like some sort of, we don't know if it's with Microsoft or another publisher. We don't know if it's with private equity. We don't know where it is. They're going to talk about it at some point, probably in their next financial statement. So things are going to be happening again. I think the wheels will be a little more lubricated. I'm a little disappointed in it too, because I want, this is actually something that they put into words on All In, which I think was interesting, which is like, you want the big companies to be controlled from making mergers and acquisitions so that, and they talk about it as like the big 10 companies. So not even Sony, not even anywhere close. So that the companies like the bottom, the 90 companies underneath them can merge with each other and become new dominant forces. And maybe this is a sign of that, like that's more like that as opposed to Microsoft and Activision, which are dominant forces coming together. Kadakawa plus Sony is not nearly the same. It doesn't have the same resonance. It won't have the same implications. But I'm not crazy about it either, because I just don't, I'm just against corporate like kind of acquisition of power, and it bums me out a little bit. But I understand from Sony's perspective why they're doing it, and I don't think it's a bad move for them to try to do it if they can. I will be very interested to see what the price is and how everything resonates down the stream. But it's a fascinating topic, no doubt. We'll see what happens later. Hopefully we can know more at any time. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a Kadokawacquisition. That's what I'm going to call the episode, I think. Kadokawacquisition. Have the A go right into the Q, one word, like a German word. That's going to be the title of the show, and everyone's going to like it. All right. Other big news that happened this week. Number 2, PlayStation Portal has been given a substantial update that will allow select players to stream games directly to the device without the need of a PlayStation 5. Word comes by way of an extensive post on the official PlayStation blog that outlines this new update. They write in part, quote, just over a year ago, we launched our first dedicated remote play device, PlayStation Portal, with an aspiration to deliver a console quality gaming experience on a handheld device. PS Portal was an ambitious product for us, and we have been delighted by the positive response from our fans and to see what our vision has resonated with the community, end quote. And outlining some of the other updates to the Portal, which we'll talk about shortly, they get to the meat, quote, this update will also include a beta version of a new feature that many fans have been asking for, support for cloud streaming on PS Portal. PlayStation Plus Premium members will be able to participate in a beta for cloud streaming on a PS Portal, allowing select PS5 games in the PlayStation Plus game catalog to be streamed directly from our servers, even without a PS5 console, end quote. To this end, Sony has made 120 PS5 games from the game catalog available for this premium locked beta, including the likes of Spider-Man Miles Morales, Ghost of Tsushima, Monster Hunter Rise, and Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. Streaming supports a resolution up to 1080p and a frame rate up to 60, all DualSense functionality, and even access to the PlayStation Plus cloud should you need to send saves around. Anywhere the PS Plus premium plan is available, you will be able to do this, including in the US and Canada, Europe, and Japan. An important note here is your connectivity. Considering that you use this to use this functionality, you can no longer rely on having a wired PS5 as your backstop. And as you know, you have to use Wi-Fi exclusively with Portal. So you'll need a connection of 7 megabits per second for 720p resolution and 13 megabits per second for 1080p resolution. The new update that's been sent to all Portals comes with a few other tweaks too, but there's a major one that's going to please many players, including me. The device won't be so loud on the lowest volume settings anymore. That means that having the volume on 1 won't sound like it's on 10. This is a ridiculous thing. I don't know if you guys have read about this. It's super loud on the lowest setting. Like if you want to just have like just a little bit of volume, like the old Game Boy or whatever, you just can't do it. It's either got to be like quite loud, louder than you want it to be, or just off. So that's sick. I'm really excited to see that. Lotus wrote in and said, hey, CDC, the PlayStation Portal is getting native cloud streaming without the need of a PS5 console. This has me interested in buying PlayStation hardware for the first time since the launch of the PS Vita. What are your thoughts on the newest features coming to Portal? Thanks for all the fantastic work, and I can't wait to jump in the Tiebreaker next month. Thank you. Chris, let's go to you first on this one. I was interested to see this. Yeah. This is cool. It shows that there's hidden functionality within the Portal. Maybe still hidden functionality to come. I don't know. There was something very interesting that I thought that they said, and I don't know if this was kind of like a snafu or if they meant it in their write-up, but they said just over a year ago, like I read earlier, we launched our first dedicated remote play device. I found that somewhat interesting. But what do you think here about this new functionality for PS Portal, the wonderful PS Portal?
Well, it definitely adds value to it. It makes the price point a little bit less shocking. Because that was a lot of people's kind of problem with it at first, is that that's a bit expensive for what it does, which is just stream from your PS5. If you don't even need a console, that's kind of cool. Like, because that has a lot of implications that I think are really, really grand. And I think it's always cool to see more functionality added to a device post launch, especially to this degree. Like, this is a pretty fundamental transformation in how you use this thing, even if it is ultimately game streaming. Like the jumping in point is no longer like you could make an argument that if somebody wants to get into PS5 without putting the money down for a full console, they could grab this thing, which is cool. That's really awesome. I do have my concern about this is really, I think the main reason why game streaming works so well today is specifically because it isn't cloud streaming from a server, miles and miles and miles and miles away, but streaming from a hardwired connection within your very same place. I think that's one of the main reasons why I feel like the Steam Deck streams really, really well, or why it even works really, really well with the PlayStation streaming within the same house, and why stuff like On Live or even just the base, PS3 streaming on PS5 at the moment, or PS4, is kind of subpar. If they have a way to maybe alleviate some of the ills of the legacy streaming software or whatever is at play currently on PS5 and PS4, if there's a way to maybe alleviate that, maybe because it's running on a smaller screen, maybe that helps because it doesn't need to demand as much. That it's possible. I worry that issue has not quite resolved itself, and I still would prefer, if I'm going to stream games at all, I would still prefer it to be from a machine in my own household versus some server somewhere that I have no real control over. But I guess we'll really just kind of have to wait and see how the hands-on demonstrations of these things of this feature specifically works, because it's really only guesswork until then. But no doubt, very cool functionality, very smart of them, and it makes it a lot more of a recommendable product, I think.
Dustin, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I watched Mystic Ryan's video that he posted, which I highly recommend if you're curious about this feature. And he said, first of all, that it looks like there's more than 120 games on the service, even though that's what the PlayStation blog said, which I found really interesting. But the main thing about it right now, which it is in beta, so you expect it would improve, is that from his video and what he was saying, and even just visually, it looks like really high quality streaming. Like, I know I was watching him point a camera at one, but it didn't look like there was like major compression or like blocking up or anything like that. The one thing he pointed out, and I saw other YouTubers saying this as well, is that the latency on cloud streaming to the portal is not as good as using your PlayStation 5. So there is definitely a little more latency. You might not want to play a first-person shooter, an action game on this current beta, but like I said, with it being a beta, I would expect, hopefully, that it would improve, because that's going to be the big thing for someone like me if I was interested in using this feature, is that I really don't want to play any game with any kind of latency, even if it is something more simple like an RPG. It just bothers me. So if they can get that sorted out, that makes it sound like a pretty awesome device, in that, currently the functionality is just with your PlayStation 5. So you have to have the games installed. And then if you don't have them installed, or if you're on a disc, you have to have that disc in. Or maybe you're just on the go, or just want to check something out without, buying it or having to install it or anything. With this, you can just, if you have a premium membership, you can just hop into any of these games right off the bat on your portal, which I think is very cool. I gotta admit, Colin, I don't need a portal. And as Chris and I have talked about many times, we have this functionality on our Steam Deck. There's something in my, in my monkey brain that in the back, that now that it's getting more features and looking cool, I'm like, maybe it would be cool to have one of those. But I just spent $1,000 on a PS5 Pro, which just arrived minutes ago. Holly texted me. So I'm not buying one anytime soon. But it is kind of floating around in the back of my mind because I'm dumb.
Well, it's not, what a nice little toy. It's okay. Nice
little toy. I missed my chance to get the anniversary one they just put more out today, but that's okay. I don't need to spend $220 right now.
Thank you for texting me about that. I opted not to even bother. I was just like, no, I'm good. My controller should come today from Walmart, which is, who knows when that comes. But that'll be cool. So I can transfer over to that. I'm looking forward to seeing that sexy gray. Matt Scherer wrote in, said, hi guys. As fans of the PlayStation Portal, what are your thoughts on Sony's decision to enable cloud streaming for some games? What are other features do you think that might roll out next? To me, I think that this is going to be the line of features that comes to Portal now. And it begins with this limited run of PS5 games, but will hopefully expand to everything else. But I am dubious of the value of this overall, because it's still tethered to a pretty expensive subscription service that you would have to be part of. So I feel like this is more for just, this is like people that are at premium, which is probably like 6, 7, 8 million people. So a limited number of people that can even access it, and then a limited number of them will have the portal. So it keeps the crunch of people kind of low, and they can kind of experiment on things and see how things work. This is why I think like the idea of it being the first of what will become future handheld devices, I think is probably pretty key. And so this looks like probably more than it really will end up being, simply by virtue of the fact that now, so is someone really going to go out and buy a PS Portal to stream games and then pay $20 something a month or whatever it is for premium, or $15 or whatever it is for that service? It just seems like something that would only be done by people that are already in the PlayStation ecosystem. So I think that this is just the first of what will be many steps, but it's an impressive thing to know that they're unlocking capabilities of the machine as they go. This is what people were so jealous about, and I thought was so interesting about the Xbox One, was the kind of the insertion of backwards compatibility on a software level, and that they were figuring things out from afar, mostly because they were being beaten and they needed to figure things out, and they did. It showed that the console was capable of so much more. It's like when ancient fucking probes like Voyager are being sent through space, and like they still send computer commands to it and like reprogram it and rejostle it and move it a little bit and have it adjust. It's kind of cool that they can do that with the console. So I was excited more that they were playing with the Portal from that perspective. And so Matt asks here, what other features do they think they might roll out? It's like, well, probably a much more extensive catalog of games that will eventually include everything in the game catalog, I would assume, including hopefully the streaming of PS3 games. But I think they're just starting here to see what happens. And I think it's cool. So it's a nice little functionality, but Portal, they're selling every Portal they can make. It's unclear how many they've sold. And then you have to look at it like who's going to really use this thing unencumbered from the PlayStation ecosystem. In other words, if you own a PS5 and are part of PlayStation Plus, and then you own a Portal and are playing games through that, you're not really a gain. You're already there. So,
yeah.
But these are engagement devices, as I say over and over again, and that's what they want. Go ahead, Dustin.
I think it would more so probably be a feature added for someone, maybe not like you, Colin, but someone that only has PlayStation Plus Essential or Extra. It's like, oh, you got a Portal, you really like streaming. Well, if you come over to Premium, you can stream these games directly to it when you're out and about and have all this access. So maybe that's the play for the added feature, as opposed to like, hey, buy a Portal and you don't need a PS5. It's like get a higher tier subscription, you know?
Yeah, I think you could be right. I think it's interesting to kind of ponder the idea of directionally trying to kind of funnel people to the higher subscription tiers, and make more money that way, because Sony is making a lot of latent cash on PS Plus, and they're very pleased with it. They said so in their most recent financials. So we'll keep an eye on this evolution of PS Portal. I really like mine. I should have said it earlier when we were talking about Horizon, is I played much of Horizon on the Portal. So, and it worked well there. And I mean her Lego Horizon Adventures, to be clear. Okay. That's all we have for the big news items. A couple big ones, though. We'll be keeping an eye on these, as they are both going to be evolving like a Pokemon. Let's get into 6 inquiries, questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/lastdaymedia. That's where you can support us like more than 13,000 people do for $1, $2, $5 a month, whatever you'd like to do, $10 a month. You get different perks. $5 a month is the sweet spot. But at $2 and up, you get to submit inquiries to the show. You've heard a bunch of them already read throughout the show. I put up a thread in the newsfeed on Patreon each week. You respond to that. I pull out the inquiries. Let's get into 6 more as we wrap things up, starting with Bloviated Rendering. He wrote in, like many people did about the Game Awards, but he has an interesting take on this, I think. Sup, mooks? Forget Shadow of the Erd Tree. What do you guys think about Black Myth Wukong's nomination for Game of the Year? Maybe it's the conspiracy theorist in me, but I find it a little odd that a game that got good but not great reviews was nominated when games like Tekken 8, Animal Well, and Silent Hill 2 were left out in the cold. Obviously, nominations are voted on and are not based on aggregate review scores, but Black Myth barely cracks 80 on Metacritic. Do you suspect any backroom shenanigans from the Game Awards Chinese subsidizers, or is this a big old pile of nothing? No, I don't think that at all. I do think, though, that Black Myth Wukong's a weird game to be on the list, in my opinion. People were really focused on Balatro because they have small minds. I can't imagine a game like that being that good, which is disappointing. But there are other games that I think were interesting that were kind of left off, but we don't vote and we don't want to vote, so I have no say into that. But I don't think there's anything untoward going on there. No, I think people liked Black Myth, and I think it's very much a games industry game as well. But there's a lot of contention around the Game Awards this year. And actually, I should say at the top, because I like to kind of have heterodox voices on the show and things to challenge people and to challenge myself too. I like to invite different people on, and I was reaching out to Craig from the Side Scrollers podcast because he's doing he's trying to get off the ground like an alternate Game Awards thing. He knows that I'm not really into the idea. He and I talk extensively behind the scenes about it. Like I think that I think the best way to delegitimize these award shows is to just continue to decentralize and make them irrelevant, by making people get into their micro communities and not trying to endorse things as Game of the Year and this is a 9 and this is the best thing of the month and this is just like fucking capricious and stupid. I find it annoying in some sense when we could just be talking about games as they come and not really forcing ourselves into any funnels. However, I know that I'm in the minority on this. I know that people like their review scores. They like their game awards. They like all these kinds of things. And I like Craig. I think he's an interesting guy. So I reached out to him and I was like, I want to have heterodox voices on the show. I want to hear, I want you to try to sell me on why this is a good idea to try to do a different award show as opposed to just not doing one at all. And so hopefully we are sitting down in the coming weeks to do a Sacred Symbols Plus about that. And I'll let him pitch his own idea to you. But I don't think that I'm the best person to talk about this particular problem with the Game Awards this year because I just am not into the whole idea to begin with. I like Jeff Keighley. I think he's a nice person. And I think he means well. I think he works hard. I think he's interesting. But I don't think there's a way to get the show the way he wants it to be, which is like a marriage of seriousness, like Dice Awards style or BAFTA style things with like the level of commercialization that is necessary when you have 10, 15, 20 game reveals and all the commercials and everyone wanting to be involved. It's dissonant and messed up. It doesn't work, which is, I think, one of the reasons why Craig is trying to do it without sponsors and trying to get people to kind of pay subscriptions for it, which is an interesting idea. So the Black Myth thing and the Shadow of the Erd Tree thing about its DLC, it's like the least of it to me. I'm like, I don't know. Dustin, let's go to you first. Do you have any thoughts on this year's Game Awards that you want to put out there?
Yeah, to first speak to bloviated rendering here. I've seen some of these conspiracy theories about Black Myth Wukong. Some people saying like, oh, they put it in there. Jeff Keighley personally put it in the nominations to increase the Chinese viewership. And it's like, not everything is a conspiracy. Okay, not everything.
Well, when you look at the voting, because I know you looked at the pool of voters. It's like, it wouldn't be surprising. It's not an insult. It's a big game. It's like it wouldn't be surprising that Black Myth would be one of 6 games to come out of the cumulative votes of those groups of people.
Right.
That's not surprising to me. So
yeah, and I think that, I don't know, you can bring in the Metacritic score, but as you said, Colin, it is a very games industry game, so to say. And dude, here the thing is, it's like, yeah, there were some people that were soft on it, but I've seen lots of people say it's one of the best games they played this year, so it's not really surprising to me at all. As far as the Game Awards, I mean, the big conversation that the Reddit mentions is about Shadow of the Erd Tree getting a nomination. Before I say this, I'll just say that I'm with you, Colin, in that I don't think the Game Awards can be taken that seriously, especially given its current jury. We've talked about that many times in the past, that I think it's built too strongly on legacy media and not the current biggest voices. Not that I'm saying like we should vote in it or anything. In fact, I don't think we'd have any interest in that. But I think there could be reform there. So with that being said, if you want me to take the question seriously, like should Shadow of the Erd Tree have been nominated? No, it should not be eligible for Game of the Year. I know it's as big as a main game, but you have to play through 70% or so, a majority of Elden Ring to access it. So yeah, it's one of the best things I played this year, but if we're going to have all these made up categories, right? Like best action adventure game or something like that. And we've of course talked about that as well. Let's at least have some consistency on what things mean if we're going to do this. So Shadow of the Erd Tree being nominated, I don't think so, but ultimately I don't really care. And Balatro being nominated, hell yeah. I mainly am really excited about that just for the exposure of the game. Not that it needs it at this point. Everyone really knows about it, but to see people checking out is awesome. So play Balatro.
You can... Oh, these are resale tickets. Never mind. Because when you go to the Peacock Theater website, which is where it is, there's like ability to buy tickets.
Right.
But they're between $600 and $900. There's no way that that's the actual cost of them. Chris.
Yeah.
Where are you on this? Here's my problem is that I just don't think we need a replacement for it. We just need to, I think you were kind of getting into this, Dustin, like treat it with the deference it might deserve, which is not very much. People take it very seriously, the whole thing. And I don't think it's that serious, in my opinion.
Yeah. I don't know. I like it. I like anything that kind of fills the void of like an E3, even if it doesn't live up to it. It feels like there's like a tradition being carried kind of forward. So I like it from that perspective, but I don't take it particularly seriously. Like it doesn't. If something wins Game of the Year, it's like okay, good for them. Whatever. It doesn't change how I'm going to feel about the games that I play, and it doesn't really move. I kind of feel the same way about every award show, really. Like I really could give a fuck what wins like Best Picture. Like maybe I'll check it out if I haven't seen it already. But like, I mean, like it doesn't really move the needle for me as far as like changing my opinion on things. So like, I think people should treat it like what it is, which is just like a thing to watch. But as far as, some of the controversy around it, I think Balatro definitely deserves to be there. I think Shadow of the Erdtree does not. If there isn't already a category for best DLC, there should be. And I don't even know why you wouldn't just shoehorn it into best ongoing game like they did with Cyberpunk when that got its DLC. Like it seems to me like that would make the most sense. What bothers me really from that perspective is the opportunity cost, because there are other games that I think should have been there. But I don't know, the Black with Wukong thing, I think it deserves to be there for sure. I think Game of the Year ultimately, and this is just my perspective, should be games that kind of define the year. It should be games that like when you think of that year, these are the games that come up, and Black Myth Wukong is one of those games for sure. Like it was explosively huge, especially overseas. Sold a shit ton. Like they had like how many players did it have on state? Like some crazy number. Like it definitely deserves to be brought up in that conversation, just for the sheer, not for a Metacritic reason, but just for the fact that it had clear, penetrative power as far as like just how many people were really on board with this thing. I didn't like it very much, but I think it deserves to be there. Balatro is definitely there from just a quality standpoint, and in my opinion, I think Helldiver should have been there. I understand that like, oh, they dropped the ball with like updates or whatever, but like that game was a cultural zeitgeist, like a really strong cultural zeitgeist for like a solid like 4 months. Like that was crazy. And for it not to get a nod, at least, I'm not saying it should have won, by the way, but like to not get a nod and to see that space go instead to a DLC that reasonably shouldn't qualify is a little annoying. Even if I don't care and it doesn't really like ultimately matter, it doesn't change anything, it is weird to see that kind of exception made at the cost of something that I think was a way bigger hit than anybody expected it to be.
Were you going to jump back in, Dustin? I thought you were.
I was just going to say that because it's tough, because I think Chris and I both in explaining some of our thoughts, it's like, well, we don't care, but here's reasons why I do care. Chris and I both kind of did that. Right. And I think because it comes down to like the Game Awards is probably the biggest publicity event for our industry that is far reaching. There's like going to be like news reports on major publications the next day. And so it makes sense that even though to us within the industry, we don't care about it, we do care about how it's represented in the greater scheme of things, because that's the thing that when you look back at like, oh, like you said, Chris, like in 2024, the Game Awards, these were the games and stuff. It's like, well,
right.
So it's a weird balance.
Yeah. I it's one of those things where if we weren't doing a show and answering questions specifically about it, I don't know if I would say anything about it online. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I would like make a video about like what's wrong with the Game Awards if that weren't pertinent to the conversations that we're kind of having. And that's what I mean by I don't care. It's not fundamentally important. But if we are talking about it, then we're going to notice some things like the leaps in logic made to justify a certain game being where it really kind of shouldn't be. And other things like that, because it's from just a logic perspective, I just don't get it. And also from like a developer perspective, I imagine like, I don't know if anybody's really offended to not be included in Game of the Year, but if I were at Arrowhead, I'd be like, what? Like, come on. I don't expect them to win, and I think they wouldn't expect to win either, but like, That was that game was unreasonably huge, and nobody expected that. Nobody. Pal World also, I think, should have been there in some way, shape, or form. I don't know what you would have kicked off to. And by the way, that game's terrible, but that's one of the games that I think is going to be remembered. Although, was that last year or this year that it came to PlayStation?
Which one?
Pal World. Was that?
Pal World
that
came
was
to
last
PlayStation
year, right?
this year. Pal World came to everything this year.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah. I'm trying to remember. God, it's such a long goddamn year.
Yeah, no, I agree with you about Pal World though. That it is a little. Yeah. That's what I said a couple of weeks, or maybe I said it to Hogue. It seemed like that game kind of came and went, though it had like super meteoric success. Like it's kind of seems over in some sense. I mean, at least as a dominant force.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just think that it's like what I feel about Metacritic. It's a useful thing in a sense that we cite sometimes, but at the same time, the best way to delegitimize it is to just stop using it. And I want to talk more about this at some point. I don't know in what way, but it's like, I'm actually getting annoyed at Metacritic because it's like, who the fuck are even half these outlets? You know, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's like, I don't like, I'm looking at Metaphor right now and it's like, what is Checkpoint Gaming? You know, what are half these websites? Hey, Poor Player, Finger Guns. It's like, what gives these outlets weight that other, what I would consider creators, YouTubers, Twitch streamers that are prominent podcasters, I guess, even if you want to talk about people like us, it's like, I just don't feel like there's any value in scores that are generated by people you don't even know, that you don't even trust, that are all put together in some sort of meaningless, in Metacritic's case, some sort of obscure, unknown math equation that gives things different weights. And I feel that way when I look at the voting jury for games. It's like, what is this? Like, why is it that we're getting this particular group of people voting? I want to be clear. I don't want to vote. I used to vote when I was at Kind of Funny. I don't really take pleasure in it. If it was offered to us, I would, I guess, consult everyone, but I would want to say no. And I think I would say no. I think we would get one unified vote anyway. It's quite complicated to do it, or at least it was. I don't want to, it's what I was saying when I was talking to Craig about his, because he wanted me to be involved in some way in his. And I'm like, I don't really want to do this stuff. The point is like, do we need it at all? Why do we talk about games like this? Why do we try to replicate what other spaces do? Award shows, scores, and fucking newspapers for films in 1960s. It's like, who cares? Like, just,
yeah.
There's got to be a better way to do it than to reduce things like this. So in some sense, I think it's the wrong format, and I think it's the wrong people doing it. Like, I would much rather hear from the biggest podcasters, Twitch streamers, and YouTubers than legacy media that's not even been able to, frankly, protect themselves from destruction anyway. Like, well, who cares?
Yeah,
You know?
I mean, even that, I just find the conglomeration of it kind of inherently nullifying. You know what I mean? If it's a group of disparate people and like a bunch of different, podcasts, even if it's just podcasts and stuff like that coming together to make a vote, my argument would be like, why not just go to those podcasts and hear their individual games of the year? Like, I think that's a lot more interesting. Like, if you're familiar with a person and their tastes, and then you see like what resonates with them as far as their personal. I feel like a personal list from individual, podcasts or individual people is a lot more interesting than just like, oh, here's an award show and all of these individuals voted on it. It's just like, okay, I mean, that tells you something, I guess, but it's not that interesting. I like doing Game of the Year list personally, like individually. I think it's fun.
I think it's valuable too. I don't think we did it last year. I don't want to make it a thing. I also don't want to tell people what to do on their individual shows. So if Punching Up wants to do something or Duke does something, it's like, I don't care about any of that. I just don't want us to have like Kind of Funny or, or like Last Stand, IGN, Kind of Funny, like, GameSpot, Game of the Year, like endorsement. It's too complicated. It doesn't represent really, it represents so much that it doesn't represent anything. And I don't know. It's just not, I know it sounds jaded and it somewhat is, but it's jaded because I don't think the industry has done a very good job of shepherding reality. Like Scores are meaningless. The rubrics for these scores are different depending on the sites you go to. It's like when 1UP was ingested into Metacritic. We owned 1UP for a while at IGN, and it's like that was a problem because it was a letter score. It's like, how do you even make that into a number? And then how do you incorporate that into, it's just, it doesn't make sense, and then so the Game Awards stuff is the same thing. It's just, it's a disparate group of people just voting just like they do for Oscars and Emmys and everything. And it's like, cool, I guess.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't think and this is kind of where I get into it with the alternatives to Game Awards. It's like, I don't want to hear from the audience either, really, like a broad voting audience. I don't mean our audience. It's like anyone can vote, and it's like, that's maybe even less useful, in some sense. Like, we got to relent and say, we got to have more texture, 4-hour podcasts that talk about the games in granular ways, perhaps, as one example. But I don't want to come off as jaded. And this is why I wanted to have Craig on the show, like I said, was to present the ideas to people, like not through me, but through the horse's mouth, as it were, to see if you agree that things can be done to reform this entire system, But I know people say, like, it's not that serious, but, I do video games for a living. It's quite serious to talk about accolades, scores, reception, the way that those things affect trajectories, your ability to do Game of the Year editions for your games. I mean, like, a lot of this stuff is locked into, like, who's giving you these arbitrary awards from websites you never heard of? And why do you care? Dude, if Metaphor's score is a 94 on Metacritic, which is what it is, but a website you've never heard of contributed to the 94 and like has no more knowledge into games than you do, frankly, out there, just normal person listening to the show, just a normal consumer of games. It's like, why would you give a shit? No one sits and asks themselves how the numbers are garnered. They just it's just like everyone, Shinobi will put out these tweets where it's like everyone scores and the Metacritic score. And it's like, yeah, but who are these people?
Who are you? I think I don't know, man. I think it's interesting from an individual perspective. Like, I think it's interesting that Colin's Game of the Year for 1 year would be like Fell Seal Arbiter's Mark. Like, I think that's interesting. You know what I mean? As opposed to one of the obvious choices that will no doubt, like, it's obviously going to be Rebirth or something equally predictable. So I don't know. It's hard to get excited about these things, I guess.
Yeah. Again, like, Jaffe emailed me. I got to email him back because he's like, are you doing anything for the Game Awards? Do you want to do something with me to stream it? I'm like, yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, maybe that'll be fun. It's always fun to hang out with Jaffe, but I don't know. I'd rather just be offline making fun of it.
Yeah.
Not to be a dickhead.
Well, one thing I will say before we throw it off
Mm-hmm.
to the next question is it's also annoying that some of these scores decide, and I don't know if this is the case anymore, but like at one point it was very clear that these scores also decide whether a studio gets a bonus or not. Like that. Right. That to me is the part of it that makes it really unsavory. If it was just like all fun and like, hey, we're just reading the temperature of this game and Gollum is a 42 and Concord is like a 70 or whatever, that's all well and good, but the fact that it has actual financial ramifications for certain studios and it is also ultimately arbitrary, that I think is kind of a problem.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. There's a lot to say about it. We'll leave it there for now because this is like a whole episode in and of itself, I think. Like I already said, but maybe even a separate episode because the famous story of what you're talking about is Fallout New Vegas and how Obsidian missed out on millions of dollars because the Metacritic score, at least, time X was 84 instead of 85. And then you realize and I'm just making this up as an example, but it's like some freelance games writer for a fucking website in the Netherlands that's been playing games for 4 years gave your game a 75 and you missed by 1 point. That's literally the little domino, big domino shit. And that's what I'm fucking talking about. No exactly. Individual should have that level of power, and especially not the individuals that are seemingly empowered. Not everyone. There's a lot of names you'll know and websites you'll know and outlets you'll know on Metacritic, but I dare anyone to go to a big game that has 50, 60, 70, 100 reviews. And I fucking dare you to tell me you've heard of half of those places. English language. Doesn't have to be like foreign shit. Of course, you never heard of that stuff. All right. Brandon Sobecki wrote in. Said, Sacred Gents, we need to talk about something going on regarding the PlayStation Store. I've noticed a recent trend in knockoff titles that are basically low-rent copies of other popular games. Frost Survival instead of Frostpunk. Lethal Corporation instead of Lethal Company. That's my favorite one. Manor Kings instead of Manor Lords, etc. Interestingly, the developers listed for all these titles are written in all caps, unlike most other developers on the PSN. Should it be up to Sony to stop this conspiracy, or is it somehow up to us? Dustin, you noticed this recently with something. And I've noticed it and been much more tuned into it too. What I think what drew both of our eyes, as I recall, is the AI art.
Yeah.
And it's not that it's bad. It's that it all looks the same and doesn't ever reflect like an aesthetic from the game itself. It's like old NES box art. And the Lethal Corporation thing is crazy. I'm just going to reiterate this again. Sony doesn't give a fuck, apparently, about any of this. It's crazy knowing that there's a game called Lethal Company that's like really big. And it's like, yeah, we could let you on here, but it's clearly you're trying to trick people by your name. It's not like a spoof. It's not like a Weird Al song, you know, like you don't belong here. They just don't care. I don't know how much more clear they can make it. They don't care. And I don't know why they don't care. They really, I think, look at volume as something that's really necessary for them. And I'm like, it really isn't. It really, 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 really isn't. So I just thought it was timely considering what you were talking about recently, Dustin.
Yeah. Well, since I had that game, the TCG Card Shop Sim, and I noticed that, now I'm noticing it everywhere. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Colin. They don't care. And a little bit of a side tangent, but I think it goes hand in hand with how Sony oversees things. I tweeted about this recently that like there's this whole fiasco right now with particularly Silent Hill 2 and Star Wars Jedi Survivor that are two games that look worse on PlayStation 5 Pro than the standard PlayStation 5.
It's like the reverse draw distance. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like I posted that tweet and I saw some people respond and say like, well, it's not really on Sony, it's on Bloober Team or it's on EA Respawn, right? And I'm like, well, this is a moment when you have all eyes are on PlayStation 5 Pro and people are maybe thinking about getting one in the future and they're seeing headlines like this game looks worse. You're getting a worse experience for $700. You think that might be within Sony's interest to have a level of quality control to make sure that when a PS5 Pro patch comes in, just have someone look at it, compare the two. But no, they don't. They don't care. And just like this with the store, they see these games coming in. And it wasn't until, there was the whole platinum problem where there was all these cheap games flooding the store for cheap platinum. And eventually enough people complained, like us on this show, that they eventually started to at least do a little bit about it. And so if you don't like seeing this AI generated shit on the show, on the store that is tricking people and stealing from developers, particularly indie developers, that this is their lifeblood of how they're able to survive in this industry, and you see these scam knockoff games, start making us think about it. And maybe they'll do something like they did the last time. But I don't know, with this one and the money, like you said, the volume, maybe not. But it fucking sucks.
There's no way.
Honestly, it's one of those things that's like, I don't know, maybe I'm going overboard, but the fact that like these games could be potentially stealing sales from creative individuals that are putting their lives into these games, it's fucking disgusting. This isn't PC where it's just, anything goes anywhere. It's the PlayStation Store. Fix it.
Dude, I've said it a million times, and it bothers me. We'll talk a little bit about what it's like to make games and get feedback from people, but people are like, Colin talks shit about all these games and his games wouldn't make the cut. And I'm like, no, they would.
Yeah.
They definitely would make the cut. I would stand behind Perils or Habroxia or, Tribreaker and Twinbreaker above the games we're talking about. They definitely would make the cut. They're unique games that are not trying to trick you. that are not trying to spoof anything, that are not trying to take advantage of anything. And this is what we're talking about. There should be a line of demarcation between games that belong there and games that don't. And it's getting worse. And then you see things like, it's like when we failed certification, and it was because of trophies where we were told the trophies were too easy. And it's like, you're telling for 2 of the trophies or whatever, where it's like, they have to be gameplay related. They can't, we had one for like, turning off the music and stuff. And it's like, you're telling us that, us, you're saying this now. What? And meanwhile, like, we put real thought and energy into this shit, and we get caught up in some sort of strainer that's supposed to be capturing other people too, or at least other people. And you go on the store and you can't find anything because it's covered in this garbage, and it sucks. I'm telling you, as a game developer and a person who owns a studio, it sucks. I have no problem competing with other products, but like, control the volume. It's crazy, man. As I said about Walmart and all these other places, like Walmart doesn't put every bar of, every deodorant on the shelf that's ever existed. They're like, no, we'll have 10 options. Walmart will make the selection ultimately on what we show you and what we want to sell to you. And maybe we'll have some cheap options and some boutique options and some expensive options, but we're not going to have every option.
It's curation.
Right. Yeah. Dude, this would be such a simple job. I would do this for free at this point. But to go in and be like, Colin, you mark every game that you should not be on the store. Just based on quality and like what it is and what it's doing. Is it trying to abuse something? Is it some cheap trophy game? You can get rid of thousands. Yeah. No one would know. Because no one plays these games. No one buys them. The people that make them don't give a shit about them. They're trying to take advantage of people. It is what it is. At least when Kemco releases a new JRPG every 2 weeks or whatever the fuck they do from whatever engine they use, it's like a different game, even though they're all the same. It's like these games I'm talking about are not that. And it's crazy that they don't even give a shit about the obvious spoofs that are trying to take business, like you said, Dustin, away from real developers, and they just don't care. And it's crazy, man. It's wild stuff. I feel bad for these people because most people won't get tricked, but many people will. And this seems like it's more work for Sony because then they're going to have to provide refunds, presumably, for people and stuff. I just, as someone who spends thousands of dollars a year, literally on PlayStation Store and on products, it's like I have to be in the top 1% of PlayStation consumers. There's like just no doubt. That's got to be true, right? Buys shit ton of games, all the hardware, everything. Top 5%, whatever it might be. Might want to listen to us more instead of being like, oh, we have a game called Lethal Corporation. It's going to sell 70 copies. We're going to make $42.50 on it, and we're going to have to provide refunds to everyone. Yeah, good idea.
Here's an idea, Colin, though.
Yeah.
Can maybe one of these companies will make a version of Trybreaker called Try Crusher, and there's going to be an AI version of the three of us on it.
Yeah, great.
Like the super glossy, maybe something like that.
Sony will give that front placement.
Yeah, front placement.
Amjad wrote in and said, hi, CDC, longtime listener, first time writer. I wanted to share how playing games on higher difficulties has completely changed my gaming experience. For years, I played on easy mode, focusing on just completing the story. However, when I replayed God of War in the 2018 version on a harder difficulty, it felt like an entirely new game. I enjoyed the combat much more and had to strategically use every item. Similarly, playing the Resident Evil 4 remake on professional difficulty was incredibly rewarding. Managing every bullet and strategizing for tough areas added so much depth to the experience. What difficulty do you typically choose for games, and do you find it affects your overall enjoyment? Chris, what do you have to think about difficulty? I honestly, not to be too judgmental, I find it peculiar that people play on easy as a rule. I think that's strange. Because that's unless you're like I can understand dropping a game if you're having a problem, or like a one-off where you're like, I really don't want to deal with The Last of Us, but I want the story. But as a rule, it's like, what's the point?
Yeah.
But teach their own, of course. Where are you on this?
It depends. Like I am very, very in tune with my skill ability on like what I'm playing. Like I'm very, very adept at an FPS. And so for an FPS, I will typically go for the level, like the difficulty just below the absolute hardest. You know, that's kind of the sweet spot. It's not normal. It's not like bone crushingly difficult, but it's like adept or like whatever, heroic. I don't know. There's all different terminologies for these things. Usually it's hard. And then there's like ultra hard or veteran or whatever the hell. But that's kind of my go-to but those are games where I specifically like engage with the gameplay more than the story. You know, and so for that, I'm into it. I'm into the challenge. And that's my default for most games. But then there are other games where I'm just kind of aware that this is really a story kind of experience for me. And for those games like Witcher, I think I played on the hard, like that hard difficulty. And then I just kind of fell off of it because I just really wasn't enjoying the dance, the combat in that game. I didn't really care for it. And so when I replayed it again, I was like, I'm just going to bump this down to easy. This is like a quest-driven, character-driven, story-driven kind of game. I don't know if I really care to experience like a like Call of Duty on hard mode experience right now. You know, I want to get absorbed in the world and not be kind of distracted by dying and then repeating the same conversations over it. It's a little bit immersion breaking in that sense, you know. But it's like a case by case basis. Like, is there a difficulty slider in Final Fantasy Rebirth? Is there even a choice?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember.
I'll look it up. I feel like there is.
There is, I think, because you have to beat it on hard, right, to get the platinum, and that's only unlocked when you beat the game, I think, precluding you from doing it.
I'm trying to remember what I chose or what the options were. I don't think I went easy for Rebirth. I think I went like normal. Normal is typically like the lowest I'll go for a game that I'm unsure about. Like, because I think I can handle like easy is just so easy that it becomes kind of numb and purposeless. Easy is like the kind of difficulty that you would put in the hands of like a 3-year-old when you're trying to teach them how to engage with video games. From like a bare minimum perspective, like, oh, this is how you move around, this is how you interact with the world, this is how you do X, Y, and Z, and very little consequence just so you can get the hang of it. And kids have no patience,
right?
So it's like, if they're more likely to put something down if they fail than they are to pick it up. So like that's what I feel like easy is for. But yeah, I generally go for like the second hardest or like normal if I'm really just kind of feeling story. I can't remember the last time I played a game on easy. I think maybe Witcher 3 was probably like, because I was just like, eh. But that was also like my fifth playthrough of that game, and I was like, I'm not. Just let me see what this is about at this point. But that's the only game I can think of that I played in that capacity.
Where are you on this question of difficulty, Dustin? You and Chris are both pretty hardcore, so curious what you have to say.
For the most part, I just play games on normal. There are certain games that I bump down to easy, much like Chris. Like I think when I was playing Tales of Arise, I was kind of just getting bored with it, and so I just put it on easy to kind of blitz through and see the rest of the story. But yeah, I think I don't normally play hard modes, but the one that always comes to mind, and I know that Chris immediately is going to agree with this, is heroic mode on Halo. Was perfect. The normal mode is fine, and most people will be able to work through it. And there is, of course, legendary mode, which is like the very hard mode. But heroic was just enough that if it's like you and your other friend that's also a seasoned Halo player, that was like, okay, this is like, you got to be locked in. You can't just kind of breeze through it. And so playing through that mode was always tons of fun in Halo games. But I'm much more a fan of... I actually really like when games just don't have difficulty modes at all. Like something like Elden Ring, of course, or other From Software games that just this is the intended difficulty of the game. We've tuned it specifically for this. I really like. It's probably not an easy thing to do, but I think I like that a lot. And I think that having the option is great too. He mentions the Resident Evil 4 remake, the professional difficulty. I know that that's also like a famous hard mode that people really enjoy taking a crack at. So I think it's cool when it's there. And then of course there's also like the Wolfenstein 2 insane, which I also appreciate. I have no interest in it, But I
No
think it's cool
shot,
that it's
yeah.
there, and that the fact that people have done it is also amazing.
Yeah, I've watched videos of it. I'm like, this is crazy because it's Wolfenstein 2 when it came out in 2017. I remember was so hard that I had to play it on normal straight up. I was like, there's no prayer of me ever doing this on anything more than normal. Like, I don't have the patience for this. It's so fucking. I love that. I love that game. I think that game's awesome. But and that was one of the first games I played when I came back after I left Kind of Funny as well. So there's a little bit of a memory there too. I am good at 2D games, and 2D game that the era of 2D games is not really difficulty generated for the most part. That really started coming in with 3D games more. And I always play the games on normal. It's funny, we were talking about playing games on easy. It's like, I'm not entirely sure I've really ever played a game on easy. I've dropped games too easy for specific things a few times. What I always bring up is the God of War games. God of War 2018 and God of War Ragnarok, like the Valkyrie Queen and whatever, like ridiculous fight at the end where I'm like, this is fucking insane and I hate this, you know? And I'll just go into the menu and drop it to easy and then put it back up to whatever I was playing on normal. There was a period probably from the mid to late PS3 era through to the mid PS4 era where I was playing almost everything on hard. I don't know. I was doing it. I think I started getting into it for trophies, and then I started just being like, yeah, this is kind of fun to play like this. It's much more deliberate. I started backing off on that a lot and just trying to play more on normal when I can, just to not frustrate myself. It's as was said earlier, like, what is the game designed to be? I kind of want you to tell me, and it's cool that there's ways to scale games, and I especially like games that are able to kind of granularly scale, like puzzles, enemy health, drops, RNG kind of shit, whatever. That's cool. But I'm fine playing on normal. And then if a game requires a hard playthrough or even a very hard playthrough, I'll do it if I want to play completely for a platinum or whatever. The Uncharted games come to mind for that, like where you have to play them all on crushing. But that was, I remember playing Drake's Fortune in 2007. Actually, it was when I played it on crushing when the trophies came out. So that must have been the next year, 2008. And it taught me, I'm like, oh, you're kind of better at these games than you think. If you can do this, especially Drake's Fortune is obnoxious. And so I was like, yeah, I think that's probably what lulled me into that as well. Some of the Call of Duty campaigns are really fun on Veteran. But then some of them are like really fucking hard. Like I remember playing, it was Call of Duty. Well, I've said before, I could not beat Call of Duty World at War on Veteran. I couldn't do it. There was a time where I was like, I can't do this. I don't know what you want me to do, but I can't do it. But the one that really sticks out to me is Call of Duty Classic. When they released the original Call of Duty on PS3, that game is so fucking hard. In the beginning of the game, you run onto Normandy Beach, and I literally couldn't even get through that part. I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Like, I have no idea what I'm even supposed to do here. You know, like, what are you supposed to do?
Veteran is so hard. Like, Veteran was crushing to me. Like, I remember because you already die so quick in Call of Duty anyway. You know, so like Veteran is like you get shot in the toe once and you're down. You get
it's that popping noise, like that. Like
the hit marker.
Yeah, like and then like you're just dead, and then you like fall. You know, and
and then it'll give you some quote from a dead general.
Right.
And then you'd fade back into life. Like I remember specifically, I have a really vivid memory. I can't remember if it was Modern Warfare, Call of Duty 4 or Modern Warfare 2, but like you had to storm like an airplane. Like you were on an airplane, and there was like a shootout on some like private jet somewhere. And I remember going through that on Veteran like a million times, and just like I can't move in this space. It's a fucking airplane. And I just remember being like, I'm done. I can't do this. I give up. Call of Duty's hard. Those games on Veteran are no joke. But
yeah, I've been a few on Veteran, or more than a few, I think. But yeah,
yeah.
Also, World at War, the grenade spam in World at War, man. Oh my god,
it's great. It's legendary.
It's
in World
so
at War.
funny. Like when you go watch videos of it, it is so funny. Like it's crazy. It's like, what the fuck? Like you'll just start at a checkpoint, and then there's like 5 grenades. Like
yeah. And you see the indicators?
Yeah, the indicators are all there. Yeah, it's like there's nowhere to go.
I don't even think they made that many grenades during World War II than there are that appear on screen in that game. It's crazy. But before we move on, I shout out to RPGs that throw in survival difficulties. I think those are really neat. And I talked about it on the show like a couple months ago when I jumped into Skyrim survival mode.
Yeah, like sleeping and eating and all that.
Yeah, like sleeping and eating and like making sure you're dressed for the right weather. I think that stuff is really, there's a fine balance with that kind of thing where I don't know if I would want to play a game built around it, and that's the only way that you could play it. But if an RPG is built for just like a generic kind of playthrough where you're just like, oh, it's an RPG, like we're not gonna get too serious, but here's this other option, I think that's great. That gave me like a completely new appreciation for Skyrim and the Fallout games when I played those on survival mode. I didn't last forever. Like I ended up dying, but like the ability to do that, I think, is really, really cool and really immersive and really grounding. And I love that option to add to a game. It's because I am into those more sim elements. I just don't necessarily want to be forced into it as the only way that I can interact with something. But shout out to those, even though they're more rare, I think.
Yeah, it's a great conversation. It's cool to hear how different people play their games. Yeah, appreciate you writing in, Amjad. Porcupine Butter wrote in. Said, hi, Colin and his voluptuous sons. After Colin's comment on the industrial design of the PS5 Pro last week, I felt enticed to join up on Patreon and throw my hat in the ring with my own professional critique of the physical design of the new unit as an industrial designer compared to its predecessor. As an overall unit, the PS5 Pro has a much more cohesive design between line work and visual balance, especially compared to the vanilla unit. It has gone from looking like a bulbous spaceship clamshell toy to a more cohesive visual package. This is all despite not breaking the clamshell design language, the toothpick stands notwithstanding. I pride Sony for making a product. I pride Sony for making a product product line that stirs up conversation, but fear the unhindered mazer design language, or maybe it means master of the product family, is showing its age, where form thwarts function. The appended top stripes are an easy visual signifier for the consumer to understand that this is a new iteration of an existing product family. Strange, it's not 5 stripes, but this leads me to the crucial issue I have with the unit, which is the lesser or lighter material choices. The PS5 Pro is significantly lighter than the older iterations to the point that when I press a disk eject button when running in a landscape position, the entire unit slides on its surface. In product design, higher weight is almost always congruent to the perceived value of an object you physically interact with. These stripes could be metal, the disk drive could have been integrated, and the unit could have been weighed down to not need stupid toothpick stands. What I think we're seeing is Sony making economic changes to the Pro to increase their margins in terms of the ROI between material choices, weight for shipping, etc. Much like the PS3 to the PS3 Slim, PS4 to PS4 Pro, the design has been tightened up, but the price differential doesn't match the quality gain a consumer is paying extra for in this case. Cheers and keep slapping that monkey. Yeah, so I took mine out of the box. Last Thursday we recorded. I said I didn't open it yet, and then the next day while the podcast was going live, I finally did open it. I ended up I was lazy because I was telling you guys one of the things that was turning me off was like, oh, I got to download everything. And I know you could transfer everything, but I was like, I kind of wanted to start fresh. That's one of the exciting things where I'm like, fuck it, I'm never going to do this otherwise. So I just transferred everything from one to the other. It only took 30 minutes, which was nice. And it's been fun to use. The little feet, I don't know how I feel about them. Like the little plastic things that it's in some sense, it's quite elegant, actually, like just from a measurement standpoint of having these little things are perfectly measured. You put them into this little indent and they fit and all that. And it's quite cute, but I just wish that they took the opportunity to redesign the thing entirely. I know that that's probably not possible based on component use and all of the rest. And obviously the interoperability between the disk drive and everything. I mean, there's a lot of complications that would make that not possible, but I stare at the thing in my living room. It is much smaller and it is really light, which is cool because the PS5 is heavy. The PS5 is like PS3 heavy. And so it is cooler that it's a little tighter. I'm just not into it, generally speaking. I'm already excited to see what the PS6 looks like and hope they get back to a more elegant, lo-fi, less eye-worthy. Like I don't want it to. That was what was so cool about PS2 to an extent, like I said, but PS4 especially was like it didn't stand out. Just like this belongs here. So but I wanted to read that because Porcupine Butter is a comment because he is a visual or an industrial designer, and it's interesting to hear what they have to say about it.
Yeah.
The weight I never even really considered being a problem. I don't think I'm having any problems with hitting the button because I always turn it on by touching it too. But I'm also a weakling.
Yeah.
So.
I've noticed it because I have mine vertically with no stand. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe an earthquake takes it out. But I just can't. I can't do it horizontally. I have no space for it. But I like the way it looks better than the PS5 for sure. But like it is really light, so that if I ever turn it on by touch, which to be fair, I rarely do. I usually just use the controller. But if I do, I will see it. Like I have to make an effort to touch it lightly. I'm glad he brought up like that weight problem, because it's something that I specifically noticed that they remedied on the PS3 Slim when that first came out, because you had to turn that on and off by pressing down on the machine, which didn't allow you to slide it back when you touched it, which I thought was like really a smart way to, it was a really smart way to get around that. And I appreciated that back then. So it's fun to hear like that brought up again, but although it's strange that they didn't learn from it in some way. I don't know how valuable the stand really is, honestly. It feels like, I don't know, the PS2 or the PS5 kind of feels like the PS2 in some way, where it's like, I don't have the stand and it is vertical, and I'm not really worried about it.
Yeah. I had my PS2 stood up without the stand. I didn't buy the stand.
Yeah, you didn't need it.
But the PS3 didn't need it either because it was so heavy it wasn't going to tip over. I have mine laying down, and I had my other PS5s laying down too. I'm a little more nervous about it, but I understand what you're saying. When I was setting it up, I had it standing up, and I was like, this kind of just seems like it's good. You know, its footprint is small, so someone could easily bump it, but the stand is I understand the people feeling the stand is a ripoff, but they gave, you should, I don't know, lay it down like an adult. Come on.
I keep mine vertical like a baby, apparently.
Yeah, like an infant child.
Yeah,
I don't know why I said that. I mean, it's just funny.
Like
it's just a funny thing to say, really.
Yeah, it is funny. I haven't seen a PS5 Pro in person yet. I have one in my house now. But I don't.
It came?
Huh? Yeah, it came a little like earlier while we were recording.
Oh, that's exciting.
It's very excited for that. But I have to agree. I don't like that it's, from my understanding, it's lighter, and I think that comes into the, particularly with the Slim, the like AliExpress feel to it.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, it doesn't matter. You're not picking this thing up very often, but as far as the design, I prefer my game consoles to be some kind of box. I think like PS4 was a box to some degree, right?
Mm-hmm.
It had like the angles, of course, but PS3 also was like this weird curved thing, and that PS5 is like, I don't know. I guess Porcupine Butter mentions like a clamshell type. It's like different layers.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope that's kind of the direction. But at the same time, I do agree with him that even if not everyone likes it, I appreciate that it is unique.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, it's true. A lot of places for dust to go. You know, like crevices and
right.
I don't know.
A lot of slits.
A lot of slits. A lot of holes.
Yeah.
Gaping holes and chasms.
Yeah.
Birds Make Me Nut wrote in. Said, hey guys, the Tribreaker trailer was a banger. That music is so catchy, and I can't wait to play as the D-Man. Question for Colin. With your foray into game development, specifically writing, what does it feel like to be on the other side of games criticism? Is it daunting to know that others will be analyzing and critiquing a project with your name on it? Has being on the other side affected the way you talk about other people's games? It probably has actually affected the way I talk about other people's games. I bring up the example of how the way I've talked online, the way I've like, not to other people, but just 15 years ago, if the Jets were bad, I'd be like, what the, fuck Mark Sanchez, and tweet it out or whatever, you know?
Yeah, kill him.
Yeah. And then it's like, well, he's a person and you get a lot of abuse. So, and obviously he's a millionaire and all this, and it's like, who cares? But it's like, yeah, you don't have to act like that. There's a real person doing that. I've always tried to keep that in mind, though, that like real people work on games, real people make them. I was thinking about that a lot with Firewalk. Like Concord was obviously a failure from every perceivable angle, I guess. But people worked on it. They believed in it.
Yeah.
They didn't know this was going to happen. It is sad. It's stunning that no one knew, but at some point, but it's sad. It's like they're real people. It's not like machines made this game. It was like years of their life. And then it was just like eradicated. It doesn't mean that it wasn't a bad idea to get rid of it and move on. It's just to say, yeah, there are people on the other side of that. I try to keep that in mind in all things, really. I feel like I've said this before, but the one thing that frustrates me about writing stuff and people kind of critiquing it, which is totally fine, is when the intent is lost. And that is something that I learned about in terms of if the intent is lost, it wasn't very good writing. or like if the allegory wasn't there, then obviously it wasn't as good as you thought it was. I always bring up Twin Breaker in this regard about how people are like, what is with the fucking story? Like, and I'm like, it's intentional. Like, don't you get it? Like, you wanted to like grab people and shake them by the lapel, but no, they didn't. They didn't get it. And is that a failure of them or me? Like, it's probably my problem. If I put something into the wild and people are like, man, this is really wordy and lengthy. And I'm like, yeah, isn't that funny? Like, it's like a brick breaker, but it's got like this really geopolitical fucking space story. Like, no, not really. Like some people liked it, but a lot of people are like, yeah, well, I don't really get it. The game's fun. I'm like, okay, cool. Like, that's really what matters the most. And then, as I've said in the past, like, so I tried to learn a lesson when I wrote Hyperoxia 2, being like, okay, people want less. And then when we released Hyperoxia 2, we had to release a huge patch for it with a bunch of text in it because people are like, where's the story? I'm like, you motherfuckers. So what I've tried to do is just put out the best work I can. And I know Barry does this too, and everyone that works for us. And we hope for the best. I'm kind of, I don't want to say I'm impervious to people's comments, but like when we put the trailer out, I know people are going to be like, this looks like shit. This sucks. Like that's the kind of stuff you just have to deal with. And I understand that. What I guess hurts most are people that play, and it's like, it's not a pain thing. I guess it's like, it's reality. It's a person plays the game earnestly and just doesn't like it or doesn't get it. It's like, it was presumably for you, and so like brick breakers and weird games like the ones we make are not for like 10-year-old modern audiences or anything like that. It's for older people that come from retro. So like if it misses with them, that really does hurt. I think I took Twin Breaker the worst. It got pretty good reviews. I think it's like in the high 6s or low 7s on Metacritic or whatever, but people were pretty rough on parts of it that I was responsible for. And I had kind of sold this game to Barry as like the dissonance and the allegory at the center of the game will read, and it didn't. So I took that seriously. And that's why I said it earlier in the show when I wrote Super Perils of Baking, which I think is probably my best game from a writing perspective. It's like no one gave a shit. So you also can't control that either. I don't know. It is interesting. And I will say it gives me, I don't want to speak too absolutely. It's like there's an added credibility to having done it. When you talk about games, but you've never made one or never worked on one, that goes far, and that's good. I think that's cool. People criticize movies without making films. People criticize art without being able to hold a paintbrush, whatever. But I think that there is a level of added credibility. It's what I was saying about Jaffe earlier, where it's like, say what you will about him, but he made Twisted Metal and made God of War. I mean, it's fucking crazy. And that adds credibility to what he says. Like, he knows things that you don't know. And now I know things that a lot of people don't know. Not at that level, but just having experienced the system, the situation, what it's like to do it, I think doesn't take away other people's credibility. It just adds to my own. So I try to take that seriously too. That there's a little bit of perspective, because people are like, oh, it's a fucking made a real $10 retro games or whatever. It's like, yeah, what have you made? Like we put ourselves out there and try and hope for the best. I'm really interested to see what people think of Tribreaker. It has a totally different spirit than Twin Breaker. And I think it's going to make people smile when they play it. And it's hard. But hey, one thing I wanted to say was, it's not hard for the same reasons that Twin Breaker were hard. The one thing we heard from Twin Breaker was that we heard a few things, but people didn't like the RNG in the game. The game was too dependent on getting good RNG to not necessarily beat the game, but to succeed at like optional events and trophies and all of that. And you would eventually get what you needed, but it wasn't quite skill-based in that way. This game is hard because it is skill-based. So have fun. Have fun out there. Vert Firkin wrote in.
Ew.
This is the final inquiry. He says, why is it so difficult for developers to develop games to minimize griefing in multiplayer? I don't play multiplayer much, but griefers are the primary reason why. I'm unwilling to spend what free time I have on a-holes. I know co-op is a way around that, but that typically means no solo play. The problem is I want to play Red Dead Online, but griefers just ruin it. Why can't developers figure this out? Do you think AI could be a solution that actually works? Thoughts? I have no insight into this. I was wondering if you guys did. I think it's an interesting inquiry because you play online. I know that this is a problem, and this was a bigger problem, it seemed like, back in the day. I don't know what's going on with this, Dustin. I mean, do you deal with griefing in multiplayer games? I got to be honest with you. I kind of relate in the fact that, like, I don't want to be put off and put out by people either. It's one of the reasons why I put off multiplayer a long time ago. Although when multiplayer spawned on console, it was much more hostile. So I think it's probably a lot easier to get into it today because it was fucking insane.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out exactly what he means too. When he specifically mentions Red Dead Online, which it puts you in the map of the game with other players. I mean, Rockstar's been doing that since GTA 4 online. And so what theoretically can happen is just someone can come up and kill you for no reason. To my understanding, and I might be wrong about this, is that you can turn that off so that random other players just in the open world can't just come up and kill you. And then at least if it works like GTA 5 online, then it's like, oh, well, there's the open world section where you can just go run around and do whatever with your friends. And then there's other players, but there's also different matchmaking, like deathmatch races, stuff like that. I'd assume Red Dead works in the same way, and that there's probably a way to turn that off. But griefing isn't something that normally happens in the multiplayer games I play, just because it doesn't make sense. Like in Call of Duty or Halo, when you're on a team with somebody, I guess if you're playing a hardcore match, then technically your teammate can shoot you. But if they do that multiple times, it just makes it so it automatically kills them. So it's not in their best interest to shoot you. So maybe this could happen more on like MMOs, like if you're on a PvP server in World of Warcraft, but it's not really griefing then if you're a Horde member and you see an Alliance guy running around. Within the world of the game, you are enemies. So yes, they could come kill you in the open zones. So I don't see this as a huge problem, but I also haven't really played Red Dead Online. I don't know if you have any insight, Chris, that I haven't brought up, but I'm not sure I fully understand.
Yeah, I mean, I understand from the perspective of like, yeah, I remember griefing. I guess, but like to your point, like the games that I play now don't really facilitate that. This is more like a Minecraft or like, you know, GTA Online, or like more of like a Second Life kind of sim based game. Like this is kind of where that happens most. But like in the PvP shooters that I engage in, like old Halo used to have like team betrayals. Like you like if somebody killed you, like they would get like a betrayal, and then you would get the option to kick them. Sometimes it wouldn't always work. But sometimes I remember specifically there were times where like I would get the sniper rifle, and then like some guy would kill me for it, and he was some guy on my team because he wanted the sniper, and that would be like annoying. But it didn't happen all that often, and when it did, it kind of added a meta game into the round where I remember like I have a very distinct memory of somebody doing that to me over like a rocket or something. He killed me and took my rocket. I was like, okay. And we were playing Capture the Flag, and I drove up to the thing. He grabbed the flag and jumped into the car, and I just didn't drive. And then I just let the enemy kill us and ruin the game for both of us. So it's like, I don't know. Like I kind of have a romanticized view of griefing, to be honest with you. Like I like that it's kind of a component of PvP and multiplayer, even in the small ways that it is still a part of multiplayer today. And there are games that I would argue like maybe I'm the problem, because like playing Minecraft, I played Minecraft for a little bit, like maybe like a couple weeks, maybe like I think maybe 2 months max. And the most fun I had in that game was making a bucket, finding lava, and then just finding my friend's building and be like, oh, that's a cool building you got here, and then just dumping lava all over it and ruining the whole thing. Like I can't explain it. I don't stick with those games, and I don't like spend years griefing people on it, but there is no doubt like a weird satisfaction in just being an agent of chaos in an arena that frowns upon it. That's a toxic trait, I get it. And it's, to be fair, again, very not a part of the PvP circles that or the multiplayer spaces that I inhabit today. But dude, it is unfortunately very fun. So the best you can hope for is that a lot of these games have tools like Dustin was talking about. Like I'm pretty sure that exists in Red Dead Online, where you can turn off your hostile interactions with other players in the open world. I think that was true for Grand Theft Auto as well. And I think I can't imagine that that's not true for Minecraft either. So like I do feel like there are tools available to you if you really want to avoid these things. The problem that I find is that activating those tools kind of makes the game feel less authentic. So I don't know. I'm not pro griefing, but I get it.
Yeah, you reminded me. I've done a little bit of griefing in my time, but in the oddest place. Do a little bit of griefing.
We do a little bit of griefing.
It was PlayStation Home of all places.
Oh yeah.
And me and my one friend, because we were just like, oh, what is this? Let's check it out. So in one of the public spaces, there was like this really dumb dance move you could do that was like this. And so we just found one particular person and got as close as possible and did that. And so they would like try to move and we would just follow them around and do this dance move in their face until they would eventually leave. And some of them would use voice chat. They're like, no, stop it. Stop that.
Stop.
I mean, now, honestly, with online stuff, I've heard that might be sexual assault. So
yeah, you gotta be careful.
Yeah.
I gotta be careful with the PS Home dance.
Do you remember I remember specifically, like, this is light stuff, but like I remember trying to start up custom games in Halo and it would have the countdown. It would be like, boop, boop. Oh. And then someone would hit X to prevent it from
delay.
going to it.
Yeah,
and you'd be like, stop it. I don't know. Like I understand that stuff is annoying, but I just feel like there's texture there that like I'm really reminiscent about. I don't know. I have a soft spot for the grungy scrappiness of that stuff, and I kind of lament that a lot of it is missing. Like I don't miss the individual moments so much as I miss the tapestry of experiences that games used to be able to provide to you that are now like a little bit more narrow and a little bit less human, frankly. I don't know. I get your frustration, but I'm sure there's ways around it. Like I look for those settings in the menus. Granted, a lot of those menus are really cumbersome and weird, especially in Rockstar games. They're kind of all over the place and they're kind of weird to decipher, but I'm sure that must be an option in Red Dead Online.
Vert Firkin, we wish you the very best. All right. Let's wrap up this episode of Sacred Symbols PlayStation Podcast. That's all we have. Let's go around the horn and say goodbye to everyone. Chris, let's say goodbye to you first. Be well. Have a good rest of your day.
I will. I don't know. It's a Thursday. I don't really know what I'm going to be doing today. I'm kind of on like a production. I'm kind of on like a productivity high. So I think I might just get filming, but yeah, standard week.
Well, Godspeed. Good luck. Dustin Furman, goodbye to you, my friend. Be well. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. I'm so excited to check out the PS5 Pro. I already saw some pictures of like the box that it comes in. I know it's not about the box, but the box looks very nice.
Yeah,
there's like Kojima posted, like I saw he posted like an Instagram or TikTok or whatever of like him opening the box. Like, wow. It is expensive and overpriced for what you're getting, but at least the unboxing experience, I'm a big fan of a good one.
Good.
So I'll report back next week on all my findings of PS5 Pro.
Godspeed.
Yeah. The base PS5 Pro's unboxing experience sucks. It's
cheap,
it is the most slapdash hunk of shit I've ever seen. Yeah, it's
it's like really it's not good.
It really feels like it's just thrown in there. It's very much like the base PS5, I guess. Like it was kind of similar. And I remember comparing that to like the base Series X unboxing, and it like opened in that clamshell. And it was
Series X, great unboxing experience.
Great. It was like suspended, like in the middle of the box. It's like, this is sick. Like then you open the PS5 and it's just shoved in there with a bunch of plastic. You're like, you figure it kind of feels like there might as well have been a note in the PS5 box that says, you figure it out. I was just like, thanks.
All right, my friends. Well, it's good to be with you guys today and good to be with all of you out there in the wild listening to our show. We appreciate you. Patreon.com/LastStandMedia for early ad-free access and to support our show. LastStandMedia.store for merch. We'll see you next time for more. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.